about half a second before they consciously decided to press the button, the brain is getting ready to perform that action. So he claimed that about half a second before the person has consciously decided to press the button, the brain has already started the activity that's going to lead to the action. Later people
Morning, how are you?
Claimed that there's a difference of...
I'm lovely. I've got to restart streams. I've got to program robots. I've got to pray. Big morning. Like a baby. All right. Thanks for asking.
Of maybe 7 to 10 seconds. I mean, there are all sorts of issues with these experiments. But one is that, as far as I'm aware, all of the quote-unquote choices they focused on are just these totally random, senseless actions, like just pressing a button for no reason. And I think the kind of free will we're interested in is free choice that involves responsiveness to reason, weighing up considerations. And those kind of free decisions might not happen like at an identifiable instant. You might, when you're weighing it up, should I get married? Should I, you might edge slowly towards one side or the other. And so it could be that maybe the limiting, I think there are other problems with the limit stuff, but maybe they show that we can't freely choose to do something totally senseless, whatever that would mean. But that doesn't show we can't freely, in this strong libertarian sense, respond to considerations of reason and value. To be fair, it would be difficult to see what kind of experiment we could set up to test that, but just because we can't yet set up that kind of experiment, we shouldn't, pretend we know more than we do. So yeah, so for those reasons, the third consideration you raise is different again. This is the debate I have with Sean Carroll. Would this conflict with physics? I just think we don't know enough about the brain to know whether there are causal dynamics in the brain that are not reducible to underlying chemistry and physics. And so then Sean Carroll says, well, that would mean our physics is wrong. So he focuses on the core theory, which is the name for standard model of particle physics plus the weak limit of general relativity. So, we can't totally bring quantum mechanics and relativity together, but actually the circumstances in which we can't bring them together are just in situations of very high gravity. For example, when you're about to go into a black hole or something. Actually, in terrestrial circumstances, we can bring them together in the core theory. And then Sean wants to say, well, we can be very confident that core theory is correct. And so if there were libertarian free will in the brain, the core theory would be wrong. And this is something I'm not sure about, and I'm still thinking about, and I'm learning from my discussion with Sean, but I'm still not totally clear what it could be. Suppose we did discover strong emergence in the brain, whether it's free will or something else. Perhaps what we would say is not that the core theory is wrong, but we'd say the core theory is correct in its own terms, namely capturing the causal capacities of particles and fields, but then it's a further assumption whether they're the only things that are running the show. Maybe there are also fundamental causal capacities associated with systems, and then if we discover this strong emergence, then when we work out what happens to the brain, we have to look to the core theory, the causal capacities of particles and fields, and we have to look to what we know about these strongly emergent causal capacities of systems, and maybe they co-determine what happens in the system. So I don't know whether that makes sense or not, but I mean, the more important point, that's in a way a kind of branding point, how we brand this. The more important point is we just don't know enough about the workings of the brain to know whether there are strongly emergent causal dynamics, whether or not that would mean we have to modify physics, or maybe just we think physics is not the total story of what's running the show, but we just, if it turned out empirically that everything's reducible to underlying physics and chemistry, sure, I would drop any commitment to libertarian free will in a heartbeat. It's an empirical question. Maybe that's why, as you say, in principle, is easier to get a grip on. But we're a million miles away from being at that stage.
Well, I don't know if we're a million miles. I hope we're not, because one of the ways I think to get to it is by engineering systems. So, yeah, my hope is to understand intelligence by building intelligent systems, to understand consciousness by building systems that, let's say, the easy thing, which is not the easy thing, but the first thing, which is to try to create the illusion of consciousness. Through that process, I think you start to understand much more about consciousness, about intelligence. And then the same with free will. I think those are all tied very closely together, at least from our narrow human perspective. And we try to engineer systems that interact deeply with humans, that form friends with humans, that humans fall in love with, and they fall in love with humans. Then you start to have to try to deeply understand ourselves, to try to deeply understand what is intelligence in the human mind, what is consciousness, what is free will. And I think engineering is another way to do philosophy.
Yeah, no, I certainly think there's a role for that, and it would be an important consideration if we could seemingly replicate in an artificial way the ability to choose. That would be a consideration in thinking about these things. But there's still the question of whether that's how we do it. So even if we could replicate behavior in a certain way in an artificial system, it's not, until we understand the workings of our brains, it's not clear that's how we do it. And as I say, the kind of free will I'm interested in is where we respond to reasons, considerations of value. How would we tell whether a system was genuinely grasping and responding to facts about value, or whether they were just replicating, giving the impression of doing so? I don't know even how to think about that.
On the process to building them, I think we'll get a lot of insights.
Yeah.
And once they become conscious, what's going to happen is exactly the same thing is happening in chess now, which is once the chess engines far superseded the capabilities of humans just kind of forgot about them, or they used them to help them out to study and stuff. But we say, okay, let the engines be, and then we humans will just play amongst each other.
Right.
So just like dolphins and hamsters are not so concerned about humans except for a source of food. They do their own thing and let us humans launch rockets into space and all that kind of stuff. They don't care. I think we'll just focus on ourselves. But in the process of building intelligent systems, conscious systems, I think we'll get a deeper understanding of the role of consciousness in the human mind, and like what are its origins? Is it the base layer of reality? Is it strongly emergent phenomena of the brain? Or just as you so brilliantly put here, it could be both. Like they're not mutually exclusive.
Dealing with consciousness needs to be an interdisciplinary task. We need, philosophers, neuroscientists, physicists, engineers replicating these things artificially, and all needs to be working in step. And I'm quite interested. I mean, a lot more and more scientists get in touch with me, actually, saying that was one of the great things I think that's come from writing a popular book, is not just getting the ideas out to the general audience, but getting the ideas out to scientists, and having scientists get in touch saying that this in some way connects to my work. And I would like to kind of start to put together an interdisciplinary network of scientists and philosophers and engineers, perhaps interested in a panpsychist approach. And because I think so far panpsychism is just sort of trying to justify its existence, and that's important. But I think once you just get on with an active research program, that's when people start taking it seriously, I think.
Do you think we're living in a simulation?
No, I think
is there some aspect of that thought experiment that's compelling to you within the framework of panpsychism?
It's an important and serious argument, and it's not to be laughed away. I suppose one issue I have with it is there's a crucial assumption there that consciousness is substrate independent, as the jargon goes, which means it's what?
No, right, beautifully put, yeah.
It's software rather than hardware, right? It's depend on organization rather than the stuff. Whereas as a panpsychist, I think consciousness is the stuff of the brain, it's the stuff of matter. So I think just taking the organizational properties, the software of my brain, and uploading them, you wouldn't get the stuff of my brain. So I'm actually worried if at some point in the future we start uploading our minds and we think, oh my God, Granny's still there, or I can email Granny after her body's rotted in the ground, and and we'll start uploading our brains. It could be we're just committing suicide. We're just getting rid of our consciousness, and because I think that wouldn't, for me, preserve the experience. Just getting the software features. So that's a crucial. But that's a crucial premise of the simulation argument, because the idea in a simulated universe, I don't think you necessarily would have consciousness.
It's interesting that you, as a panpsychist, are attached, because to me, panpsychism would encourage the thought that there is not a significant difference. Like, at the very bottom, it's not a substrate independent, but you can have consciousness in a human and then move it to something else. You can move it to the cloud. You can move it to the computer. It feels like that's much more possible if consciousness is the base layer.
Yes, you could certainly. It allows for the possibility of creating artificial consciousness, right? Because there's not souls, there aren't any kind of extra magical ingredients. So yeah, it definitely allows the possibility of artificial consciousness, and maybe preserving my consciousness in some sort of artificial way. My only point, I suppose, is just replicating the computational or organizational features would not, for me, preserve consciousness. I mean, some opponents of materialism disagree with me on that. I think David Chalmers is an opponent of materialist. He's a kind of dualist. He thinks the way these psychophysical laws work, they hook onto the computational or organizational features of matter. So he thinks, I think he thinks you could upload your consciousness. I tend to think not. So
in that sense, we're now living in a simulation in the sort of specific computational view of things, in that substrate matters to you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And in that, you agree with Sean Carroll that physics matters.
Yeah, physics is our best way of capturing what the stuff of the world does.
Yeah, but not the whatness, the being, the stuff.
Yeah, the isness.
The isness, thank you.
Russell Brand, I had a conversation with Russell Brand, and he said, oh, you mean the isness? I thought that was a good way of putting it.
The isness.
The isness.
Russell's great. The big ridiculous question. What do you think is the meaning of all of this? You write in your book that the entry for our reality in the Hitchhiker's Guide might read, a physical universe whose intrinsic nature is constituted of consciousness, worth a visit. So our whole conversation has been about the first part of that sentence. What about the second part? Worth a visit. Why is this place worth a visit? Why does it have meaning? Why does it have value at all? Why?
These are big questions. I mean, firstly, I do think panpsychism is important to think about for considerations of meaning and value. As we've already discussed, I think consciousness is the root of everything that matters in life, from deep emotions, subtle thoughts, beautiful sensory experiences. And yet, I believe our official scientific worldview is incompatible with the reality of consciousness. And that's controversial, but that's what I think. And I think people feel this on an intuitive level. It's maybe part of what Max Weber called the disenchantment of nature. You know, that they think they know their feelings and experiences are not just electrochemical signaling. I mean, they might just have that very informed intuition, but I think that can be rigorously supported. So I think this can lead to a sense of alienation and a sense that we lack a framework for understanding the meaning and significance of our lives. And in the absence of that, people turn to other things to make sense of the meaning of their lives, like, you know, nationalism, fundamentalist religion, consumerism. So I think panpsychism is important in that regard, in bringing together the quantitative facts of physical science with the, as it were, the human truth, by which I just mean the qualitative reality of our own experience. As I've already said, I do think there are objective facts about value and what we ought to do and what we ought to believe that we respond to, and that's very mysterious to make sense of, both how there could be such facts and how we could know about them and respond to them. But I do think there are such facts, and they're mostly to do with kinds of conscious experience.
So they're there to be discovered, and much of the human condition is to discover those objective sources of value.
I think so, yeah. And then, I mean, moving away from panpsychism to, you know, at an even bigger level, I suppose I think it is important to me to live in hope that there's a purpose to existence, and that, you know, what I do contributes in some small way to that greater purpose. But you know, I would say I don't know if there's a purpose to existence. I think some things point in that direction, some things point away from it. But I don't think you need certainty or even high probability to have faith in something. So to take an analogy, suppose you've got a friend who's very seriously ill, maybe there's a 30% chance they're going to make it. You shouldn't believe your friend's going to get better, you know, because they're probably not. But what you can say is, you know, you can say to your friend, I have faith that you're going to get better. That is, I choose to live in hope about that possibility. I choose to orientate my life towards that hope. Similarly, you know, I don't think we know whether or not there's a purpose to existence, but I think we can make the choice to live in hope of that possibility, and I find that a worthwhile and fulfilling way to live.
So maybe as your editor, I would collaborate with you on the edit of the Hitchhiker's Guide entry, that instead of worth the visit, we'll insert hopefully worth visit, or the inhabitants hope that you would think it's worth a visit. Philip, you're an incredible mind, an incredible human being, and indeed are humble. And I'm really happy that you're able to argue and take on some of these difficult questions with some of the most brilliant people in the world, which are the philosophers thinking about the human mind. So this was an awesome conversation. I hope you continue talking to folks like Sam Harris. I'm so glad you talked to Joe. I can't wait to see what you write, what you say, what you think next. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks very much, Lex. It's been a really fascinating conversation. I've got a lot I need to think about, actually, just from this conversation, but thanks for chatting to me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Philip Goff. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Jung. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing their own souls. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Humans are fascinated by violence, and you've got to ask yourself, why? Is it the rash guard? Yes.
And I talk so much shit that I'm like, man, if I lose, this is going to be rough.
Your learning is shut the fuck up. I got you, man. You were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola. I want more.
And then I smacked him, and he didn't want to fight anymore.
I'm not impressed by you.
If George St. Pierre and Khabib Nurmagomedov face each other in their prime, who wins? I'm here with 3 individuals, each of whom are considered by many to be the greatest of all time in each of their respective disciplines. The greatest MMA fighter of all time, George St. Pierre. The greatest martial arts coach of all time, John Danaher. And the greatest submission grappler of all time, Gordon Ryan. So let me ask the first question. You guys didn't see the question, no preparation here. What is the key to your success, each of you? One thing or multiple things that come to mind. John, go first. Is it the rash guard? Yes.
I like that you choose John right off the bat.
You seem the most nervous.
Please inspire us to get the right answer.
For me, it's about finding a way to work in a world where most of the answers are already known. Okay, in any developed sport, by the time you enter that sport, most of the basic precepts, the major techniques, the major mechanical understandings of the sport are long since worked out. And so, in a highly developed world, the key to success is to be able to identify some area of the industry that you're in, which is currently undervalued, to do what the other people are not doing. Deeper than that, everyone has a view of, okay, these are the main skills of the industry I work in. At any given time, some set of skills, attributes, will always be somewhat undervalued. They're underappreciated by the people in the game. You see that in any given industry, there are always trends which change the nature of the industry over time. So fashion trends in the clothing industry, you'll see at any given time there's a general wave of fashion which pushes most of the people in the industry in a given direction at a given time. What makes people stand out is the ability to look at the various possibilities out there and say, here is something which is genuinely useful, but which is currently being underused, underutilized. And I want to bring that back in and develop it. And because it's an inherently useful product, it will be very, very successful in its initial applications against people who aren't currently using it. If you can do this in whatever industry you're in, I believe you'll be highly successful.
So this applies both for actual specific like techniques and
Also tactics as well, in case of jiu-jitsu. So, for example, in my sport, leg locks have always been around. Okay, there's no shortage of people who can look back in history who are applying leg locks. Nonetheless, as in across the industry, leg locks were undervalued and underappreciated. There was a general sense in which most of the leading figures of the sport, for most of the history of the sport of jiu-jitsu, tended to de-emphasize leg locks. And when I looked at them, I said there was immense potential, but it wasn't being realized and needed to be changed. Since then, that has more or less occurred. Now, most people coming into the sport understand that leg locks are an important aspect, and they're no longer undervalued. If anything, it's gone too far the other way, and now perhaps they're a little overvalued. And this kind of fashion trend exists in every industry. And the job of anyone who wants to excel in a given industry is to be able to identify, okay, what are the things that are currently out of fashion and undervalued? And then look at what is their actual objective value, and then work to bring them back to the forefront.
So John brought up fashion. George is wearing a really sexy shirt. So assuming that's not the reason, is there Is there something that comes to mind as the key to the success of your play?
Well, of course, everybody knows the famous and sort of every athlete are saying, oh, it could be genetic and I was maybe gifted, had certain predisposition, I worked really hard. But I think something that people don't talk enough is when everybody sometimes go right, I was never afraid to try to go left. And I felt many times trying to do things that were not uh, known to be things that would bring me success, but I tried it. I was very often I was the first of trying new things, and I felt many times, but certain times it gives me a certain advantage. And for example, I was sometimes fighting guys that had much better wrestling background than me on paper, and nobody before that fought those guys. Nobody had dared to try to take them down because their wrestling pedigree was so good. And I didn't have on paper the wrestling pedigree to take these guys down in a fight. But when everybody tried to go right, I was going left. I fought them in a different way, and that was the blueprint to beat some of these guys. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, so we'll actually talk about a few fights when you did just that. It's fascinating. But let's stay at the higher level. So Gordon, again, sticking on fashion. May I compliment your incredible badass hat?
trying to fit in here.
You should say we're in Texas now, so he's become a Texan overnight. So, what is there something you can speak to that you would attribute to as the key to your success?
Yeah, so first of all, there has to be a rule where you don't ask us all the same questions because how am I supposed to compete with the answer John just gave? That was like, there's nothing I can do that's going to help that.
Yeah.
But I think it's there's many things, but I think the number one thing is John. When I came in, I was a blue belt and I was beating brown and black belts in competition already. But he really changed my way of thinking about the sport. I would just come in and if something wasn't working, I would just do it harder and faster and more aggressively, and that just degenerated into me spastically knee sliding into cross Ashigarami against Eddie Cummings for 6 months, and then just getting heel hooked repeatedly. And I'm like, this is not working. And Eddie, like when I met him, was like a chubby librarian-looking guy, and I'm like 6'2", like jacked, like 170. And I'm like, there's no way I'm losing to a guy who looks like this. But he just kept heel hooking me, so I would just go harder and harder, and it wouldn't work. And then John's like, well, if you learned leg locks, you might have some more success. And then I was like, yeah, that probably makes sense. And from then on, I kind of just changed the way I thought about the sport. Instead of doing things harder, I'd actually try to get better at jiu-jitsu.
Do you remember like a turning point where you became, as opposed to being mediocre, not just in technique but in approach to great?
I think it was somewhere around brown belt level when I was training consistently. Started training full time with John when I was purple belt, mid-level purple belt. And towards the end of my brown belt days, I was beating up like legitimate like ADCC champions in the gym. So I think like brown to black belt was a big thing for me. And then when I won my first EBI, and I submitted Yuri, who won ADCC, and I beat Rustam. So I think that was like my turning point as a competitor. But I think I started to reach world level a little bit before that. I think somewhere around brown belt, mid-level to late level brown belt.
So is some of that mental? Like, was there a moment when you, like after a training session, you realized I could actually do this? I could be at the top of the world, world class.
The critical moment for me was when I think it was right when I got my black belt, maybe a few months before I got my black belt. We had a former ADCC champion come into the gym. And we did a hard round together, and I think I submitted him like 4 or 5 times. And no one knew who I was. I never won anything up to that point. And I was like, okay, like if this is like one of the best guys in the world, and I could submit him multiple times around, I think that this is like something that I actually could do professionally and make a career out of this.
Okay, so the actual performance was you don't need to believe before you can perform. Like a lot of Olympic gold medalists, they have to believe before they can perform because like they're getting their ass kicked for a long time.
Yeah, I think the best way for me to believe in something is to have repeated success doing it against high-level guys. Like, I'm not going to just believe I can do a double leg if I can't hit a double leg on anybody. So for me, the belief came from the repeated success in the gym.
Yeah, but to get to the point where you're submitting somebody like Yuri Samoa is like one of the greatest grapplers ever, it's like a long journey.
Yeah, but I had the confidence, I had the belief in myself because of the success that I had in the gym prior to that.
Got it.
To that event.
And it's one step at a time. First it's the brown belts, then it's the black belts, then it's world class. Okay. George, was there a turning point for you when you thought, like, I can actually do this?
Yes, I always dreamed to become champion, but I think the turning point that there was two turning points, and they were my two losses. First, my losses to Matt Hughes. I went into that fight just to not lose. I was not fighting to win. And it's after the fight when I watched the replay of the fight, I realized I was doing pretty well. But during the fight, in my own mind, I was not seeing it that way. I thought I was getting dominated by Hughes like 100%. When I watched the replay, I was like, man, I can beat this guy. I was beating him until I made that stupid mistake. So I was very frustrating, but that's what gave me mentally the championship level mentality. And then I became a little bit overconfident because I started beating everybody after that. And I start to believe the hype of people when they look at me. They were like, "Oh, he's the new up-and-coming superstar, and he's gonna be unstoppable." And then when I became champion, I lost to Matt Serra. So before I believe my first failure was because I had a lack of confidence, and my second failure was because I was overconfident. So I think there's a perfect center of confidence. I mean, it's good to be confident because, like John taught me, like confidence, it's like money in your bank account. If you can have all the skills in the world, right? And then if you don't have the confidence, it's like you can be a millionaire, but you don't have access to your bank account. So that's a little bit the analogy that John told me. So that's how I feel confidence plays for an athlete. But to be overconfident, I think it's always good to be aware, to be afraid of what can happen. And so to have a perfect balance of confidence and fear, to me, that's what mentally gave me the edge to become, I believe, successful in my sport.
Playing off that, John gave me a speech one time, and he was like, you have to be able to like flip a switch and turn it off, where like a guy like Mayweather or someone who goes out who's super confident and he plays the character of someone who's like, no one can beat me, I'm the best that there ever was, and that's it. But if you look at me actually training very hard, you can't play the persona of no one can beat me and then have it translate into your life and you think that you're so good that you don't have to do anything and no one can ever beat you. You have to be able to play that public persona of no one can beat me, but then you have to actually do the training to make that happen. You can't believe your own hype and say I can just do whatever I want, no one's ever going to beat me. You have to be able to switch between the persona and the actual athlete, and that made a big difference for me.
It's tough because like you dominate such a large fraction of the world in grappling, and the George too, just the perfect dominance after this too. It's hard for the confidence not to just like, how do you avoid the confidence not becoming a thing that weighs you down, where you completely delude your mind?
For me, it's just number one, the guys in the gym are so tough. So the guys in the gym that I train with are always like nipping at my butt and always giving me new problems to solve. And for me, it's really just about trying to learn new stuff over time. So that keeps it interesting for me. And it's not really about, no one can beat me. I don't have to train. I don't have to do whatever. I can do whatever I want. It's more what keeps me in the gym is more about the fact that I'm learning new stuff all the time. I'm working on something new and progressing to new levels at all times. I don't just come in and do the same thing over and over again, and that gets boring. You just come in and you don't learn anything new, and you just do the same stuff for years at a time, and like, okay, this is boring. But when you have new stuff to work on and new goals, short-term and long-term goals reached, then it makes it interesting.
it's for me, it's a little bit like Gordon says, is the fear. Because sometimes in the gym, even before when I was competing, I was getting my butt kicked. But I don't care what happened in the gym. I mean, it hit my ego, of course, because I'm a proud person, I'm a competitor, even in the gym. But it's not a malicious competition. The competition between each other. When you fight, you have to be malicious. You go there to hurt the guy. But it hit me in terms of my pride when I get beat in the gym, of course. But that fear that I don't want it to happen in public, especially not during a fight. That what help me keeps the balance between confidence and fear. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. It's a mixture of both that I believe to me help me succeed, to have the right mindset to fight.
And I talk so much shit that I'm like, man, if I lose, this is going to be rough. So
Yeah, you put a lot of. I mean, that's a hard thing to do when you talk shit. When you play the heel, it's so much. The pressure is. I mean, you have to be good under pressure. It's the Conor McGregor thing.
You know, the reason I actually started talking shit was actually indirectly because of George. because I
would become the opposite of George.
I won my first EBI, and I didn't talk shit, and everyone was like being like, oh, you know, you only beat Yuri because he was tired, or you know, this or that, and if they had a rematch under any of the rules that he would have lost. And I'm like trying to figure out what I'm going to do. So I'm scrolling through George's feed one day, and he posted a clip of him beating someone. And I look at the comments, and I'm with this in mind. I'm like, George is the nicest person of all time. And if you look at the comments, it's like 10,000 comments, and like 9,900 are just people calling him like, all you do is lay and pray, you pussy, you suck, you can't finish anybody. And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, people are going to say what they're going to say regardless. They're going to talk shit regardless. So you may as well just say whatever you want and then just be yourself.
Is there some aspect of mentioning Conor McGregor? He crossed the line with Khabib, at least in the eyes of Khabib. Is there something you ever regret about crossing the line, or do you ever feel like there's a line, or do you just keep pushing the line?
I basically play it per person. I basically fire back with like one step above what they do.
It's always plus one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I usually go hard, like they fire a bullet and then I drop a duke, and then after that initial shot, then we go back and forth, and I'll just keep one upping them.
So you know, there's a lot of people that love you, but there's also a lot of people that love to hate you.
Yeah.
So, like, what do those people like energize you, or do you just, or is it funny to you? Like, what, as an athlete, as a performer, you should not think about them. It's like a fun thing outside.
It's just like a fun thing that keeps me occupied. Like, because most of them that like talk shit, they like just say stuff that's factually incorrect. So then I just argue with like actual statistics.
Yeah.
It's just like, you suck, or you're not going to beat this person. Like, I've already submitted that guy. So it riles them up, and it's just a fun thing for me to do in my downtime.
Yeah, your responses are usually very factual, very scientific. I appreciate it. Like you actually start by talking trash, but then you respond with science.
Yeah,
it's great. Okay,
that's a good mix.
That's a good mix. I mean, on topic of haters, or more specifically, sort of doubts within yourself or doubts around you as you're coming up. Maybe George, you can comment. We'll just ignore John completely in this conversation. I was going to ask you another question, but let me just ask you on this topic. Are there times in your life you were surrounded by people that doubted you
All the time?
And so is there something you could say as by way of advice how you overcome the doubt, either yourself or others around you?
All the time. The first time I manifest my desire to become a professional mixed martial art athlete, everybody doubted me. I'm not talking about UFC, just become a professional fighter, everybody doubted me. And I became a professional fighter. I had a few amateur fights, I won them all. And I fought my first fight in Montreal, I won, and I became a professional. Then I told people that I wanted to fight in UFC, everybody doubted me again. So it's a normal thing. So I worked my way up.
beat a few guys. Then at the time, Pete Spratt was just knocked out Robbie Lawler with leg kick, and the person who was my agent at the time did a great move for me. So he brought Pete Spratt in Montreal to fight me. Pete Spratt came to Montreal, and I believe he didn't know who I was, so he thought that he was coming to collect an easy paycheck, and I ended up beating him. So that gave me the opportunity to fight in UFC. Then after I was in UFC, I wanted to become champion of the world, but Matt Hughes was there, and he seems invincible at the time, so everybody doubted me again. And I became world champion. And after, when I was world champion, I was competing against other world champion of other weight class for the title, for the legacy and everything. So I was no longer competing as my opponent. I was, as a competitor, you never want to be satisfied, because when satisfaction is the death, when you're satisfied, you better retire because it's over. So always have to find motivation. What you can have more. I want more. Don't be satisfied in life. So I wanted to be like the best, as I was competing, like to become the best, and of course people doubt you all the time. Every time you say something that it's outside of the norm, of the normality. And when I say there's nothing normal, but I'm talking about when you manifest your desire to do something that takes special attribute to succeed, or that is something that is hard to do. It's for sure you're gonna always have people that doubt you.
It's so strange that people don't lean into supporting, like people that love you too.
Yeah, even people that love me used to doubt me, and I believe you need to use that as a positive thing, as a motivation to prove them wrong.
Yeah.
So for me, that was a thing. When someone doubted me, nothing gave me more energy, because I want to prove him wrong. I want to look at him in the face and say, "Hey, you see, I got you, man. I did it."
So, John, do you ever use this in one way or the other by saying, "I don't think you can do this," to motivate them to prove you wrong, or more general question of, the mental toughness required to achieve, or confidence required to achieve greatness? Like, what's your role as a coach when you have these two athletes? With regards to your first question, would I ever say to someone, "You can't do this," as a kind of reverse psychology? No. My job is to prepare people first and foremost with their skills. And as Gordon pointed out earlier, if you're in any way a rational human being and you're noticing that you're getting tremendous success with a given move in the gym against high-level opponents who give a good read on what your actual opponent in a competition is like, you would have to be a moron to not recognize that kind of success and say, this is something I should be building into my game, and you will carry the confidence that you earned in the gym into the arena. So I never try to use reverse psychology. I build up everything I do in terms of confidence is to give people physical skills. I know people say, oh, there's physicality on the one hand, there's mentality on the other, and confidence is squarely in the mental aspect of the game. But all the underpinnings and beginnings of confidence are physical. Okay, a rational human being will see where they're having success and where they're having failure, and confidence will surround those areas where they're having success and will degenerate in cases where they're having failure. So my job as a coach is to set them up for success in the gym with a given set of skills, and I don't have to do anything psychologically after that. If I can set you up to be highly successful with a given move or a set of tactics 10 times in a row against quality opposition in the gym, I don't have to do a damn thing when it comes to instilling confidence. I will tell people, hey, you're doing a really good job with that move, it's working well for you. But when they nod an agreement, I'm not trying to force anything on them. They already recognize that long before the words came out of my mouth. But on the other hand, intelligent, rational people will recognize when they're failing with given moves, and no amount of talk on my part can ever change that. if I teach Gordon a given arm lock, and 15 times in a row he tries it over a month, and all 15 are failures, there's nothing I can say verbally to kind of go and say, hey, you're really good at that move. He's going to ultimately say, bullshit, I'm terrible at it. And that will create a crisis of confidence where Gordon no longer believes the words coming out of my mouth. So I will never compromise that.
But isn't there a line, you just said 15, you have to believe that doing this unlock 15 times over a period of a month is worth it, because eventually you might get it. Like,
yeah, that's a separate issue. That's a separate issue. There are times where I've more or less pushed athletes to go in a certain direction. For example, when I first met Gary Tonin, he never had a guillotine strangle. And I was thinking, Gary, you're a scrambler. Like, one of the greatest weapons of scrambler can ever develop is a guillotine. Like, it should be in your arsenal. And he was like, no, just go for the back. And I said, well, there's going to be a day you can't take someone's back. And it's always good to be able to strangle from front and back. Okay, of course, we all prefer to strangle from the back. That makes sense. But there's going to come a day where it's going to be useful for you. And so that was one of the few times where I put my foot down and said, you're learning this, shut the fuck up. And
he literally wouldn't teach him anything else until he got a guillotine. Gary would ask him a question. He's like, "Let's say your guillotine."
And for the first 3 months, as gifted as Gary Tonin is at learning most moves Gary gets it like in minutes. There was something going on where Gary just couldn't get a guillotine on people. And finally, after around 3 months, he started having some success until ultimately it became one of his best weapons. We had to go through like 15 different variations of guillotine until he found one which actually worked reliably for him. And that was one of the few times where I put my foot down and said, no, you have to learn this.
So the long search had to do more with the physical characteristics. Like, you couldn't figure out the right
like it made
kind
sense. It made sense in the case of Gary Tonin because there were more opportunities per minute of his grappling for guillotines, that the investment in time was worth it. For another athlete, I might have said, well, he hardly ever gets in the situation to front headlocks or guillotines, so it's not even worth investing the training time.
Let me ask you a question on the competition side. You mentioned haters, and do you think about this aspect of the competition with athletes?
This is a great question, and the answer is no. You can see that you couldn't find two more polar opposites psychologically than Joe St. Pierre and this monstrosity on my left. And I've never said to my athletes, hey, I think this is the sort of demeanor you should carry yourself with. I'm myself a very flawed character, and I'm the last person on earth who should be delving out moral advice to other people. The only thing is that of course, I believe some things are off limits, but as long as it's done in the context of sport where no one's physically attacking people or doing anything crazy where it just goes completely over the top, then I give almost zero moral advice to my athletes. I'm a jiu-jitsu coach, not a preacher.
Alex, if I may, we are entertainers. We're athletes, we're professional athletes, but we make a living because of people want to see us perform. Same thing an actor, same thing a singer. And a lot of the time, especially in the fight game, an event is promoted. It needs to be with emotion. Love me, hate me, but do not ignore me. And when it's authentic and it's done well, I think my favorite fighters to watch are the ones that have some sort of a bad persona. I really enjoy watching those guys because they bring an emotion element into a fight, which is great. I feel, to me, it's more interesting to watch when there is an emotion involved. And I believe that's why some fighters make more money than others. You know what I mean? That's the reason why we can make a living out of it.
Yeah, they're better entertainers, but you're right, the authenticity seems to be really good.
There's actually something very interesting there. It's time to break out some secrets. Do you know who like you think of George St. Pierre, you think of like the highly technical, polished martial artist.
That's just really great.
Do you know who his favorite fighters to watch were? You'd probably be thinking, oh, probably someone who's really technically advanced. Actually, it was Mark Coleman, Kevin Randleman, and Phil Baroni. He used to love watching this. That was the Hammer House. That was his favorite. He would love those guys. And whenever their fights were on, George would be watching the Hammer House crew. And it's funny what you said about how those guys fought at an intensity to MMA that was off the charts. Have you ever met those guys in their prime? Let me tell you, it was something to behold. And they had this crazy, larger-than-life personality that most of the things they did made no sense whatsoever. But but that was their appeal.
Yeah.
And these guys, and George loved to watch them more than anyone else.
You never knew what could happen with these guys. I remember when Mark Coleman won the Pride Grand Prix. I was in my living room. I was jumping. I was so happy. I was like, yeah! He beat Igor Vorchevchin. I was like, but to me, it was amazing. You know what I mean? Because of the emotion that they brought to the fight.
George is actually very interested by something he said there. Normally, when I ask what is the appeal of a given fighter and what makes people watch a fight, you talked about the idea that fighters are entertainers, and that's absolutely correct. They are. It's this weird industry where you're both an athlete and an entertainer, and you need to be successful in both regards to become financially successful. Insofar as your favorite athletes to watch, at least, were people who are almost like the polar opposite of who you are. I've always said that most people, if you look at, say, 1 million people watch a pay-per-view event, what percentage of those 1 million people have a genuine technical understanding of what's happening as they watch a fight? It's tiny. It's absolutely tiny. The vast majority of people who watch a professional fight have almost no technical understanding of what's going on in front of them. So how do they relate to the fight? What's the only way they can? It's through emotion. And so when they get a sense that these two don't like each other, then they can relate to the fight. But only a tiny percentage of people watching a given professional fight can relate to it on a technical level. The overwhelming majority will always form an emotional attachment to the fight. That's why when you see shows like UFC Primetime, they never focus on tactics and the techniques of the fight. They focus on the emotional elements, the preparation, the view of their own family members as athletes get ready. It's always an emotional pull, because that's how 99% of the viewers relate to the fight. Think about chess, okay? If I have minimal knowledge of two world champions coming to fight each other or match up against each other in a game of chess, I know so little about chess tactics, and I can't really form any kind of technical appreciation of what's going on the board. But if you tell me that these two chess players hate each other's guts and they've got a rivalry which goes back 5 years and they've said this and that about each other in public, then suddenly my ears perk up and I'm like, oh, okay, this sounds interesting. Because I just don't have the knowledge to appreciate what's going on the board in a chess game, to be able to appreciate the technical nuances of what they're doing. So any interest that I have in the chess match is going to have to come from some kind of emotional level, because I'm just not qualified to make technical assessments. And that's exactly how it is in the case of both grappling and mixed martial arts. That's why the ones who evoke the most attention are always the ones who can form some kind of emotional appeal. Conor McGregor was the all-time master of this.
I believe also emotion can be used as a weapon. For example, I've learned this from my favorite boxer is Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard, I remember, I was very young, so I watched his fight later when I was older, but I know that Sugar Ray Leonard was the best boxer of his era, to me, personally. And I don't think nobody could beat him. I think he was skill-wise, it was the best. However, when he fought in Montreal, Roberto Duran, made it in a way that Leonard became very emotional. He wanted to stand in front of Zoran and fight a different fight that he normally does because he wanted to show that he's a man. And he lost that fight, which was a mistake. So then later on he beat Roberto Duran quite easy. You know, everybody remember the no mask thing. But my point is, emotion can be used in a way that it can derail your opponent out of his game plan. And I felt a lot of my opponent trying to do that with me. So that's why I never got involved. That was my way to defend myself against some kind of bullying, to put like a shield in front. Some other guy like Gordon, he expressed himself differently. Of course, there's a language barrier, but for him, he's better at giving back. He's a better counter attacker. You know, that's the way he responds to the aggression of an emotional attack. I think everybody is different in that regard.
Well, it's interesting that John said that he doesn't study the tactics of this game, or maybe you're not interested in the tactics of this game, because it seems like this is more than just being an entertainer. It seems like it could be an effective part of the match.
Yeah, I just feel like whatever investment you make in that it's going to get negligible rewards, because it's probably only going to pertain to one match in front of you rather than the totality of your career. And whatever gains you get out of psychological trickery and play typically don't last long. You raised an excellent example with Sugar Ray Leonard. He did fight outside of his usual manner in that regard. But rather than me try to tell someone, hey, behave like this before a fight, I would have been probably more forceful between rounds with an athlete and say, no, you're fighting this fight the wrong way. And that would have a much more beneficial impact on my athlete than psychological trickery before a fight.
I believe another example of emotion that leads to failure is Jose Aldo against Conor McGregor. I think it was on purpose that Conor McGregor did this, tried to bait Aldo to become over aggressive to open it himself, because he's an excellent counter puncher. That's what I believe. He made a mistake.
There's another great one. My match against Cyborg, 2018 WWE Worlds, where he didn't even try to win. He just wanted to smack me in the face the whole time because he was so angry. So I was talking shit to him before the match, and it was the finals of the Absolute. It was the biggest match of the weekend, and he just didn't even try to pass my guard or do anything. He just wanted to hit me in the face, and I was sick. I just won.
It was incredibly frustrating.
Yeah.
It's fascinating to watch. It's like a grown man sort of lose composure.
Gordon, one thing I've always been very impressed with you, and that's no matter how heated talk gets before a match with you, when you go out to grapple, you're absolutely cold. You've never gone into a match carrying anything other than just cold-blooded calculation, and you've always been able to separate very well the idea of words and deeds, and I think that's always been one of your strongest assets. The way I often measure this is when a match is over, I will ask the athlete questions about the match, and if they can't answer the question, what were you doing in the fourth minute? Okay, what was that setup you used in the third minute that got you into the Kimura lock? If they can't answer that, that tells me they were just fighting on instincts and emotion. But with Gordon, it's like a logbook. It's like, okay, in the seventh minute, you went for that Judy Gatami setup from on the left side. What were you thinking? You can always give an answer. He's absolutely stone cold.
Speaking of emotion, Gordon, you will potentially, if you're healthy, face Andre Galvao in the ADCC coming up super fight. Who is Andre Galvao for people who don't know? Can you tell the story of your beef with the emotional interaction with the man?
Yeah. So Andre is he's considered the greatest ADCC competitor of all time, multiple-time black belt world champion, winningest ADCC champion ever. He has six gold medals, and I've been trying to compete against him pretty much forever. Like since I got my black belt in 2016, I've been trying to get matches with him. He was in the first EBI that I did, and he ended up pulling out. And then I've been trying to get matches with him, and he would always say no and give one reason or another. And then after the last ADCC, I was like, hey, Andre said he was retiring after this competition. So if he wants to retire, he's the greatest ADCC competitor of all time, and I think it's great. But if he wants to get beat, then that's great. I was like super nice. And then he started like posting like passive aggressive Instagram captions, and then we started going back and forth on the internet. And there was like one point where I saw him in person when he acknowledged, he's like, I understand like what you're doing, like when you pumped this fight up, and he was like totally on board. But then there must have been something that happened where like he had changed from like him like going along with it to being like actually pissed. And then there was the one night at Flow where I went to go shake his hand, and he flipped me off, and then he followed me backstage and started to try to fight me. And then I smacked him, and then he didn't want to fight anymore. And then we've been going back. He's actually blocking me on Instagram now, so he just won't engage. No one from Athos will engage now, but it's going to be interesting how he shows up, if he can keep it under control or not.
How do you explain that level of emotion? Is this fear of losing your throne? Is it just a human being like with Cyborg just becoming emotionally unstable?
It might just be me. I just have a way to get under people's skin. It's just, I don't know. He was cool for a while, and then I don't know. Everyone gets like this. They're all so emotional by the time they actually step up to compete that it's pretty easy to read them. They're either so emotional that they want to actually come forward and beat me, like Tim Spriggs is a perfect example at ADCC. I posted on my story on Instagram 10 minutes before a match. I said what I'm going to do to Tim Spriggs is going to be criminal, and he's like a very solid guy, and he saw that, and then he came out and actually tried to fight me. Like he came and actually engaged my guard, and I ended up submitting him. So it either has that effect, or it has the effect where they know I've talked so much shit leading up to the match that they're so afraid to lose that they just get super stally and they move away. So it either has one effect where they come forward and they want to beat me, or they're so afraid of getting submitted that they know if they engage, they're super cagey and they just back away and don't really do anything.
Do you think this match happens?
There's a lot of variables. One, I have to see how my stomach is, and two, if I'm actually going to show up and compete and my stomach's healthy, I doubt that Andre will actually show up to compete. I've been trying to compete against him for 6 years, and he hasn't done it, so there's no reason to think he would now.
Is it possible for you to speak to where your estimates are about your stomach, or is it too unclear for now?
It's still too early to tell. I have this round of treatment that I'm doing until late February, and I'm pretty sure that I need to do the same test they did initially to retest all my levels and then go from there. So I've been feeling a little bit better. It's not nearly as bad as it used to be. I was explaining to someone the other day, the last 4 years I would be so nauseous that every time I would walk into a new room, I'd have to actively locate a garbage can in case I have to throw up. So I'm one step above that right now. I'm doing a little bit better than that. So it's definitely getting a little bit better, but it's not where it needs to be.
Can we talk about diet for just a second? Because both of you, George and Gordon, suffered from stomach issues of different kind, and have arrived for now at different places. So can you maybe, George, speak to the general question of what is the best diet for performance, for training? What have you learned through your career about this?
Well, I think everybody is different. To me, personally, I implement fasting, time-restricted eating, and prolonged fasting.
What's the longest you've done so far?
The longest I've done is 5 days. I do it quite often. I do 4 times a year. I do 3 to 5 days water fast. And I liked it. It helps me with inflammation. I think it boosts the immune system, and that's about I read papers about this, and it helps me also feel good. It's kind of very therapeutic.
Physical and mental, or just mental?
Yeah, mental and physical, because when I break my fast and I sit at the table with other people, it doesn't matter what I eat. If we all eat the same thing, I always tell them, I said, my food right now tastes better than all of yours, because I have this thing that I believe sometimes you need to put yourself into suffering to realize how pleasurable something is. And I tend personally, like diet-wise, I eat whatever I want, whenever I want. I no longer have any problem with this. But if I would have a competition coming up, like knowing that what I know now about my body, I would orient myself more towards an animal-based diet. That's because I tried different things, and that's the kind of diet that I believe helped me having less inflammation and feel better in terms of performance for doing something physical.
High protein, high fat, low carbs.
Well, this is different between animal-based diet and keto. I mean, there's carbs. There's a lot of fruit. I get a lot of the carbs from the fruit. A lot of organs. I know a little bit about paleontology and the past about prehistoric human, and I know that. And not only about that, I know because I've traveled some certain place in the world. I went to visit the Maasai in Africa, the hunter-gatherer tribe, and I know that when they kill an animal, they go for the organs first. And I know most predatory animals, they do the same thing. So organs, I believe, is something that normally in our culture and in the western part of the world, we don't really eat, but it's something that is very nutritious.
Have you been able to convince Gordon to try fasting?
We always talk about diets.
It's a different situation, I think, for Gordon because he's a heavyweight. He doesn't want to lose weight. When a heavyweight, the range of like my range was like I was a welterweight and middleweight, but heavyweight, it's like some of the guys that can compete against, they might be 300 pounds. So if you lose weight, it's a big problem. I mean, so. And there's things that will work for me that might not work for Gordon, So you have to make his own experience. And I told Gordon, sometimes when everybody goes left, try to go right. See how you feel with certain things. Experiment.
Not a topic that's part of your optimal performance formula.
Well, what I used to do before my stomach issues, and for those of you listening who don't know, I had recurring staph infections in 2018. And I took a bunch of oral antibiotics, and it just completely wiped out my stomach. So I just was diagnosed. It was misdiagnosed as gastroparesis. So for those of you messaging me on Instagram who are just watching Rogan, asking me about my gastroparesis, that's not what I have. They misdiagnosed it, and I did some other tests. And for 4 years, I didn't even know what it was. And then I got this. I went to this doctor in California who diagnosed me with H. pylori and then a fungal and a bacterial overgrowth in my small intestines. So the issues in the small intestines. So what I used to do like seasons where I'd have a very clean season where I was competing and I would have a lower body weight, and I would do like an off season, kind of like a bodybuilder, where I would eat a lot more food and a little bit dirtier food, and I would have cheeseburgers and pizza at nighttime to have the extra calories. But now I can't eat those foods because they upset my stomach. So now I pretty much just try to eat whatever I can to maintain the weight the best I can, based on how my stomach feels. So right now it's like rice, chicken, eggs, fish, vegetables, fruits, and pretty much nothing else. Like anything hard to digest, anything spicy, red meat, fast food, all that's hard for me.
Because it
All the best things. Yeah, barbecue.
And I mean, this diet is really important for you, John. I can tell. Like, is that something you think about for athletes at all? Again, this is part of the.
I've to be honest with you, I've never seen any measurable improvement in sports performance in jiu-jitsu by change of diet. I do believe that diet is important for longevity in human beings, and I do think it makes a difference, especially once you get past the age of 40. With regards to longevity, for older athletes, I do believe it makes some difference. But my observation is in athletes and in their youth and working up into their prime, I've seen athletes have the worst diets. God bless Travis Stevens, but that guy won an Olympic silver medal basically on McDonald's and candy.
Yeah.
George St. Pierre, for 80% of your career, you were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola.
Fettuccine Alfredo, that was my meal of choice before a championship fight.
Gordon, for him, his youth was just Five Guys hamburgers. Gary Tonin, same thing. I've worked with Japanese judo players who smoked a pack of cigarettes a day and won Olympic gold medals. I've worked with Russian wrestlers who just ate whatever was put in front of them, and their athletic performance was outstanding. I've worked with other guys who did have what would be considered a very clean diet, and their performance was no better than anyone else on the mat. So I've never seen someone say, okay, I changed my diet, and because of that, there was a measurable improvement in sports performance.
Another way to phrase it, though, is I have noticed in a lot of elite athletes, what they eat, they begin to believe that either is not a hindrance or it's actually good. And Travis Stevens is an example of somebody who eats shitty because he believes it's like a power, because whatever he's traveling across the world, he can't rely on healthy, good food to be there. So I'm going to eat shitty so that's my body knows how to perform under whatever Skittles or whatever.
Everywhere's got McDonald's.
Everywhere's got McDonald's. So that makes and they've convinced themselves. And you talk about Russian athletes, a lot of them have very strong beliefs about this a particular food being good for them.
But there's no agreement among them.
Exactly, there's no agreement.
Yeah.
So belief is more important than the actual diet.
Yeah.
If I can, after a night out, when you're hangover, I think the best thing, and I'm saying this in all sincerity, I think the best thing to eat to me was like a cheeseburgers with we call that a poutine back home, because it's very fat, it's greasy. So the next day when you wake up, I think you feel better because it absorbed the alcohol.
There you go, 100%.
You can train
My mom told me the same story once, and then I tried. It was like I was hungover for some party, and I woke up. I was like probably 19 or 20. I woke up, and my mom was like, "Yeah, just have a cheeseburger. Go eat something greasy." And I did, and I was like, "Oh, I feel kind of better now."
I do not know the exact science behind it, but I always notice, and I don't know if it's placebo, but I always notice that if I party hard and I've been drinking a lot, if I don't eat before I go into bed, if I don't eat shitty food, the next day I will wake up and feel worse than if I eat shitty food. I feel better. I know it sounds crazy. I don't know why, but it works for me.
Yeah, but it's also hard to do science on extreme performers. So the discussions we're having is amongst the very elite. This might not apply to a general recreational athlete, but for the elite, I've just seen champions in every kind of combat sport, and I've never seen a correlation between dietary habit and performance in people under the age of 30. I do believe that diet is important for longevity, however, and for that alone, it may well be worth investing time in it. But with regards to sports performance, at least in jiu-jitsu, I've never seen any significant difference.
Well, we had a little bit of a difference of opinion on this, I think. What about strength training and muscle building? Or at least we had a discussion about this too. So what do you believe is the value of training outside of the sport? So fitness, lifting heavy, lifting explosive, all kinds of lifting. Me, personally, for me, I believe, and I learned that from John. I used to train like a bodybuilder before, because I thought in my early days of competition that was the most efficient way to do things. Because it was like I was watching Jean-Claude Van Damme, Arnold Schwarzenegger. We thought back in the day that was the thing. That's how you should do it, to get ready for a fight. But I realized later on that it's all about efficiency. And some guys, they don't lift at all. They're doing pretty well. So I do cross training mostly for longevity. Well, it's mostly for therapy
like a therapy. It's more therapeutic than for performance. It's to keep my body healthy, to do certain movements that are different than what I do every day in the gym in combat sport. Keep me healthy and athletic.
So all the interesting movement stuff that you've done outside the sport, that was for
Therapeutic, mostly therapeutic. I think it could transcend to new performance, but it's mostly therapeutic. I do not believe that squatting 5 plates or bench pressing 3 plates will make me a better fighter. I do not. I believe actually it could hurt me more. It could damage me more than benefit. So
Gordon, as somebody who on Instagram posts a lot of pictures of you being shredded and huge. What's the value of strength?
So I do like a combination of John got us big into like gymnastics type movements, like toes to bar and muscle ups and things like that when we were young. Like toes to bar because that's like the exact motion you have to do when you're retaining guard beneath the chest. So I do a lot of that stuff in combination with I do a lot of opposite of George. I do a lot of bodybuilding workouts where I do like a basic split, like a chest and triceps, back and biceps day. And my idea is that weightlifting should always be a supplement to jiu-jitsu. So you shouldn't be missing a jiu-jitsu session to lift weights. So I do probably training jiu-jitsu every day, and I lift 3 to 4 times a week. I feel like lifting 7 days a week for me is too much. And the lifting takes a lot of energy. I feel like hard lifts like that. But my idea is if you want to get good at jiu-jitsu, do jiu-jitsu. And if you want to be bigger and stronger, lift weights and eat food. And I generally don't go super heavy when I lift. You start putting crazy weights, then start tearing muscles and stuff. So I usually do moderate weights with a very high rep range, like 4 sets of 20 with a drop set at the end to fatigue muscles, break the fibers, and grow.
Okay, so 4 sets of 20. That's interesting. So that's more for endurance than raw strength.
Yeah, and also I think close to the competition, I'll pick the intensity up. And while there's no real way to get significant gains in VO2 max, I think that lifting and just getting used to mentally redlining gets me kind of in competition shape. Because a lot of times in jiu-jitsu, the guys I'm training with, they're not on a technical level where they can physically exhaust me to the point where I feel like I'm going to die. But I get most of that like when I'm wrestling because I'm not as efficient in wrestling, so I get a lot more tired. And lifting, if you do like 4 sets of 20 leg press to squat and you go back and forth, like you're like about to die at the end. And I feel like it gets me in the mental habit of redlining before competition.
But does muscle help you? Does like the actual mass of muscle like this? So
I think being stronger will always help in the combat.
Will always help.
Yeah. To some degree, it's not going to be to a degree where it overrides efficiency, but I think that it can't help being or can't hurt being stronger.
There's a bunch of people who believe, depending on the sport, that strength can quickly become that have detrimental effects to efficiency.
Yeah,
so like
I agree with that.
Certain kind. I mean, if strength is like very purely applied to the exact movements of the sport. So in judo, the explosiveness you need is very difficult to replicate in any kind of way except by doing judo.
Yeah, I mean, for us, they always have to understand there's only so much technique that can overcome a certain amount of strength. Like if we all try to fight a silverback gorilla, it's gonna kill us. But that being said, I do think that, like for example, heavyweights are usually the least technical because they rely on their size and strength to beat smaller people. But I think that if you stay with the discipline of doing everything very precise, and I train with a lot smaller people most of the time, so I get out of the habit of using my strength. I think if you're very precise in the way that you train, I think the extra size and strength can help you.
Quick question: how would you fight a silverback gorilla? I mean, which animal do you think you can actually defeat that would be impressive? That most people would say you can't.
You know, I don't have an answer to this.
I thought you were going to say.
I want to say that me and John had like a 4-hour discussion on this one time. I'm like, what would win, bear or gorilla? And he went into like this whole dissertation about how like jaguars spin underneath and like berimbau silverbacks and kill them and like rip their artery and their legs out. It was amazing.
I guess, okay, so before we talk about strength, now let me ask you, what do you think people would be surprised by if two animals faced, one of them would win, and people wouldn't predict that? So they would be surprised by the effectiveness of certain animal at fighting in the, whether it's in the forest, in the jungle. So let's wait, slow down. Okay. So there's two animals of different species fighting, and most people would pick. So, for example, the lion gets a lot of credit for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why, the king of the jungle. Well, a lot of people told me that the lion, for example, the tiger can be a lion.
Yeah, this is one of those age-old debates.
In grappling, in fighting, it feels like some animals use teeth and some use other parts of their body also. Like a bear, actually, I don't even know how they.
I think they have extraordinarily powerful and long claws, and in addition, they're powerful biters as well.
So I wonder, and the same with the silverback. I don't know how much they're. I love that we're having this discussion.
We need Joe Rogan for this discussion.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Your question is going in about 5 different.
So we started with strength, and let's go back there, which is, do you think for an athlete you should just let's stick to grappling? Do you think strength is helpful or detrimental?
I've always believed that two things will create whatever effectiveness you have in grappling. Those are your skill set and your attributes. And the best athletes are those who excel in both. Don't kid yourself. If someone gets twice as strong by some kind of magic potion, they're going to be a more effective grappler. If someone gets twice the level of endurance they had previously, they will be a more effective grappler. These physical attributes have a very important outcome on a very important effect upon the outcome of matches. It's always a good thing to be stronger. It's always a good thing to have better endurance. It's always a good thing to have better balance and whatever other attribute you throw out there. Gordon's point was, okay, everyone agrees on that, but there's a problem. In order to build these things, you have to carve into other elements of your training regimen. And then it becomes, well, which becomes more important? Increases in strength or increases in skill? There comes a point where investing in strength training starts to get diminishing returns. I can't tell the difference between someone who bench presses 300 pounds on the mat versus someone who bench presses 400 pounds. But that's a big difference. That's a 100-pound difference. And for an athlete to go from bench pressing 300 pounds to 400 pounds, that would require a great deal of training effort and focus. But if I can't tell the difference when I grapple, then why bother? Okay, once you get to a certain strength level, it doesn't really help that much to go from a 400-pound bench press to a 450-pound bench press. But that's, let's say, you're really getting a diminishing returns on your training investment. Now, skills, on the other hand, have experienced far, far less in terms of diminishing returns. Every new skill you develop can translate very, very well into big increases in performance. Look at the example of Gary Toner that we talked about earlier. Investments in guillotine made a significant improvement in his effectiveness in matches and led directly to some of his most important victories. But if he had invested the same amount of training time in developing a bench press that was 25 pounds more than previously, that would have had no influence on those matches. So the question always becomes, everyone acknowledges that these physical attributes are important, and everyone understands that becoming stronger or fitter is a desirable thing, and every athlete should work on that. The interesting question becomes, okay, at what point do you start to say, I'm not going to be helped by further increases in strength training or endurance training? And my point with my athletes is, in the overwhelming majority of cases, if there's any kind of doubt, invest more heavily in skill training than attribute training, especially once you get to a certain level on the attributes.
So the interesting thing that I think you should account for with strength training is there's Instagram, there's the world. It seems to be more fun to build muscle mass. It's like an addiction that people have.
There's also economic elements too. Like most people, I hate to say this, but it's true. Most people are more concerned with image than function, and it's hard to sell a fighter or a jiu-jitsu athlete who doesn't look like one.
It's like Fedor.
Yeah, it's a tough sell. Now, you can do it in fighting and jiu-jitsu because ultimately it's about whose hand is raised at the end of the match. And you could even use it as a selling point. You could be a guy that doesn't look like he should be winning, but he is winning. That is a selling point. But if you give most people a choice between looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger and winning matches versus looking like Fedor and winning matches, most people will select, I wish I'd rather look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And so most athletes feel almost like an economic compulsion to be in good shape and in order to advance their marketability.
Yeah, Nike's not going to sponsor Fedor or Tank Abbott.
Yeah, Tank Abbott, no. Fedor maybe.
But yeah, we at the very top. There's something about aesthetic, like image of strength.
So it's also a personal thing. If you look at yourself in the mirror, do you like what you see? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You find yourself attractive. You know what can you do to make you look better? And I think to me it was something. One of the reasons I work out was for that.
Well, I'm sure if Fedor looks in the mirror, he says, I look damn good today.
Yeah, it could be too. It's also a genetic factor. Some people, you know, it's harder for them. I mean,
All right, so the question on training. You guys, John and Gordon, train often 3 times a day, every day. Georgia had a different approach to training. So, like, what is no, I don't mean that in the kind of the opposite or something. It's just not every single day. So, and obviously, you are legitimately at the very top in terms of performance and accomplishment in the field. So, what have you learned about what it takes to train to become not just elite but the best?
well, a lot of people when say train, they see training hard. I believe you need to be very constant and very disciplined. You need to train, but you don't need to train hard every day. That's what John taught me. For me, the nervous system, sometimes I feel if I load it up too much, it comes to a point that it's too much. There is no more information that I can absorb. So, and I do believe that it's something that you can train to your capacity of being able to learn, of absorbing certain things. And I did a lot of volume training, but when I was getting ready for a fight, especially during sparring day, I like to do it quick because when I fight, it's 5 rounds of 5 minutes. I don't like to spend an hour or 2 hours in a gym because I need to know how hard I can be going for 25 minutes. You know, not for 2 hours, but 25 minutes. And my last fight, John and I, we were thinking of how could we make me more of a better finisher, more opportunist. And John, I remember when we were training with Gordon, Jake Shield came, Gary Tonin, my round of grappling were different than if I would be training for Abu Dhabi, you know, for ABI or like in grappling, the round are longer. But in a mixed martial arts fight, it's very rare that you're going to spend more than 4 minutes or 4 minutes and a half on the ground. It's very unlikely. I mean, it can happen, but so do you remember we did the round 3 minutes? We did all the round I was doing were 3 minute round. So it gives a different rhythm to the training. It forced me to be more opportunist, to be more of a finisher because I had only 3 minutes to do what I needed to do. So if I see something, I need to go for the kill right away. I cannot be too over patient. You know what I mean? It served me well in my last fight, and I think that's a good blueprint to follow when you're a mixed martial art fighter. If I would, the result was great, and I think maybe I should have done that before. It was a great idea that we had.
Not to do, be very careful on doing too much volume.
Yes.
Just try to get out and then try to focus on finishing and getting out as
I mean,
quickly as possible.
to build up your foundation, I believe you need a lot of volume. But when you get ready for competition, it needs to be something that replicate what you're gonna be facing.
What are we talking about? What do you think? Like, is there rest days, 5 days a week, twice a day, once a day? Is there any one formula like that or not?
I do not believe in overtraining. I believe in under rest. I believe you can be under rest. And people always link that immediately to the volume of how much volume they train, which it could be something else. How are you feeling emotionally? Are you having problems, personal problems? You have a hard time sleeping because you have that someone died, or I don't know, like you hold money, you're broke, or what? Like, you know what I mean? It could be anything. There's something that can affect you psychologically or emotionally that made it in a way that you cannot sleep well because you're stressed, your cortisol level is high, you know what I mean? All these factors need to be taken in consideration. It's not only about the volume of training. People always think the volume of the training is the only thing that can affect recuperation, which is not. You know?
Yeah, you have to minimize the amount of stress from all kinds of factors.
It's a very stressful job to be a professional combat athlete, whether you're a grappler, a boxer, a kickboxer, a fighter, and you need to be taken into account.
Is it more or less stressful than marriage? Just kidding. Next question. So I don't know how to ask this question, given what George just said, but training 3 times a day and finishing, and what have you learned about what brings out the best in you as the elite level grappler?
So over the recent years, I've actually changed it up a little bit. When I was coming up through from white to black belt, I felt that the volume was the most important. So it would be anywhere from like 3 to 7 sessions a day, going from school to school, from New York to New Jersey. And I think the volume was very important to build the skills, where I just didn't know how to move my body at purple belt the way that I should. So I think that building the skills is super important. I think that early on, volume is very important. Now that I already have the skills built, I think that acquiring more knowledge is the most important. So I find that if I do so many sessions a day, if I do 3 sessions a day, I feel sometimes by the 3rd session, I'm just like so mentally, like there's so much information that's left in my head the first 2 sessions that I feel like I'm not even there mentally on the 3rd session. So I feel like doing less volume now, but having more mental clarity per session is more important because I already have the foundational skills acquired.
So a lot of your training is almost like just thinking, like learning.
A lot of it, yeah. So I'll do our schedule's been messed up since the pandemic because Enzo's got shut down and they were using a French gym in Puerto Rico, and now we're using a French gym in Austin. But once we have our own school, we'll have a set up schedule where I can pretty much just be there all day long. But right now I do like a lifting session in the morning, and then I'll come in and help teach at Enzo's. So I'm there mentally, I'm seeing what's going on, and I'm playing around with ideas in my head. And then I'm there physically and very sharp mentally for the competition class during the 1 p.m. session. And then after that, I'll go home, I'll rest, and get ready for the next day.
What have you learned, John, seeing all these different athletes? Is there a universal rule that applies, or is it athlete specific?
First, one thing that needs to be addressed is that George and Gordon play very different sports with very different athletic demands. Gordon can be in matches that range from anywhere from 6 minutes to literally hours long. As a result, the overall pacing and intensity of matches is massively different. Most obviously, there is no striking in Gordon's sport. Striking by its very nature is a much more explosive physical action than grappling is. Grappling is primarily an isometric kind of sport based around isometric tension and endurance. George's sport it does feature a significant amount of isometric tension, but the majority of it is based around explosion. So the physical demands of the two sports are radically different. In addition, the time of application is radically different. George raised a very interesting point. His matches seem long, 25 minutes for a championship match. But always understand that a mixed martial arts fight at championship level, if it goes the distance, is really 5-minute matches. Each round is a match in itself, and that's exactly how you're scored. You're scored by who wins the most matches over 5 matches. As a result, the application of the techniques, especially the grappling techniques, has to be done at a certain pace. As George pointed out, realistically, the maximum application time you're going to get in most situations is somewhere between 15 seconds and 3 minutes. Even for a specialized grappler like Damian Maia, there's still a significant part of each round which is spent in setup time to actually get the match to the ground. It's very likely that at some point your opponent will stand up out of grappling and you'll have to reinitiate the entire process again. So that even for specialized grapplers, you might be spending only 3 minutes out of a 5-minute round on the ground. And as a result, you've got to get your work done in a very short time frame. Gordon Ryan, once it goes to the ground, and it can go to the ground because he chooses to sit to the ground, may spend the entire match in ground positions. As a result, the matches have completely different pacing and completely different physical demands, and the preparation that the two athletes go through will reflect that. If George St. Pierre, in training for mixed martial arts, becomes fatigued to a point where he's no longer physically effective and able to defend himself, the consequences for that in MMA training can be very deep indeed. Okay, if you make a mistake in mixed martial arts because you're fatigued and tired, and you take a full power roundhouse kick to the head, that's some deep consequences. The grappler doesn't have to face that. You can be completely exhausted in grappling and just sit in the bottom of the mountain, just practice just survival skills. You just don't get submitted from bottom out. And that can still be an effective training session. Complete and utter physical breakdown of fatigue can end an athlete's career in mixed martial arts. The consequences of training through fatigue in MMA are potentially very deep and very disturbing. The consequences of training through complete physical exhaustion and grappling aren't really that severe. Okay, you just tap. Whenever there's a problem, just tap. And so they're very, very different sports in the way you prepare for them. And a grappling athlete like Gordon Ryan, we can take many more liberties with physical exhaustion and the amount of hours a day you spend in training than you could with a mixed martial arts athlete.
That would actually be a benefit, exhaustion as a framework of learning. So, like, from a place of exhaustion, is there any benefit that you said being at the bottom of the mountain, sort of understanding jiu-jitsu, grappling somehow deeper because you're physically exhausted?
Absolutely. Because then the only thing you have left in your favor is your technique, and then you'll see how technical you are. In addition, you'll get to explore realms inside your mind that we don't spend a lot of time in, and you'll learn a lot about yourself and your ability to endure, which will have potentially great benefits in similar situations and matches.
Yeah, there's for me, for a recreational person, getting exhaustion allows you the great benefit to experience what it feels like to really get dominated at an even greater frequency than you otherwise would. And there's something there. There's some animalistic thing that's very unpleasant. And then afterwards, it takes you to a place of like humility, and it forces you to rethink life in positive ways. There's something about dominance. I mean, if you get dominated a few times, you can rationalize it somehow. You say, okay, well, I've screwed this up. But when you're exhausted and you have to do like 30 minutes or 40 minutes or an hour of just being down it over and over and over being submitted, I don't know. It's a very good process for other avenues of life. I find I can't explain why, because I'm driving home, crying afterwards, listening to Bruce Springsteen. But afterwards, yeah, afterwards somehow you can think clearer. You can see clear about what is the right path through life in all walks of life, like relationships, work, but also the grappling. Actually, the grappling is the hardest one to see what you have to do. It clarifies other avenues, the humility. It removes the bullshit. It's like we see the world through some kind of fog, and it just removes it, and now you can see things clearly. I don't know what that is.
I think it's important, like you mentioned, to push yourself. Like sometimes to see how far you can go, because sometimes you can go further than what you think, and it can boost your confidence. You know, you can push yourself through a certain limit, and maybe you thought your limit was before that point, and you pushed through it. But like John just mentioned, it's a risky thing to do in striking, because if you're exhausted, you're gonna get brain damage. Grappling, you tap it, something, but you can do it also in strength conditioning. I like to run track. I do it all the time, track and field. It helps me to know myself better. I think it's important. It's a good point.
It's like the scrimmage wrestling rounds we do. It's like, if you stop moving, that you're gonna get scored on, and in your mind, like, there's no mechanical reason why I should give up a score here. But you're so exhausted that you're like, oh man, this is terrible. So if I stop moving, I'm a pussy. And if I don't stop moving, I'm gonna be twice as exhausted when we actually do stand up. So it's an interesting game you have to play inside your mind.
It's your pride very often that keep you sharp. You know what I mean? Because you just want to lay down and beat it because you're completely exhausted.
What do you think is the connection, John, between this ego pride thing, martial arts, and actual violence with our ancestors? Do you think you ever plug into that? Do you think there's echoes of something going on there, or like you mentioned, you have flaws and demons? Is it deep in there somewhere? Do you think we're struggling with those demons?
Yeah, you'll need to patch up the question a little bit, though. It's going to say what information.
Wow, that was not only am I being dominated in jiu-jitsu, I'm being dominated in interview.
No, I'm not going to stop that question.
It's so brother scene where they're like, okay, now we interview you.
But you went down the evolution.
What do you think? Do you I don't mean just the line between what is martial arts and what is violence. I mean, there seems to be a gray area, and that connects us to the evolutionary ancestors.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think there's a deep recognition in all of us that, and this is the evidence for this is so easy to see in daily life. If you're walking down the street and suddenly hear a commotion and two people are fighting, you will see literally everyone on that street stop whatever they're doing and watch the fight. Humans are fascinated by violence, and you've got to ask yourself why. And of course, it's a recognition that for a significant part of our evolutionary history, violence was one of the most important elements in human existence. As much as we curse it, as much as we talk badly of it, the juxtaposition between humans' social nature and their need for each other to get along and to express love amongst the various members of a given community. There are disputes between humans that can't be resolved, and ultimately, throughout history, violence has been the number one method of conflict resolution, for better or for worse. And there's a recognition in all of us that this is where we come from. And there's a reason why combat sports have this thing where people will watch them and they might even be repulsed by them, but they find it difficult to take their eyes from it. And I do believe that most combat athletes carry that sense of their, even if it's on a subconscious level, this kind of belief that this is who we are. George, you used the word pride, and I believe that's a big part of it. I believe that most humans have this sense of self-worth and pride, which they're willing to fight for. And if it gets crossed by someone else, they're willing to stand. Some people will stand more early, and some people could be pushed further back. But everyone's got that line beyond which they won't be pushed. And there's some kind of deep recognition in all of us that we have that somewhere within us, no matter how hard we try to bury it or what have you. And that's why I believe there will always be this eternal interest in combat sports. Now, I don't believe that most people today have any kind of respect for unrestricted violence or non-consensual violence. I think most good people are repulsed by that. And I'm sure that as humanity improves out into the future, that will become more and more widespread. But that's not to say we can't exercise these old evolutionary demons inside of us. And sometimes there are just disputes between different people, different cultures, different nations, where ultimately it's going to come into a shoving match, and that will degenerate further into violence. There's always going to be a need for humans to be able to express themselves through violent methods and to use physical force to get to their goals and objectives. Our need as humans is always to find a balance between the two forces of conflict and cooperation. We need cooperation because humans isolated from each other are more or less helpless and useless. In order to advance, human communities need to build and grow. And so that sense of cooperation occurs in most of our daily lives. But there will also be irresolvable conflicts where physical force has to be used to form a resolution. And so most human beings find themselves swinging like a pendulum between conflict and cooperation. And that is something which really gives birth, I think, to combat sports. Because, sorry.
I really have to ask you about this then. There's a guy in Harvard named Richard Wrangham, and there's a lot of people that believe this. He wrote this book that basically there's a lot of people studying is what happened, how do we get from apes to humans, like what was the magic thing, right? A lot of people attribute it to fire and ability to cook meat. There's a lot of different theories. So he actually, his theory, how do I describe this, is basically that the beta males won. That the apes that were able to cooperate. So the way you develop cooperation is that there's a big bad leader, that the alpha male, that you can only knock off their throne if you cooperate. And so we built big tribes that just excelled at cooperation by practicing the overthrowing the leader. And anytime an alpha male would rise up, we would develop our skill further and further of cooperation. And so we're all just beta males, the descendants of beta males. That's his kind of theory that cooperation is fundamental and is so distinct to the rest of the neighboring animal kingdom. So I wonder what you think about this tension of violence and cooperation, and how important is this cooperation to the core?
Yeah. If you can look at it in a given training room, jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts is solo sports. A solo athlete steps into the cage or steps onto the mat, but all of your preparation is done in a cooperative training environment with many peers. And as much as it's an individual sport, all of your preparation is done as part of a group. There's a sense in which that's an interesting metaphor for humanity itself. Everything we do in life, we do alone, but we grow up in this given community and what have you. With regards to the whole alpha male, beta male thing, humans are, it's true, this fellow's correct. Most primates do have very strongly defined alpha males who rule the roost and determine the entire direction of the the community they build around themselves. Humans, on the other hand, don't have an alpha male in that strict biological sense of someone who's responsible for the next generation, dominates all the female population, etc.
Yeah, physically dominates.
But we do, on the other hand, have our own version of alpha males as far as we have political and sociological leaders who have a disproportionate impact on the direction of a community. So
was the cooperation allowed us to have a greater scale of hierarchy with the alpha male on top, or the alpha creature on top.
yeah. No, that's a fascinating theory.
In nature, we're very weak as a species, so we need to cooperate in order to evolve. That, I think, made us the top of the food chain.
If you look at humanity in nature, really the two things that seem to, more than anything else, determine whether or not a given human community will be successful in a predatory world are numbers and technology. Okay, the more your numbers increase and the higher the technology of the weapons and support systems you have around you, the more successful you'll be in a predatory world. So it's not clear that just killing off the idea of the alpha male was the single biggest thing. The rise of technology and the growth of community after the imposition of language, these are other things that would have been very, very important factors in humanity's rise. George, you made an interesting point. If you look at humans, just the raw material of humans, we're fucking pathetic. And a predatory animal kingdom, we're just the absolute bottom of the food chain. We don't have a single effective weapon other than better than average endurance. That's about it. But you put us in a community, you can talk to each other with language, give us the time to come up with technological advances such as metals, and suddenly a human will go from no combat effectiveness in the animal kingdom to a human armed with a simple metal-tipped spear can kill damn near any animal in the animal kingdom and working as a group.
I'll beat your silverback, I'll fight him in a deep water pool because he cannot swim. So I don't have to touch him. He'll drown.
How do you get him into the pool?
You know why? Because someone told me, because we live in a community, someone told me that information. So I know he passed it on to me.
He taught you. Well, you have to convince him to. You have to somehow convince him to join you in the pool, which is very difficult.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very very, very difficult. From a technical perspective, John, you've looked at mixed martial arts, fighting in general, and grappling. What's the difference between fighting and grappling? That's something I'd love to ask all of you. Maybe John, you can start.
When you talk about fighting, you mean unrestricted MMA type fighting?
Yeah, it's funny you said unrestricted MMA type fighting. So there's street fighting, there's MMA fighting, and then there's grappling. It's really the sport of grappling.
You're saying, okay, what's the difference between MMA and grappling?
Yes.
Okay.
See, that would have been a much better question. Yes.
The single, when you talk about grappling, you talk about jiu-jitsu rules.
Yeah, I mean, you could maybe also mention different rule sets that somehow fundamentally change the sport.
In the sport of mixed martial arts, you've got two ways to inflict damage on the human body. You've got kinetic energy, which is done through striking, kicking, knees, elbows, fists, and you've got isometric tension used along the lines of lever and fulcrum, which can be used for strangulation and joint breaking. In grappling, you lose one of those. You're no longer allowed to hurt your opponent with kinetic energy. You can do it accidentally through a throw, but you're not allowed to just knock something out with a throw in most grappling sports. It can happen, but it's relatively rare, and it's not encouraged by the rule set. So
That was with
yeah, right. Yeah, you got close. So there's a sense in which in mixed martial arts you got twice as many problems to deal with, and they occur in a much shorter time frame. The single biggest difference between grappling technique as a weapon in human combat versus striking technique is time. Grappling technique takes a huge amount of time to apply. Okay, the great advantage of grappling technique is certainty of outcome. Once you get there, it takes a huge amount of time to set up a takedown, physically take them down, work your way towards a dominant position, culminating in your opponent's back, and then apply a stranglehold. That's a long chain of events, as opposed to a strong punch or kick, which can take a quarter of a second in application from start to finish, and the match is over. And so there's a sense in which grappling is it's fighting for the patient and the calculating, whereas striking is much more for in this short time frame where everything gets done in the blink of an eye. There's a sense also in which grappling is a much more forgiving sport. You can make a terrible mistake, end up in a terrible position, and still fight your way out and win. In mixed martial arts, it's much, much less forgiving. If you get hit and stunned, your chances of recovery are minimal. You're going to get swarmed on, and unless it's right at the end of the round, it's very, very hard to recover from getting hit and swarmed on. So there's a sense in which the biggest difference between them is time for application of technique. In mixed martial arts, it's incredibly unforgiving in terms of time. Even the smallest error can have the deepest consequences. In grappling, you can make massive errors and still come back and win. Grappling will typically be won in a much higher percentage case by the more skilled and conditioned grappler, whereas there is much more of what they call a puncher's chance in mixed martial arts, where there's a much higher likelihood of a lesser athlete defeating a greater athlete in MMA than there is in grappling, simply because of time of application of the techniques. Even the smallest period of inattention in MMA, and the match is over. Gordon Ryan could fall asleep for 30 seconds, have his opponent mounted on, and wake up and finish him 5 minutes later. It's not going to happen in MMA.
Okay, so the stakes are much higher. You can do a lot of damage in a very small amount of time, and just the temporal dynamics of how things happen.
Everything you see will be a reflection of that. Then you go further into things like rule sets. In the sport of grappling, if Gordon Ryan comes out and sits down in the middle of the mat, his opponent must follow him to the ground and engage. In mixed martial arts, if you come to the center of the cage and sit down, the other guy can just walk away from you. They're completely oriented in different directions. Grappling is ground-centered. MMA is typically standing-centered. At the beginning of every round, you have to start standing again. If I disengage from a ground grappling situation, stand up and walk away from my opponent must follow me up to the feet. In grappling, it's the exact opposite. If I sit to the ground, my opponent must follow me to the ground. It's written into the rule set. And so one is inherently ground-oriented and one is inherently standing-oriented.
So it's more difficult to dictate where the fight happens in the martial arts.
You have to go to a pose where the fight is, whereas in grappling, you just choose it.
So, George, what is your sense of the difference in terms of how you approached it between the two sports? So you also are a student of wrestling and grappling. So in preparing for fights, what parts of grappling, purely the sport, did you have to leave behind?
I'm very lucky. I had the opportunity. I train with, I consider the best mentor trainer I ever had, and have some of the best grapplers that I can train with. They were there to help me in my career. So for my training is, of course, because I do not dedicate as much time in one specific area. It's hard to be, a world class athlete in that in only one particular area. I always, for me, like the idea to be more well rounded, to be very competent in every of those areas, striking, grappling, takedowns, and all those areas, that being just very good at one and not as good at as others. Because I like the idea that it gives me more option. When I fight someone, I can mold myself to become the perfect nemesis to that person better if I'm more well-rounded. If I do not have those well-rounded skills, I don't have that option.
You have less tools to work with, less technology. What about you, Gordon? What do you think is very distinct about grappling in the way you approach it versus fighting?
I think most of it was covered, but I think that the one of the big things is the fact that when you're looking at MMA, you have a pretty general, agreed upon, and unified rule set. Where if you look at UFC versus Bellator, they have slight differences in the rules, maybe, but it's pretty much the same thing. Whereas in grappling, you have EBI rules, and you have ADCC rules, you have IBJJF rules, you have no time limit rules, and each rule set will play the skills of different athletes. If you do ADCC rules, it generally is slightly biased towards wrestlers, where if they can stall to the overtime and then hit a takedown in the overtime and not really do any jiu-jitsu, but they score a takedown, they're going to win. Whereas if you have like an EBI, for example, you have to finish the guy in regulation, or you start in a jiu-jitsu position with your back taken, or in an armbar. So I think that you have certain rule sets that play in the favor of certain athletes, and certain athletes can win in one rule set, but then they just have no chance of winning in the other. Like when I fought Yuri the first time in EBI, I beat him in EBI. The chances of me beating him on that night under ADCC rule set were probably pretty low. When I fought Leandro Lowe under ADCC rule set, he beat me that day, but the chances of him beating me in the same day in an EBI rule set were like next to zero. So I think it's interesting that in MMA you have one unified rule set, which have small differences, but they're all generally the same. And in Jiu-Jitsu you have a wide variety of different rule sets that have biases towards certain athlete skill sets.
You mentioned Leandro Lowe. I got to ask you again about ADCC. You have lost very, very few times in your career. This is the same is true for George. And the only person who has ever submitted you is Felipe Pena.
Black belt, yeah.
At black belt. He is ADCC world champion, multiple time IBJJF and Noki world champion. You may face him at ADCC or elsewhere in the future. Will you beat him?
Yes. I have to say yes, right? But I fought him initially when I first got my black belt. Then I fought him a year later, so 2016 and 2017. And despite what people remember about the match, whenever people talk about it, it's like, oh yeah, the guy who strangled Gordon. But no one remembers that the first match was like a 45-minute war. And then the second match was the full 20 minutes of ADCC. And if I didn't get my back taken in like the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, it would have went into an overtime. That could change the outcome of the match. I think that if you look at Felipe's performances, especially Nogi, specifically Nogi, since then, it looks like he's almost gotten worse. Whereas since that match, 2017, the only match I lost after that was against Vinny Magalesh by points. And I'm on like a 55 match win streak over the course of 4 years, winning all the major tournaments, Nogi. And Felipe, since that match, I think is like 5-2 Nogi. And he's lost his last two matches. One was convincingly where he was dominated by Andre, and one was by submission. So I don't think that he's progressed nearly as fast. If anything, he looks like he's worse than he was when he beat me in 2017, based on his previous performances. That being said, I know he's going to come in training very hard for this one, and he's going to be prepared. But I just don't think that in terms of technical ability, he's anywhere near my level. And he was much bigger than me both times we fought. The first time he was much bigger than me. The second time he was one weight class above me. So now there's not going to be an advantage in technicality, and there's also not going to be a physicality advantage. So I think he's just going to be beat everywhere.
This is a good example of the scientific response to a comment, to a question. Yeah, so he's not. That's a match you're not deeply concerned with in terms of the set of opponents, because you have and you will be facing a lot of really difficult.
Yeah, that's actually, in my opinion, one of the easier matches because of the fact that we're relatively the same size. If I show up at 230 pounds, like a lot of the guys are 260, 270 plus, so that extra weight does make a difference. I think out of that entire bracket, Felipe is probably going to be one of the easiest matches because of the fact that I can easily take him down, and if I take him down, I'm going to pass his guard. Whereas I feel like the other guys, because they're so much bigger and they're very cagey, it may take me a while to actually take them to the ground and get on top of them. And I think they may be longer, drawn-out matches because of the fact that they're so much bigger and stally. It's hard to take them down. But Felipe is relatively my size, and his wrestling is atrocious. So I've already taken him down in the last ADCC match. So I'm pretty sure I can just easily put him down, pass him, and then finish him.
Well, I'm not sure what response I was expecting, but that was phrased beautifully. We talked about the Thiago Alves fight that George had, and John brought it up in class yesterday, I believe. But the point is, we're talking about wrestling, and I think that's a fascinating fight. That is an incredible display of strategy, of skill, of heart. George, can you maybe talk about that fight, John, maybe too? What lessons you gained from that fight? Go ahead, it was your fight, not mine.
Well,
Or maybe it also tell what happened in terms of your injury. But,
oh yeah. So I was fighting Thiago Alves, and in the third round, I tear my adductor muscle. It happened when I was on the bottom, and I think he pushed my knee down, tried to pass my guard, and I heard a pop. I didn't know what.
I think you were going for an armbar. You were on his back, you switched to armbar, and he played the leg by pushing on your leg. And you went in with a pre-existing injury and a tore.
Yes, and then it got worse, and I heard a pop. I didn't know what it was, but I know it really hurt. So I came back standing up, and there's a famous video that goes on the internet about when I go back in the corner, and I tell my coach, I'm like, I don't know what it is. I think I tore my adductor muscle. And Greg Jackson is like, I don't care. Hit him with your groin. But I was very worried because I was in pain, but I did not know what I had. So I didn't know the gravity of it, and it plays on your mind. So, but I had to bite down my mouthpiece and finish the fight. You know, I knew I was ahead on the scorecard, and I needed to finish strong.
So what was your strategy there in terms of strikes, in terms of wrestling? So he's exceptionally difficult for the opponent to take down.
Yeah, well, at first I knew I had a good jab, to stay always from the outside, fight him from the outside and use my footwork, because he was like a tank. He was much bigger and much stronger than me, and I never wanted to stay in front of him. So it was all the way out or all the way in, and when I was coming all the way in, it was with my proactive or reactive takedown, where I myself initiated the takedown by using a distraction like a jab to make his hand goes up, and then I go with a single or double leg, or to react, like baiting him for him to come hit me. Then while he's coming to hit me, I go change level, and that's the way I like to take my opponent down. Some guys, for example, like Khabib, for example, he's very good at bringing his opponent to the fence and use chain wrestling to take his opponent down. I find this for myself, I specialize more into explosive takedown in the center of the octagon because I found it more economical for me.
What did you see? You were commenting, John, about the wrestling. That was quite interesting. I mean, also, can you generally comment on the fact that you were saying people who I don't think you wrestled.
I wrestled. I started wrestling. I was 19 years old, but I wrestled some very good Russian guys. So they took me underneath their wing, but my ability to cover distance come from karate. It does not come from wrestling. Wrestling is how I finish once I get the leg. How I finish the takedown.
So the timing and the movement and the explosion required for his karate.
Yeah.
I think an important distinction to make here is one which George made throughout his career, and I believe, George, you were the greatest innovator in MMA history with regards to this. And this is the creation of what George calls shoot boxing, which is the amalgamation of striking technique, in George's case, mostly karate, because that was his martial arts background, into grappling, and in particular, takedowns. When most people say so-and-so has better wrestling in mixed martial arts, you have to be very careful what they mean by this. There are many highly credentialed wrestlers in the early days of mixed martial arts who went in and truly struggled to hit a takedown. Now, these are very, very good wrestlers who, in a wrestling match, would easily put down their opponent. But in a striking situation where the ranges are completely different and the setups are entirely different, the stances are different, even the overall conditions are different. You're no longer wearing shoes. People underestimate just what an impact it is for a wrestler to take the shoes off. You lose like 20% of your forward drive the minute you take off the shoes. All of these make massive differences in whether or not you're going to be able to even make contact with an opponent for a takedown. As George pointed out, the true value of wrestling in MMA is finishing the takedown once you've established contact. But that's only about 20% of the action of a mixed martial arts takedown. 80% of it is in understanding range, rhythm, setup, opportunity, etc., etc. And that's not part of wrestling at all. Even the overall conditions are completely different. In the sport of wrestling, you start at very close range in a very bent over stance, and you're expected to wrestle in international styles for 3 minutes at a time. Now suddenly you're completely upright, and you're not wearing shoes. All the conditions, the rhythm and speed of it is different. The counters are completely different. It's just an entirely different animal. And so George was an early recognizer of this and started to put the emphasis on direct training for shoot boxing in addition to wrestling. So he practiced with very good wrestlers in the Montreal Wrestling Club, just the sport of wrestling. And that's what made him very good at finishing takedowns. But it was in his shoot boxing training, which he himself largely developed. Remember, George started at a time when MMA was pretty damn young, and when you entered the sport of mixed martial arts, George, it wasn't even allowed on TV. Like, it was completely banned. In his country, it was physically banned. They had to fight on Indian reservations, and this is way back in the Wild West days of MMA. And so, as a young developing athlete, he had to more or less do this by himself. If you ever want to hear some incredible stories, talk about teenage George St. Pierre. They had a coach who used to make him put on boxing gloves. Now, he was 16, 17 years old, and just put him on a hardwood floor against a professional boxer who was in his late 20s at the peak of his career. And he said, "George, you're not allowed to punch. You just got to take him down while he tries to knock you out." And it was great.
Darwinism. Yeah, he was like you're gonna adapt or you're gonna die. Literally.
And he adapted.
It could have been very bad, but it turns out to be great.
But there's a sense here in which people think, what determines your takedown ability in MMA is your wrestling skill. That your wrestling skill will determine your finishing ability on takedowns. But there's so much more to it than that. Whenever people say, what are the broad elements that determine the outcome of a mixed martial arts fight? Okay, on the broadest possible level, and I always give the same three things. The athlete who can dominate the pace of the match, the athlete who can dominate the direction of the match, and the athlete who can dominate the setups will win the vast majority of fights they're in. Those three things, the direction, the pace, and the setups. If you dominate all three of those, you're going to win 90% of the matches you're in. George could always dominate the direction of the fight because he could stop the other guy taking him down, and he could impose his own takedowns at any point in the match. So whether it went to ground or whether it stayed standing, it was always up to him. George had the most sophisticated array of setups and takedowns that I've personally ever witnessed. The whole distinction between reactive and proactive takedowns came very early in George's career, and he excelled in both. Most people tend to favor one or the other. Most athletes have a very hard time imposing their setups on an opponent, and as a result, they have to use the cage as a crutch for their setups, where they just bully someone towards the cage and then put them down on the cage. George is one of the very few people who was equally good against the cage or in the open, and could do so in both proactive and reactive situations. And the scary thing is that as good as all of you saw him look in the octagon, anyone who knows George as a coach will tell you he was twice as good as that in the gym, where he would often go against people several weight divisions above himself. I could sit here all day, I won't name names, but I always laugh when people say, oh, this is the greatest pound for pound guy of all time. And I've personally seen George take that guy down and crush him in the gym, and I can't say anything because it's rude to talk about that in public because it's just training. But I've seen George go with people all the way up to light heavyweight, some of the greatest names in the history of the sport, put them down, advanced position on the ground, and dominate them in training. It's what he did during that time. George, I got to say, I deeply admire many of the things I saw you do, not just in the octagon, but in training as well. It's the impact that you had on the degree to which takedowns were used in the sport was absolutely inspirational. That's why one of the reasons why I always say you're one of the only athlete I ever met who taught me more than I taught you, because you opened my eyes to a whole new world of shoot boxing, and how I grew up in a time when I was laughing before when you talked about Sugar Ray Leonard. I was a kid watching that match, and I grew up in a time where there was boxing and there was kickboxing, and then I came to America and I learned grappling, and this young man here was the innovator when it came to the integration of the two.
Well, then I have to ask, because George sits here uncomfortably being complimented, if George St. Pierre and Khabib Nurmagomedov face each other in their prime, who wins?
That's a very, very loaded question.
How?
Yeah.
Like, what are the different trajectories you see? Oh, okay, how does each one win in your view? If one wins or the other one wins, what happens?
Interestingly, they're actually very similar in size, despite the fact that George fought at welterweight and Khabib fought at lightweight. If you actually see them stand next to each other, they're of similar height. Khabib's actually a little more thick set. Yeah, he's actually heavier than you walking around. George walked around most of his career between 188 and 191 pounds. And so Khabib actually would, ironically, have a kind of size and strength advantage, despite being in the lighter weight division. That's been the general trend as MMA has grown, is that athletes will come further down in weight to make weight divisions. I believe that George has the best takedowns in history in the open, in the cage. Khabib his great strength was using the fence to facilitate takedowns. Khabib's other great strength was not only his ability to take people down, but to keep people down for extended periods of time. Both of them were powerful strikers on the ground and could do terrible damage to opponents on the floor. So they're both very similar in that regard. Khabib was mostly a puncher from the back. George is mostly an elbow from the front. But both of them could lay waste to opponents with strikes on the floor. Both of them were highly competent with submissions on the ground. They weren't submission specialists in the sense of someone like Gordon Ryan, but they were certainly no slouches with submission holds. Yeah, it's just a fascinating idea.
So it's almost like who gets the first takedown.
Yeah, I do believe that they could probably stand up on each other. I don't think either one of them would be able to hold the other down for a whole round. Both of them are notoriously difficult people to hold down. So I don't think that whoever won the first takedown wins the match. I don't think it's like that. I do believe that George would hold a decisive advantage in striking and distance management. The few times that Khabib did look shaky is when Khabib was either advancing forward menacingly, but when he had to fight moving backwards, there was a definite asymmetry between his ability to fight going forwards, which is very good, and his ability to fight going backwards, which was noticeably weaker. George would often fight both forwards and backwards. It was the Thiago Alves fight. Most of the standing time, was going backwards. That's probably the single biggest difference between the two athletes in skill level would be in the standing position. On the ground, Khabib slight edge and takedowns on the fence, George slight edge and takedowns in the center. Ability to inflict damage on the floor, roughly equal. Ability to fight off the back, roughly equal. Ability to stand up from bottom, roughly equal. It's a very, very hard match. In terms of the biggest difference in skill level, it's going to be in the standing position. And so it would come down to, that doesn't necessarily mean that Khabib would lose in the standing position. He might just push it to the fence and just use match tactics where he kept the fight on the fence for significant periods of time. And you can win rounds in that fashion. So it's a match that could go either way. Both of them are absolutely the best that you'll ever see. I've always believed the three greatest mixed martial artists I've ever seen in my life were George St. Pierre, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and John Jones. The three of them have some interesting similarities and differences. All three beat every single person they ever faced. I know John Jones officially has lost by DQ, but no one believes that was a loss. George does have 2 losses, but he defeated both athletes decisively in rematches. Khabib did it by having no losses. Interestingly, all 3 athletes have at least one match, which is controversial in terms of who won and who lost. John Jones has had several matches which could have gone either way on the judges' scorecard. Khabib's match against Gleison Tibau could have gone either way. George's match with Hendricks could have gone either way. They all had matches that they won, which people would dispute the outcome. So that was a similarity between the 3 of them. All 3 of them have had the ability to dominate the direction of fights. When they want it to go down, it goes down. When they don't want it to go down, it doesn't. That's why I put such a heavy emphasis on that idea that a mixed martial arts champion must be able to determine the direction of a fight. It's the single most important attribute that they all must have. As to which of the 3 is the best, it's going to come down to criteria. You can't pull them apart. Which answer you give as to which of those 3 is the greatest of all time will come down to the criteria that you use. Okay, is it being undefeated? Is it the amount of time, or is it the quality of the opponents that they had? If you do it by quality of opponents, I think you probably have to give it to George. If you do it by measured dominance through not being defeated, then it has to go to Khabib. Arguably, you could say the same with John Jones, since his one loss is by DQ, but then you could also say the last 3 or 4 fights that Jones had haven't been the same measure of dominance as we saw previously. So ultimately, you've got those 3 guys, in my opinion, and which one you choose will come down to who. It says more about who you are as a viewer than it does about the respective level of the athletes. You could throw a blanket over them, the three of them, and they're just that good. And which one you select will probably say more about who you are as a viewer than it does about them as athletes.
That's right. The GOAT, he's not even born. Because the generation that is present benefit of a huge advantage. They have knowledge, technology that we didn't have before. And we have the knowledge that the other generation did not have before. But I believe the GOAT is not even born yet. As good as they are today, I think in sport where you can measure performance, track and field, Olympic lifting, someone is better than the other one because you can measure the performance. Fighting, it's all subjective. We always debate of who would win, but the tendency in sport is that performance get better. I don't think it's because the athlete necessarily get better. It's because they have access to better technology, knowledge, and they learn from their predecessor.
As long as that knowledge is transferred forward. So something tells me that the greatest of all time lived a few thousand years ago, and it's forgotten. Some of the greatest warriors. Like, you imagine the kind of grapplers the history didn't record them. There could have been small tribes where they developed mini UFCs. And they've developed the kind of things. You have to think of like the Gracies. Just a small family was able to develop so much so quickly.
I often have this discussion with John, and I think it's very important, like you mentioned. I asked you several times, like, what would happen if we would take a fighter of modern days facing the champion of pancration?
This is an interesting question.
And you brought some incredible good point, and people don't realize it,
Yeah. No, I think one of the great tragedies of martial arts history is our loss of the historical records of pancration. Like, most of what we know was, from what I'm told, was actually lost in the fires of the Library of Alexandria, and we're left with only a pitiful amount of information on pancration lectures. But what we do know is that there was a very large participation in the sport, and that it was widely considered the most popular sport in the ancient Olympics, and that it was represented in the ancient Olympics for many hundreds of years, plus a long period of time before its introduction into the ancient Olympics. And so the development time that it may have had would have been very significant. As far as we know, most of the development would have been in the major Greek city-states for literally hundreds of years of development. Given its prestige as an Olympic sport, then the best athletes would have been doing it. Some of the sharpest minds that we know of in human history were involved in the sport. Plato, the great philosopher, was a pancrationist in his youth. In fact, his name, Plato, is a nickname. Platus is like plate. It means broad, or big guy, like the big guy. And he spoke often about pancration in his written works. Imagine people with the intelligence of Plato thinking about grappling technique for hundreds of years in the most popular Olympic sport at that time. Significant numbers of people with financial backing as city-states put great prestige upon Olympic success. They would have funneled athletes in, brought in the best coaches, and they had that for many hundreds of years. Like, it's quite conceivable that the best pancration athletes were of the absolute first quality. And it's so sad to think we'll never know what was their skill level. And
it's interesting to think about what kind of techniques they developed, whether there's stuff we haven't discovered yet. In class, you were talking about the most effective takedown strategy in wrestling, in collegiate wrestling. So maybe let me ask first, because we offline talked about this too. What is the highest percentage submission in grappling?
Overall, you have to go with the rear naked strangles from the back. If you look at most tournaments and most rule sets, it has success across all rule sets, all weight divisions, all body types. it doesn't require any kind of specific physical advantage such as height in order to be effective. It works equally well in both fighting and grappling. Um, it will work regardless of how physically and mentally tough your opponent is. Like a heel hook is a very high percentage technique in modern day competition. But if your opponent simply makes up his mind that he's just not going to tap and is willing to take the physical damage, it won't result in the end of a match. A stranglehold by contrast will always end a match, regardless of your opponent's mental toughness. So I believe it's fair to say that at the end of the day, the single most high percentage method of submitting people in grappling is a rear naked strength.
So when you look at an athlete, maybe Gordon, you can speak to this. Like, what's the best? You mentioned Gary with the guillotine. What's the best submission to really invest in? Is it the rear naked choke? To really invest in development, like understanding the entirety of the system that leads into that.
I think that you have to do them all, obviously. But if I had like one submission only one submission I could pick for the rest of my life, it would definitely be a rear naked.
Can you explain maybe some of the actual technical details of why that's the case?
Well, as John spoke about, they're different in joint locks, whereas you don't have to tap. You can just let your leg break and then keep going with the strangle. There's none of that. And then it's just an inherent advantage you have being behind someone. Whereas if you go for an armbar, you start from top mount and you're facing the guy, then you put him down and you're not directly behind them. With leg locks, you're facing the guy. Whereas when you're on someone's back, you have them in a pin where you can your chest to back, you have a body triangle in, you're pinning the guy in place. He can't explode out. He can't grease his way out most of the time. And there's an inherent advantage you have being behind them due to the fact that we're poorly set up to deal with threats behind us.
So would you say that's the most dominant position you get to, like more than mount, more than side control?
I think if you look at most matches historically, most guys who get stuck in positions for long amounts of time are guys with their back taken. If you get an explosive guy from bottom mount, he can bridge and he can off balance you and lock half guard maybe and then work back to guard. But if someone locks a body triangle on your back, that's where you see most guys getting pinned in place for long amounts of time.
Was a body triangle like a well understood thing? Was that an invention at some point, like as a system, as a control?
Perhaps some of your listeners can correct me on this, but I believe there was a technique banned in judo called dojime, which involved crossing feet or locking a triangle around the abdominals from the back. And it was banned in judo, I believe, because of intestinal injuries, which occurred in the early developmental days of judo. And in the modern era, when I first began jiu-jitsu, body triangles were relatively rare. They were not a standard part of class. And sometime around the late 1990s, early 2000s, people started to realize, hey, this is a stronger method of control. It greatly increases the amount of control you have of your opponent's hips and torso over regular hooks. It's not for all athletes. It's difficult for most people who are of shorter, thicker stature to employ on big people. If your opponent's very broadly built through the stomach, it's almost impossible to apply. And so, because it can't be applied by all people, it tends not to be taught much at beginner level. So, as a result, it was always seen as a kind of a specialist move for taller athletes at a higher level of competition rather than a broad-based move for everyone or every body type in every class to employ. So it just didn't get emphasized that much. But in top-level competition now, I think you would see that it's very apparent that the vast majority of athletes, whenever they have the opportunity or a choice between body triangle and regular rear mounts, the majority of modern athletes would choose a body triangle.
So we also had this conversation about wrestling. Maybe George, you can comment on like what's the highest percentage, not statistically speaking. Perhaps that's also interesting, as John talked about. But just for you, in terms of mastery of the takedown, what's the best way to take it down a human being in wrestling?
Well, I personally, for me, it depends. For every fighter are different. They have a different set of skills. For me, when I look someone want to bring down a tree, a big, strong, high tree, you cut it from the base. So the legs, that's what we stand on. So it was to attack the leg.
But is it single leg, double leg? Is it, we talked about like, there's also the John Smith low single. Actually, I don't even know if that's applicable for jiu-jitsu at all.
You can use it, but it runs into the problem with submission holds. You know, it's not impossible to use, but without shoes and in a situation where there's a whole plethora of submission holds and the scoring, it's a little more difficult to use. You know.
It is interesting. Something being a high percentage in terms of effectiveness tells a story. You're saying that every athlete is different, but if it's more effective for most people, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. What John has talked about is that the highest percentage thing is actually in collegiate wrestling that he was talking about is on the defensive side. So blocking a takedown and then spinning around to the back. So that's an interesting idea. Then also there's all of these kind of going in for a singleness, switching to a double, or wizard position and doing a knee tap. Like there's all these kinds of combinations that seem to be effective when you look at the statistics. And it seems like there's maybe it's a scientific way of thinking, but it seems like there's some conclusion to be drawn there.
I believe you need to the high percentage move. There's a reason why they works. I think it's made for a bigger amount of people. For example, I one of my main strength, athletic strength is I'm an explosive person. So I use technique that are explosive. If I get a single leg, one of my thing I like to do is to go for the double, power double. But for someone else, for example, in a single leg position, maybe he likes like body throw better. He's more a Greco guy, like or he's a judo guy. He's gonna go for something else. So, but there's moves that are, I would say, like you just mentioned, are universal. Like statistically speaking, the highest percentage move that works for pretty much everybody. Everybody pretty much can do an adaka Jimmy. You know, it's very easy. But it's not everybody that can lock a triangle with their legs. So those move like rear naked choke, like a Jimmy is the highest percentage move because it's maybe more accessible. It's accessible for a bigger range of
Based
people.
on the physical characteristics of the people. Do you draw any wisdom from these high percentages, John, for like in terms of what to focus on?
Yeah, absolutely. Jiu-jitsu has an ocean of moves, and you can get lost on that ocean. You can drift for a long period of time and end up with very little to show for it. So my whole thing is focus. We only live one lifetime, and your training lifetime is even shorter than your actual lifetime. So in that time, I
Unless you die on the mat.
that's insane. I put a very high value on choosing what I believe to be the most high percentage moves and putting an extraordinary amount of focus on them. The only problem is that in one generation, a move which can be considered low percentage might actually turn out to be high percentage in another generation. For example, we talked earlier about leg locks. When I was first started jiu-jitsu, they would consider the ultimate low percentage move. And a big part of my career has been convincing people that, in fact, that was incorrect, that they can be a high percentage move if we just change our approach to them. So we can't just follow tradition and say, oh, this is low percentage, this is high percentage. It has to be part of a fairly systematic study where you investigate what are the reasons why it's high percentage or low percentage. With regards to takedowns, if you look at what we can consider the most high percentage takedowns, if you're in front of someone, the single most high percentage way of taking them down is to get a hold of both of their legs and push them backwards. Okay, if you get a hold of one of their legs and put a force on them, they can use their other leg to defend themselves and hop around and funk their way out of takedowns and cause all kinds of problems for you. I don't care how athletic your opponent is. If you get a hold, a firm grip of both of his legs, start pushing him backwards, he's going to fall down to his butt. Now, he might be able to recover from there, but he will fall down. Even easier than that is to be behind someone. Takedowns from in front of someone, difficult. You go right into their hips,
head, their hands, we go into all their defensive weapons. If you're already behind someone and you're doing what in America they would refer to as a mat return, this is significantly easier than taking someone down from the front. If you have control of their head in a front headlock position, you've already closed distance on your opponent. You already have close contact. You don't have to worry about shooting anymore. There's no sprawl out of that. You don't have to worry about guillotines, kimoras, or the standard defenses. Those will intrinsically be easier takedowns out of front headlock. And so if we're going to talk about high percentage technique, I always go back to the mechanics of it rather than just historical tradition, because historical tradition can be wrong. It was wrong about leg locks. It can be wrong about other things too. So my primary thing is, okay, talk to me about mechanics. That's what ultimately is going to determine whether something is high percentage or not. Gordon pointed out earlier that when you're behind someone, you have innate physical advantages over the other guy. The human body is set up entirely to defend threats from the front. We are poorly adapted to defending threats from the rear. We don't have eyes in the back of our head. We can't apply pushing strength backwards. If you get behind someone, takedowns are 10 times easier from behind someone than they are when you're in front of someone. If you have to take someone down from the front, get a hold of both of their legs. If you can get a hold of both of their legs and impart a pushing force, you will almost always knock them down. If you can get a hold of their head and work takedowns from there, again, it's much easier because most of the defensive apparatus has been taken away from them before the takedown even begins. And so, for me, the most high percentage takedowns will always be from the front, double legs. From any takedown from the back is going to be significantly easier than any takedown from the front. So all manner of mat return takedowns are going to be very high percentage. And takedowns done out of situations where the opponent is broken down in front of you and you have either front headlock or front chest rack position are going to be significantly easier than takedowns from the open.
Of course, you have to consider the full spectrum of mechanics involved here. It's possible that an outside low single leading to a double leg is much higher percentage. It's like there's a lot of chain wrestling yet, that needs to be considered as a possibility. Maybe a straight on double. And part of this cultural too. Are people afraid of this kind of thing? That they came to be the case with leg locks. Are people aware of this? Are they worried about this? Are they training for this to defend this? And then there's opponent specific, of course, that with Jordan Barros, people are preparing for the double, which is why he had to develop a whole other kinds of different stuff. And then the head to all the different controls, all the different ties within the move set. And that's where it's so fascinating to see the effect of rule set on all of this. Judo, over the past, I think, 20 years, went through this every Olympics, different changes to the rule set, like fundamentally different in terms of what's allowed to grip, whether you're allowed to touch the legs at all. That was a big one in 2012, I think. And that changes the sport completely. It's so interesting. It's so interesting to watch how a tiny change in the rule can change the sport at the highest, when you're talking about people competing at the highest level. And the cool thing there is the rule change happens on a scale of every 4 years. So you get to see people that are at the top of their game have to recompete. So it's not like you have a new generation of people coming up to the rules. They have to figure, oh shit, you're not allowed to. It's the equivalent of saying you're not allowed to kick anymore in MMA because you were not allowed to grab legs anymore.
Interestingly, if you look at the case of judo, if you look at the world rankings of athletes, when they went through one of the most significant rule changes in judo history, where they banned any form of grabbing the legs, the ranking of athletes didn't change much.
Yeah, that tells you that
There's a reason why those guys are at the top.
yeah, and it doesn't have to do that they're specific to a rule set.
Think about that in terms of, imagine, for example, in mixed martial arts, if they just said, hey, starting next week, instead of having 3 5-minute rounds, it's going to be 15 minutes straight. That would massively change the preparation of the athletes. It's a different game at that point. And judo literally was a different game before 2010 and after 2010. And yet, the international rankings didn't really change that much. The countries that were dominant before remain dominant. The athletes that remained before largely remain the same. You would think with such a massive change, all the rankings would have been thrown upside down, but they weren't. And again, it goes back to this idea that there's a reason why the guys at the top are at the top.
Now for something completely different, we talked about aliens earlier. So George brought up Balbazar. I will likely probably talk to Balbazar on this podcast, and then John had a skeptical look on his face about aliens. So let me ask John and Gordon. Do you think there's intelligent alien civilizations out there in the universe outside of our own?
The universe is unimaginably large. The idea that we are the only life forms in a cosmos as large as this is, I think, naive and foolish. There's a very high likelihood that if life could evolve on this planet, that it could have done so on many, many other planets around the cosmos. I think anyone who puts even a moment's thought into this would realize that there's almost certainly other forms of life out there. The real question with regards to the alien community is, have they got here and are they circling our planet in little silver sources and making observations and periodically stealing people for experimentation purposes?
Doesn't have to be silver saucers. It could be different other color saucers.
And that question, I'm not real convinced. No, I didn't. Recently, Navy footage has come out showing some very interesting phenomena. If you talk to almost any experienced pilot, they will tell you they've seen things in the upper atmosphere that are very difficult to explain. I'll be the first one to agree with you on this. There are some things out there that are extremely difficult to explain.
Literally UFOs, unidentified.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't know what they are. But to go from the idea that there's things out there that we don't understand to there's like little creatures running around and that these somehow exist, I just reserve judgment. I just say I'm agnostic about these things. I think it's possible, but all the evidence that I've been shown so far was insufficient to come to any kind of definite conclusions. Until aliens land in Central Park on Tuesday afternoon at 3 p.m. and get out with little alien ray guns and start shooting people, I don't believe in many of the stories that get told.
Well, what about if it's not little aliens with ray guns, but something very different, very, very difficult to detect for us humans? That's very human-centric.
At that point, it's a fascinating idea, and it's certainly possible, but show me the evidence.
All right. What about you, Gordon? Do you look at the cosmos and ponder the stars often?
I think it's fair points John raised. Something really interesting I saw the other day was someone posted, like, if an alien or civilization 65 million light years away somehow managed to look at Earth, they would theoretically see the dinosaurs because we're 65 million light years away. So, like, imagine us looking at galaxies that are 100 million light years away. That's 100 million years ago. You have no idea what it looks like now. So that's super interesting to me about it.
Yeah, the expanse is huge, and so much cool stuff could be going out there.
Yeah.
And, the scary thing, of course, is if they haven't visited us yet, there has to be a good reason for it. And the set of scary reasons of all the fact that they maybe once you get sufficiently advanced in your development, you destroy yourself naturally, as humans seem to be approaching now. We more and more have the tools to destroy ourselves completely in terms of our weapon systems. And we're developing them more and more, and they're becoming better and better. And then we're starting to get angrier and angrier on Twitter and Instagram with each other.
Those are good points you're raising.
History has taught us that everything that lives one day will die, so we will perish.
One day, yeah.
There's also just the sheer difficulty of travel through space. Like, space is an unimaginably inhospitable environment, and to the best of our knowledge, even the theoretical speeds that we can attain in space, even if we could travel at the speed of light, we're not even remotely close to that. Still, the distances that need to be traveled to get to even relatively close solar systems are very, very long. If you look at astronauts who have spent significant amounts of time and space just orbiting the Earth, it has severe health effects on them. Which is not built for space. We're supposed to be in a gravitational environment.
But you're referring to your biological meat bag that's containing the essence of the mind that is John Danaher. Maybe we can transfer the mind alone. The bag, the meat bag is not designed for space, but maybe the
But again, this is all
contents of the mind is.
that's possible. But
What do you think of
concrete evidence for
you
it.
folks who like difficult things? What do you think about Elon Musk wanting to colonize Mars? Is this something you find interesting or a aimless pursuit?
I think it's a must or a salvation. We need to leave at some point the planet because historically in the past we know that we've been bombarded by asteroids, volcanoes, crazy things happen here. It's very unstable. You know, if you look at it through a lifetime of a human being, it's nothing. But just with 12,000 years ago, what happened? You know, so there's cataclysm that happen all the time. It's very unstable. So if we want to survive as a species, I think we need to get out to be able to get out and spread our seed.
So these are the early steps on a really long journey. But is there something about we don't get that exploration from most of modern society. The kind of exploring that people did throughout the centuries of coming to the North America, throughout, we were shrouded in physical uncertainty of what's out there. And now we get to do the same kind of exploration with Mars. Is there any aspect of you that wants to travel out to space, that wants to travel to Mars? The goal is to allow civilians to travel, perhaps in our lifetime, meaning affordably. You can do so now, unaffordably.
Traveling to space and traveling to Mars are two different things. I think I would like to travel into space. I don't know if I would like to travel all the way to Mars.
Because of the risks involved. Boring. Is there some part of you that enjoys?
I think that if I was towards the end of my life, I would like to travel to Mars.
Because it would be nice
just
to die on Mars.
just the experience. Yeah. If I go to Mars, I'm not coming back. I think that's it.
One way ticket. Hey, with the technology we have now, maybe in the future, maybe the children of our children will be able to experience that. Go to
Well, the
weekend on Mars.
The whole design of the Starship that SpaceX is working on is supposed to come back. It's supposed to be reusable, so it's not a one-way ticket. That's the whole point. It's always going back and forth, back and forth.
What's the time frame between two planets that you travel from?
I think the current thing, you'd be stuck on Mars for 2 years.
How long does it take to get from Earth to Mars?
Oh, it's pretty. I'm not exactly sure, but it's pretty quick. I don't know, on the scale of months, not scale of years.
You might not be healthy when you come back. You know, all the astronauts, they experience health issues. You know, they lose a lot of muscle mass, bone density. So
Yeah.
I don't think the technology is good right now. I mean,
Let's say that
if it is, I would love to be doing it for a weekend. If it's safe, I would
you're
love to
also
be the
somebody
first one to do it.
for a professional fighter who sacrifices body, something. So there's some sacrifice we do in life, right?
I don't want to be the first. I wouldn't want to. I leave the other one, but when I know it's safe, okay, count me in.
One of the things that people say, and this is something I wonder about, is it's like having children or something. Once you're out in space, you look out and you see Earth. You look back at Earth. That's an experience. It's not like anything else. Like you can't replicate it here. It's to look back at that blue dot.
That nerve-wracking.
Holy shit,
you see Earth disappear into the distance.
Yeah, disappear into the distance, and then you get this. Like you stand on Mars and see, and just to look. You're standing on the ground and you're looking out, and you see the planet from which you came and where you might not be coming back. But there's a challenge to the whole thing, where the risk is tremendous, and I don't know. I find that risk really compelling for some reason, but that could be just the exploration. I guess that's a genetic thing too. How much do you want to explore?
There's a sense, though, in which, even in the best case scenario, where they did get the technology to whisk you to Mars in a fairly short period of time, it's kind of an inauthentic sense of exploration, because your participation in it is no more exciting than your participation in an airline flight to a foreign country. You're basically you didn't have anything to do with the creation of the vessel. You're not in command of the vessel. You're not in any way, shape, or form important to the mission. You're just a person sitting in a passenger seat, and you get off in a destination the same way you would if you flew to Singapore or London or someplace like that.
Well, there's a hierarchy of there's a leadership, and then there's a bunch of people that all have roles. You don't get to go to Mars without having a subject.
You made it sound like space tourism, where you just
Well, yeah,
pay a ticket.
I think it's a long time before you have space tourism to Mars where you have nothing to contribute.
Okay.
Like you'll have to.
So what do? You go through like a training program? You go
training program, and then there's technical things you'd be contributing. So they would bring people, in terms of agriculture. I don't know.
Okay, so this is better. This sounds like they're more like explorers. Like if you talked before about explorers and human history, where Magellan sets off on his boat, and every person on the boat had a specific function. They were all into the mission in a very authentic fashion. If they weren't on the boat, the performance of the crew would somehow suffer. So this sounds much better.
And with Magellan, I think most of the crew died.
A significant number did, yeah.
From bacteria. I mean, from things that are unexpected and so on. And if we discover life on Mars, who knows what that entails? Because that's like a manned mission to Mars would likely be very driven by the research to do all the kind of exploration required to find life.
Now, from Mr. Musk's point of view as a developer, presumably there has to be some kind of financial incentive here too. Is there some kind of financial benefit to Mars missions? Is presumably there wouldn't be that many people on Earth that could afford a ticket to pay for the kind of research and development that would require this. Is there some kind of mining on Mars of minerals that would be used?
I think there's a lot of answers to this, but the only honest answer is the one that looks back into human history, where we did a lot of things just because we could. A lot of hard things just because we could, and that led to a lot of innovation that ultimately made our life better. So this is why you have NASA, this is why you have government organizations. Like, what's the purpose of NASA? NASA would answer that by saying, okay, well, we're helping launch satellites up there. They'll have a bunch of answers, but the reality is the programs were funded in large part by our desire to explore the unknown. And there's some aspect to which we have to all invest into that, because historically speaking, that has produced a lot of cool things along the way that were totally unexpected. Like,
but NASA is funded by public funding, the taxpayer. How is Mr. Musk going to fund this?
Well, currently, most of the funding for SpaceX is NASA giving money so they're making a competition. Who can get our satellites? We need to go to, was for the space station to resupply the space station, or we need to launch satellites up. Who's going to carry those quote-unquote payloads? They just need, so NASA's paying whoever the heck wants to get kilograms of thing up into space.
This is NASA's specialty. Why did they just give up on that?
What they realized when Mr. Musk came along, and Bezos and others, that said we could do it for 1/10 the price. So why should the taxpayers pay for that? Why don't you, NASA, do what you do well, which is like test out cutting edge stuff, make sure they're safe. And now that we've developed a car, let us UPS and FedEx take care of doing this at scale, doing it cheaper, doing it better. I mean, that's the argument. And NASA what they realized is it took way, way too long to do stuff. But when you're investing billions of dollars into a project, the bureaucracy builds up and the conservatism builds up to where you really have to test everything out. The projects take years. And then you have somebody like Elon Musk coming along and says, well, let's do launches every week. And as opposed to just throwing away the rocket, we'll reuse the rocket. That's one of the sort of cutting edge inventions. It's a dumb, obvious idea. Like Elon says, why do you throw away the plane? It's the equivalent as if you flew a plane every time you threw it away.
Why are we every time throwing away the plane?
But NASA tried that kind of thing with the space shuttle since the 1970s.
Yes, well, they did that with the space shuttle, but not at the scale here. That it was the space shuttle was seen as this like majestic, amazing thing that requires a huge amount of investment. But Elon Musk is like, no, every basic rocket should be reusable. Cut costs, cut costs.
Do you think like the more technology we have, the more advanced we become, the more specialized we need to be? Like, is that for that reason that now there is different branch? Like you just explained now they're specialized in this, but they left, other branch.
Yeah, there's greater and greater specialization as we build up more stuff, which is fascinating because
Is it making us more dumb in a way? That you think like
yeah,
I don't know, like you know,
Helpless,
but
maybe.
I use a cell phone, but I don't know how to build it up.
I mean, it's that beta males building up this whole society because we're this collective intelligence. We rely on each other more and more, and I do also see sort of the rise of conspiracy theories and all those kinds of things because, like, I've been talking to a few folks about flat Earth recently. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. There's a large community of people that believe the Earth is flat, and that idea takes hold. In this day and age, of all the ideas, that's the one that takes hold for a large number of people. And I think that's a consequence of this kind of specialization, where it's just a huge amount of experts. But if you look out into our world and try to reason simply about our existence, we are losing the skills to do that. As more and more people are specialized, as opposed to general thinkers. We're like extremely good at specific things.
Are we capable now to do a robot that is self-aware?
That's one alleged one.
It's
No,
self-aware, like
It's not self-aware. It's been listening, but it's not self-aware.
But do you think a human being is self-aware?
That's a good question. I mean, I ask this question all the time. When the robots move, there's a sense of when they turn on, something entered that robot. Wow. And when it turns off, something left. If they move in a certain kind of way, and if they surprise you, there's certain elements that enable us to see the magic in a living being. And some of them, I mean, we can maybe list them, but it's the ability to surprise you. It's the ability to make mistakes and learn from them visibly. There's a bunch of things that you just, I don't know, it just feels like it has the magic of what is a living being, and which is what humans have. And I try to think about how do you replicate that into a machine.
So when you turn it on enough, you feel like it dies every time and it reborn.
So for most machines, we don't feel that way. When we unplug things, we don't feel that way. I don't know why we don't feel that way. That's an interesting question. But I think when the robot has certain qualities, like memory, like ability to recognize you, yeah, you start to feel like you're turning off an organism. So whenever I have like the robots that recognize me and remember, this is important, that all the things we've experienced together, then it's like, holy shit, that's a living thing.
But does he remember?
It feels like a living thing.
Does he remember your robot? Does he remember things that happened before you unplugged it? Is it like he's sleeping? Like he wake up, or is he like dead?
No, so
or
right
he
now
has to
it's
start to zero?
No, it doesn't start at zero. It remembers everything. That's the key.
Every time you
Yeah.
unplug, wow.
It's storing the memories, but the memories are basic. They're like, okay, we walked around the kitchen, and then you looked at me. I mean, the memories, it's like data. It's not like we've experienced. It's able to actually experience anything deep like we humans can. But just the fact of memory. It's like the toaster or the microwave don't give a shit about me. They don't know me. They don't know me by name. They wouldn't recognize my face as being different from Gordon's. They wouldn't know the difference, and they wouldn't remember. The microwave currently doesn't remember, the times I've been sad or happy, like what food I put into it. It doesn't remember this.
when I was being a fat ass or when I was being in good shape, and all just those memories are enough to make you feel when you turn a thing off. But it's like shit. That's a living. That's a living thing disappearing. Of course, that's kind of an anthropomorphism we do to each other, but that's something. You know that that makes me believe it's possible to create systems with which we can have a connection that are non-human, like similar to dogs, and cats, and so on. It just makes me, and that's what's interesting to me because ultimately, I feel like that will help us understand ourselves and maybe practice grappling. Anyway, um, well, let me ask the advice question. Now that we're together, I've spoken to John, I spoke to George. What advice would you give to young folks, whether we're talking about sport, like excelling, becoming great at grappling, becoming great at fighting, becoming great at whatever sport they take on, or at life in general, whether they're maybe in high school or in college? What advice would you give them to excel at that thing they take on?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this because I'm only 26. So
You're at the top.
you said giving advice to young people. For me, I think the two biggest things are find something that you're both talented in and you enjoy. I think that if you enjoy something but you're terrible at it, it's going to be hard for you to be successful in life at that given area. And it's going to be hard to do something for long amounts of time if you're talented at it but you don't enjoy doing it. It's easy to come in and train hard for a month or for 2 months or for a year. You can be very talented at it, but if you come in, it's a different story to come in every day for 5 years in a row, for 10 years in a row, for 15 years in a row. So I think finding something that you're both talented in and something you enjoy are probably the two biggest things for me.
How do you find the joy in it? So you've been training the same amount, a lot. You've been doing it for a long time. Is there ways to rediscover the joy in it?
Yeah, for me initially, it was just learning new stuff. You come in as a white belt, and every day you see a different move, and you're like, oh man, that's awesome. And then when I started to compete more seriously towards my professional career, it was the joy of doing camps and seeing the result of those camps and beating high-level athletes. And then it got to a point where I'd beaten all the high-level athletes already, so who am I going to compete against? So now for me, the joy is just being the best athlete I can possibly be until I reach my prime, which I'm hoping is somewhere between 35 and 40. So instead of competing against the other athletes, that would be bored already because I already beat all the rest of the guys. But I know that I can be better in a year from now or 2 years from now than I am today, and that for me is exciting.
By the way, is there some aspect of teaching that's exciting to you?
Yeah,
Because you've become a better and better teacher over the years.
Yeah, I definitely I enjoy teaching, and I used to teach a lot before I met John, and then I met John, and I was like, yeah, I just had no idea how to teach. So that's like a completely different element of the sport. Doing things and being good at doing things and being good at winning, and actually being able to communicate those skills and knowledge to a vast amount of people is two completely different things.
George, advice for young people like yourself?
Well, first I would tell them, find what you want to become, what you want to do, and long term. Use certain things maybe sometimes you don't love, but where you want to propel yourself in the future. Not what your parent, your friend wants you to become, what you want to become. So once you find it, you cannot doing it by yourself. Everything that is big achievement in life, you cannot doing it by yourself. So what I would say is, second thing is try to build up your team. Try to build up your team to be able to achieve your goal of people that are competent and people that you trust. You need both competency and trust. I see a lot of people sometimes in business, for example, they hire people that they trust, but they turns out to be incompetent. So now you have to fire a friend, or otherwise your business is going down. The same problem if you do the opposite. You hire someone that is competent, but you cannot trust is gonna screw you. So it's very important to stay away from the negative. Build up your team, people you trust and that are competent. And I would say the third one is to work hard, to sacrifice yourself. Yeah, you have to go through hell sometimes, but you have to see the light at the end of it. To keep your dream in mind is going to give you the motivation to go through the tough time. It's nothing easy. To go work is nothing you can accomplish without hard work. The fourth one, I would say, to invest on yourself constantly. If you do not invest on yourself on whatever you are in which business and sport, the game will catch up to you. For example, if you become champion at something and you stop improving, the other guys that are trying to be champions are going to catch up to you. So you need to invest on yourself. Most athletes, they make the mistake when they start having money, they buy luxury stuff. And that's one thing I didn't do. When I started making money, I was investing. I was traveling to New York, training with John, Gordon, the guys to learn what is new in the game of jiu-jitsu. I used to go in Thailand, train Muay Thai, in Los Angeles to perfect my boxing skills. So instead of taking that money to buy new jewelry, cars, and to do what a lot of guys do, because it's a mistake, I invested on myself because I know there were people coming, they want my place, so I didn't want them to catch me. And the last one I would say, things weird, I would say, to give back. And it's not because I'm a nice guy, and it's not that, I don't say that to look good, I say that when you make it, it creates opportunity where you can help certain group of people. But when I say give back, not give back to anybody, give back only to the cause that you want. I give back not because I'm a nice guy. It's kind of selfish. I only give back to the people that I want to give back, because I give back to them, and I know that if I'm more successful, I'm going to be able to give back to people I love, to the cause that count for me. So it brings me more motivation, because I don't compete for myself anymore. I compete to help people I love in a way. So when you reach the top in your game, you need to find new motivation. If you're satisfied, is the end of it. Your success will go down. So you need to find new motivation. What can motivate you? What do you want? Oh, I want to help this, or I need to be successful. I want to, you need to find reason what you want to do with your success. So when I say give back, it's not because I'm necessarily, it's not to look like a nice guy. It's to keep the motivation to be able to keep climbing the ladder even more.
That's beautiful, George. John, first off, the two responses given so far covered, I think, the most important things already. Gordon talked about the need for an underlying passion and enjoyment. If you don't have that, you're not going to have the longevity that's required. In order to build skills, which is ultimately everything's going to come down to your ability to build skills, you've got to have some kind of underlying passion and enjoyment which will keep you in the game long enough to build world championship skills. It's going to take a minimum of 5 years, and quite possibly considerably longer than that. George talked about the idea of community. You're not going to make it by yourself, so you've got to be able to build people around you and build a trusting environment around you to develop those skills. What I would add to the excellent points that both already raised alludes to what I said at the start of this podcast. You've got to be able to identify some kind of undervalued elements in whatever industry you're in and show the world what their true value is. In addition, you can't go through life doing the same things as everybody else and expecting to get different results. This is straightforwardly irrational, and worse, it's even arrogant. It's essentially the statement that I'm going to do the same thing as everyone else, but I believe I'm different. And so they'll work for me, but they didn't work for everyone else.
That's like saying, no, I'm special. No, you're not special. We're all pretty much the same. And in order to be special, you're going to have to exhibit skills that other people simply don't have. Um, Thirdly, I would say if you want to become something truly impressive in life, you've got to be able to focus on one or two things that you do better than anyone else in your industry. You can't learn everything, but you can get one or two skills, and the more innovative those skills are, the better. And you can truly excel at them. For example, at the peak of his career, no one in the world was better than George St. Pierre at integrating striking and takedowns. No one in the world was better at integrating grappling and striking on the ground. He had two things that he could confidently say he was the best in the world at. Was he the best at every MMA skill? Nope. But he was absolutely the best at those two skills. And those two skills were skills which he used throughout his career to win the vast majority of his matches. Gordon Ryan, at the onset of his career, could confidently say, there's no one in the world better than me at leg locks. He could also say, there's no one better in the world than me at late stage defense, to submission holds across the board. As he went through his career, he started adding more and more elements. It's gotten to an extraordinary degree now where he could absolutely say he's the best at guard passing, the best at guard retention, and the list just keeps going on. And that goes back to what Gordon said earlier about keeping things interesting over time, because we're always introducing new skill sets. The day you start saying, I'm satisfied with my skill set, is the day you get bored. And boredom to an athlete is a precursor to death by boredom. As long as you're still growing in those directions, you'll stay in the game for very long periods of time. So the main thing I would add to these statements by Gordon and George is this idea of finding something which is currently undervalued and showing the world what its true value is. Understanding that you can't just use the same training methodologies as everyone else and somehow expect to be different from everyone else. You've got to, almost every great rise in human civilization, whether it be groups of people or individuals, required some kind of innovation. You've got to look for that new angle. Okay, George St. Pierre found it with shootboxing early on in his career. Gordon Ryan found it with leg locks early on in his career, and they branched out from that angle. Add to this the idea that you want to become the absolute best in the world in your industry. Do one or two things that make a difference. Find out what they are and focus on those things, and you'll go far.
John, Gordon, George, this was an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for your extremely valuable time, George. Somebody who's become famous in part by commenting on people's performance. How do you think we did? How would you evaluate our performance today?
I'm not impressed by you.
John. Thank you, John.
That was it. I learn all the time. I talk to you guys. And, it's great. I love it. I was very stimulated. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was something I really was looking forward to. I was hoping that we'd get together. It's so rare that at the same time in history there would be some of the greats together, and the fact that you guys would be willing to come together and talk like this is awesome. And that Gordon would even wear a cowboy hat. I mean, this is just historic. This is like Churchill getting together with whoever, you know.
This is great and all, but the next one is just going to be us just quizzing John on which animals would win in fights.
Yes.
For the whole 3 hours.
It'll be just so we'll invite Joe, and it'll just be we'll make it a systematic.
It'll be a debate
analysis
between Joe and John on which animal would win.
John and I, we have a thing that we send each other footage all the time of animal fight. We are very intrigued about animal fight.
I get it like 3:30 a.m. on Instagram. He's like, check this out.
Like a rhino taking a big like there is like
it's not always fair.
No, it's not ever. But it's interesting stuff. If people would see what we send, the stuff that
That would judge you partially.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much, guys. This was awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation with George St. Pierre, John Donaher, and Gordon Ryan.
To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Miyamoto Musashi. There's nothing outside yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything is within. Everything exists. Seek nothing outside of yourself. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Listen, you can't not have that conversation with a kid. You have a friend whose daughters, one of the daughters was asked by a boyfriend. They sent me some fun. I think he referred to them as bathroom pictures because that's what kids are. That's how they relate to what should be a sexualized picture now.
The following is a conversation with Thomas Tong, founder of Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, and many more. He runs Talco, which is an investment company that focuses on how artificial intelligence can revolutionize large industries. He is part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's the guitarist for the band Ghost Towns that tours with the Rolling Stones. But most importantly, he's humble, down to earth, and someone who has quickly become a mentor and friend. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Thomas Tong. In 2004, you founded Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, that includes Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and Dark Knight Rises, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, and the list goes on. It's just some of the biggest movies in history. What does it take to make an epic movie like that? Or what does it take to make it happen from start to finish?
Well, look, I've been enamored with movies since I was a kid as a fan, and I think what you need is to be able to tell a great story. And if you're going to tell a great story, you need a great director. You got to start with a fantastic script that is able to take some of these iconic characters that we did and put your own stamp on it while still respecting the mythology. And I had zero experience in movies and television before I started Legendary, so it was a very interesting trip. Total luck that we had the opportunity to make 5 movies at the time with Chris Nolan, who turned out to be one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. But it's each one is its own little startup company, and I don't think there's any formula to get there, but I know that if you don't have a great director and a great script, if you don't have that foundation, it's hard to pull off.
Who's the CEO of that little startup company? Is it the director? Who would you say kind of defines the success or the failure of the movie?
Well, when you build a big movie like that, it's an enormous effort, 360 degrees. I mean, from digital effects, certainly actors. I mean, if you have an amazing script, an amazing director, but you don't believe anybody playing parts, that's a problem. So the reason I think it was so difficult to pull off is I always used to say you start with a stack of papers with words on it called a script. Bring that to life, and you're asking an audience to believe in everything you're trying to put out there, and you've got a cast that even if they're immensely talented individually, they have to mesh together, they have to have chemistry together. And, the director is kind of a general on the battlefield, but you have a strong producer who's very hands-on. It truly, to me, is each one had its own story and its own sort of how it came to be and why it worked or didn't work.
See, you said you were new to the industry, but you did a lot of revolutionary things with Legendary. So at that time and now, what is the good, the bad, and the ugly of the business of filmmaking? What are some interesting holes that you were able to, or like problems that you were able to fix? What problems still exist that can still be solved?
Well, look, the business has changed so radically since 2004. When I started Legendary, DVDs were still a cash cow. So, that's how far things have come. But I would say a couple things. The reason that I started it from a business perspective was, at the time, it was a $30 billion industry, and there was no institutional capital around the movie business. And I was fascinated by that because almost every other category that you look at of that size as institutional capital, private equity, et cetera, is kind of a cottage industry set up around it. And I was perplexed and fascinated that that didn't occur. And the way the movie business worked, it was unlike any business I'd ever looked at before. So after kind of convincing myself that you could actually make money if you were disciplined and had the right approach, went out, raised the money from the capital markets, which was Herculean, still maybe the hardest thing I've ever done in my career, to walk around and say, look, I have no experience. I've never done this before, but, And the second thing, being very fortunate at the time, was able to partner up with Warner Brothers. Warner's at the time was run by a man named Alan Horn, who, besides being creative, is also a Harvard MBA. So really understood what I wanted to do. And Alan, was just an absolute gentleman, someone that I still look up to this day. After Warner Brothers, he went and ran Disney with their run, between Marvel and Star Wars and everything. And so between Alan being responsible for Harry Potter, the Dark Knight stuff, and then on to all the Disney stuff, he probably had as great a career as anyone I've ever heard of in the movie business. So my first focus was around sort of two concepts: global, worldwide, large tentpole films and franchises, and then the business aspect of bringing long-term institutional capital to bear.
I'm going to ask you dumb questions, which is part of the style, I guess. But just for people who don't know, including me, what is institutional? What is capital? What is institutional capital? What is equity? What is private equity?
Got it. Okay. Well, so if you're starting a company and you go around to a bunch of your successful friends and say, "Hey, you should invest in my company," well, that's sort of that's great. It's capital, but it's not getting money from Fidelity or T. Rowe or a sovereign wealth fund or an endowment fund from a university that has large pools of organized capital that has a long-term point of view on your business. So if you get money from your neighbor who's a successful dentist, next year the dentist may say, "Hey, times are hard. I need my money back." If you're partners with Fidelity or Morgan Stanley or any of these institutions, they have the capital and the wherewithal to say, "Okay, I'm looking at this over the next 5 to 10 years." And I thought there was an opportunity to bring that type of capital to the movie business, to be patient.
And the benefit of that, patient, so it's long term. You have to deal with fewer parties, and they would do much larger investments. So
Yeah.
What are the benefits? What are the sort of the challenges of that kind of investment?
Well, I think the benefits in some ways are there's professionals who are largely dispassionate. Right? It's like, look, if you're hitting the numbers you told me and you're hitting your plan, great. And the other thing that always was interesting to me about the movie business is if I'm investing in an artificial intelligence company or a chipset company or something like that, a lot of the institutions don't have the technical expertise to really, truly grasp what's being done. So they don't, other than good business practices, they're not offering every little opinion. The movies and television are completely approachable, meaning everybody has an opinion. So, whether it's, I think you guys chose the wrong actor for that, or why did you do that movie? So it invites a lot more sort of second guessing and things like that. So that was always one of the idiosyncrasies of the business that I thought was interesting. And then when you talk about private equity versus public equity, if you're a public company where the companies are traded, you want to buy Microsoft shares, you just go to your broker on TD Ameritrade and buy them. If, on the other hand, you're talking about private equity, that's institutions or individuals investing in private companies. So thus, if you have pools of capital that mostly invest in private equity deals, that's how you think about it.
But it's difficult to make those happen because it's individuals. You have to sort of have dinners and agree. So it's much less. It's much more human, much less mechanical, I would say.
Yeah. Now, and again, massive difference between large private equity shops who are professionalized and in the same category that I mentioned earlier, versus private individuals who are wealthy or whatever. But again, it's much more individualized when you're going to people who like your idea and just say, I'd like to invest in this.
Is that from all the kinds of investments you've seen? What do you think is the most conducive to creating works of genius? Whether that's in technology, AI space, or whether that's in movies. Sure. So creating something special as well.
I would say a couple of things. Enough money that whatever endeavor you're going into, that you're not so nervous about the edges, right? If I have $100 to spend and I think I can create a perpetual motion machine or something for $104, I can't do it because they're all over me about the budget. So I would say making sure that you have enough capital, making sure that that capital is patient enough so that it's, if you're going to do things that are extraordinary, it takes some time. And you're going to break stuff, right? You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have a whole bunch of film on the cutting room floor, so to speak, or if you're in the lab, you're going to have a whole bunch of broken stuff. And I also think it's very important at the beginning, and I always try to do this with companies I invest in or buy, is make sure that you have a philosophical and somewhat mechanical alignment with the management team. So that going in, you both understand, hey, this is how we think about this problem or this company. This is what we feel like our culture is. This is what our goal is. And these are the metrics by which we'll agree to measure them by. Because if you don't have that shared, hey, we're going to take this journey, then I think that's where people get upset, disappointed, etc.
What about, this is a weird question, but constraints? This is both for filmmaking and investment. Do you think more money is always better?
No.
So I like constraints a lot. Like constraints, and almost like a desperation, and deadlines are catalysts for creativity, for productivity, for sort of innovation. So can you kind of speak to that? Sure. As an investor, as a creator, like what's the right balance here?
Well, I think if you're focused on a particular problem or a company or a thesis, if you have that focus and you feel like I have unlimited resources or renewable resources, so there's no leverage in the situation, right? There's no, if I fail at this, I'll just go get more money, right? I'll just go. I think that's a hard way to be resilient and to think of new ways to solve problems. So I think capitalizing things just, to the nth degree does create some problems. So I think there's that perfect blend of don't starve the oxygen to the point where you make short-term decisions or non-strategic or thoughtful decisions because you got to pay the rent. And on the other hand, you can't have it be like this, everlasting gobstopper of whatever you want. You just keep flowing the cash because that doesn't create any friction points that I think do result in works of genius, in things that, that are transformative. And one of the things that is interesting to me about society sort of writ large is I think that when you go through hard times and you have to do things that are uncomfortable and you don't want to do them because you're tired, because you're that in some ways builds up that you're comfortable being uncomfortable muscle. And I sometimes think we're losing that a little bit. And you can't sort of paint with a wide brush, but that's one of the things that I kind of observe and hope that we don't go that way.
I do think challenge and discomfort are a kind of gift. It's like overcoming that. It's like from every perspective. From a human perspective, it's a source of happiness and fulfillment, overcoming challenge. But from a business perspective, I see like if something is really difficult, to me, it's also a sign that many others would fail at this point. So like, it's a feature. It's nice that something is difficult. When people tell you that something is impossible, I love that because it's like, all right, well then that's what a lot of people would believe, and then that gives you an opportunity to be the person who shows it's not impossible. And you, of course, you might be wrong, but if you're not wrong, you have the opportunity to stand out. So going through that hardship, taking those big risks, it's going to really pay off. So like discomfort is a feature, not a bug, of both personal life, which is good for life, but for business, it seems like good business sense. If something is hard, it's probably a good idea to do that. Yeah, because most others will fail. Fun question. I don't know if you can answer this, but what's the most expensive movie you were involved with? And why was it? You don't have to say numbers, but like, did something stand out as being exceptionally expensive, and why is it expensive?
I think Jurassic World was pretty expensive. Worked out great.
That's an epic show, by the way.
It's one of my favorites. They just did an amazing job. And frankly, the crazy thing about my life is all the stuff that I loved as a kid somehow came full circle back into my adult life. And having the opportunity while I was out there to develop a friendship with Steven Spielberg, and then have my name on the same film as Steven Spielberg. I mean, that was pretty surreal. So that was an expensive film. Dark Knight Rises was an expensive film. But again, to me, there's a difference between expensive and irresponsible, and expensive because the vision warranted, and it turned out financially it certainly did.
Yeah, with Jurassic World, I can't even imagine having those meetings because like you have to create so much, and so much of it is obviously not real. You can't bring dinosaurs on it.
Yeah.
Is that where a lot of the cost is? Is in the the computer side of things?
Yeah, those are generally pretty massive components of the budget, and especially if you're doing it and inventing things as you go. I mean, Jim Cameron is one of those filmmakers who, is designing the plane as it's flying in such a brilliant way. And I got to know him over the years, and it's just in awe of the way his brain works. And so, yeah, it's a big component.
Can you speak a little bit more to him in terms of, because you're such a fascinating person, because you care a lot about technology, you care a lot about the cutting edge of technology. So how does he, a creator, a director, build the plane while it's flying? Like, what's the role of innovation in this whole process?
Well, so I never made a film with Jim. I'm just a huge fan and got to know him and John Landau, his producing partner. And one of the things that just fascinates me about Jim is, so he makes Titanic, and there's a bunch of underwater cameras and things that they need that don't exist. So he goes and invents them, and has a good grasp of engineering, and has not only the imagination but the ability to lead a team to build them. I got to go down early when they were shooting Avatar at a warehouse, I think it was, where they were shooting. As they were explaining to me how they were capturing it, and that they could go back later because they created the environment. it blew my mind. And I said, okay, this is truly, people talk about a big leap. This certainly is one. So he's continued to push the envelope in terms of the art of the possible. And I just think he is an incredible genius in that way.
Again, another hard question. So you, in the realm of music, care about storytelling. Is there some aspect in which money and beautiful graphics get in the way of story? In filmmakers, if you think about Jurassic World, obviously that's an experience like any other. Like, what do you think about the tension between story, experience, and like visual effects?
Well, look, if you're using big effect shots and all kinds of tricks to cover over the fact that you don't have a very interesting story to tell, that's where I think it gets in the way. Where I think you have these incredible filmmakers, you mentioned Chris Nolan, Jim Cameron, Guillermo del Toro, you could go on and on with folks that just see the world differently and use technology to enhance the storytelling, right? To make you believe differently, to make you not just suspend your disbelief, but to feel like you're immersed in it. So I've certainly seen it done expertly, and I've seen it done poorly.
You've talked about this a little bit in the past. You kind of left the movie making business at an interesting time. Perhaps you saw the changes. There's been a lot of excitement with Netflix, with TV, so the role of film in society has changed. So what do you think is the future of movies versus TV? Like if you were, as a business person, as a creator, as a consumer, as a technologist, are thinking about the next 10, 20 years, what do you think is going to be the godfather, the great pieces that move us as a society in the next 10, 20 years? Is it going to be TV? Is it going to be movie? Is it going to be TikTok clips? What's it?
Well, so I think the other category that I would add to that will be the next great medium is truly immersive virtual reality, in which new storytellers will emerge, especially when you can go into VR and there's enough computing power to sustain it and to allow it to be social and, for you to have different paths to go down. That'll be, I think, the next realm of what storytelling experience will look like.
So do you think video game kind of world, or is it more movies, or is it more social network, or is it all of it kind of blending reality and gaming and movies?
Yeah, I thought if you saw Ready Player One, which I love the book, and the movie was cool too, but that's one version of it, right? Where you go in, everybody's talking about the metaverse and all that, but you go into a world that's fully rendered as yourself and you interact with that world. The other side of it is to go in somewhere between being a passive observer, but being able to move around your point of view and experiences, which I think is interesting. And then I think another adventure, so to speak, I can think of is a blend of video games. So there's a mission, right? There's obstacles, there's everything, and you move through it, but it's immersive and it tells a story at the same time. And that's why I think you're going to see new, amazing storytellers that we don't know yet that understand how to innovate and how to make you feel something in that environment. And to your earlier point, I saw probably around 2015 when Netflix decided to be bold, put out House of Cards, put out all the episodes, leave you in charge of the pace at which you would view them, which I thought was great.
That was a gutsy move.
Yes, it was. And I can't tell you, around Hollywood, anybody that says that everybody thought it was a great idea is not being truthful, because everybody I talked to said they're idiots, right? What do they know about movie making and TV? And what I saw happening was, if you look at what Netflix pulled off, and they realized that there isn't really a moat around the studios, you really could make stuff, and really good stuff. And so they started to create their own content that pulled in Amazon, which pulled in Google through YouTube, and then you had Hulu, then you had Disney deciding that they're going to have Disney Plus, and the next thing you know, you have some of the biggest companies with the largest balance sheets on the planet being in the creative business. That's, if you're an independent, that's bringing a knife to a gunfight, to be sure. And so, I thought that was interesting. The other thing that it used to be that movies were where the big things happened, and television was sort of, small screen, different experience. Then you had something like Game of Thrones come out, which was not only in the same epic level visually and storytelling wise, but had the budget to be able to do it. And now, I think you're seeing all kinds of different storytelling taking place. And also like that you're not pigeonholed into a time. Like, you got 2 hours to tell the story. You can do a 3-part miniseries, a 5-part miniseries. You can do television that's, all kinds of different format. That I think is allows creators to do a lot more interesting things.
It is also interesting to consider the role of companies that enable that, like the capital that enables that. Without Netflix, you wouldn't, and HBO, you wouldn't have some of these epic shows. So if we're thinking about the virtual reality world that you're talking about, it's interesting to consider who will enable that. Now, like you said, Facebook is talking about meta and metaverse, but it's unclear that just having money is enough. Netflix did a lot of really revolutionary stuff. There's Amazon has money. There's a lot of companies that have money that don't quite do as good of a job yet at enabling creators of creating revolutionary new content that changes the whole industry. And that's probably going to be the case with virtual reality. There is a lot of money needed to enable experiences, like in terms of compute infrastructure. There needs to be a huge amount of money there, but you also need to somehow give freedom to creators to have fun, to do their best work, and at the same time, like, provide the perfect amount of constraints, all of that together. Like, however Netflix makes it happen, they do a pretty good job, because it's a very constrained platform. But yet, all the creators I've ever talked to, comedians and so on, that work with Netflix are really happy because they feel free to create their work.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, companies are a letterhead, but it boils down to the people.
Yes.
And I think I've known Ted Sarandos a long time, who ran the studio at Netflix and now took over for Reed, running the company. But Ted, very smart, talented guy, and understood early how to cultivate talent and relationships with talent, which is important. When you're dealing with creative people, their motivations and their goals are not always the same, right? They're not always capitalistic, right? And so in terms of being able to communicate with creative people that are not always A to B to C is a talent. And so I think they did a great job. Ted did a great job with that early. But I think that you're going to see different formats. I don't think, going to a theater to see a massive movie on that screen in that format is a fundamentally different experience. And I think you're going to find movies, my old shop, Legendary, just put out Dune, which I thought was phenomenal. When we secured the rights to Dune years ago, I was over the moon because I love the book. I love the entire world that is Dune. And that's a movie that I think you see on the big screen. I think when Avatar 2 comes out, I'll want to see that on a big screen. But I think you're going to see a ton of content is obviously being produced, and it's not all going to go to a theater-going experience. So you're going to see, I think, different versions of this over the next 5 to 10 years.
In case James Cameron is listening to this, so he officially agreed to talk at the time of on this podcast at the time of Avatar 2 release. I'm just holding you to that in this recorded conversation. Also, just super excited, both the movie and the director. There's something special about movies. You know, they win Oscars. They're historic in nature. There's something about TV shows, even when they're epic like Game of Thrones, that they're forgotten much quicker in history. I don't know. Maybe that's because we haven't had enough of them. But, you know, the De Niro performances, you know, the Scorsese films, all the great films that kind of we think of throughout the generations that define generations are films. Is that just old school thinking? Is that always going to be the case?
I mean, look, to me, going in a darkened theater with a bunch of strangers and the lights go down and you go on this journey, there is something special and magical about that. And I think movies have been a part of our cultural fabric forever. And for some reason, Hollywood in America was, you know, uniquely positioned to do a great job with it, right? And not that there aren't great foreign movies, but far and away, American movies, you know, are dominate not only the world market, but, you know, and so whatever it is that we do well, or Hollywood does well, you know, there's something in the water apparently. But I agree that I love movies, and I will, you know, for the rest of my days. It's interesting how creators can move back and forth now as well. That used to be a complete no-no. You're either a movie guy, or you're a person, or you know, or you're a TV director, and that's that. But those lines have completely blurred.
And they're also blurring. I mean, they're blurring all kinds of lines. Like they're moving to TikTok and Instagram, and like I know right now this is ridiculous to consider that these like 1 minute things could be considered even in the same realm creatively as a film, but maybe that changes over time too. Maybe experiences can completely become fluid in terms of their size, as long as they have some deep, lasting impact on you as a human being, as a consumer.
Look, to me, the whole thing is about either the moving image or even sometimes a picture will bring out an emotion, a reaction, something. So, you know, short form is harder because you have less time to set things up and all that. But I'm sure there will be short videos and creators that come up with things. And if a moving image can get reaction out of you and make you feel a certain way and stay with you or inspire you, well, that to me is just the next evolution of whatever it's going to be between humans and cameras, etc.
See, I think that's why we've talked offline about this. That's why I love robots, is I think there's certain things in the short form with robots that immediately can bring out a feeling in people. There's something about our consideration of our own intelligence, of our own consciousness, of all the fears and hopes, and the beautiful things about human nature, the dark things about human nature that somehow, especially Lego robots, bring out. Because we have both fear and excitement. What is that? Are these going to be our overlords, our gods that overtake humanity? Are these going to be things like horses or something like that, something that empower humanity? And you don't know what to make sense of it. That's why they're super exciting. Speaking of robots in film, you've gone into traditional industries and disrupted them quite a few times. Is there a system for deciding which industry is right for disruption? When you look at the world and see what are the big problems you would like to solve, Do you have a system of how you see which problems to solve? How do you look at the world?
Yeah, well, on the business side of that, so I have a holding company called Tolco, very imaginatively named. Part of that is literally every name ever is now taken,
Yeah.
registered, and all that stuff. So we're a holding company.
What's a holding company?
So instead of being a fund that has money flowing in and out of it, and there's what's called a vintage year, I raise capital and I agree to invest that capital for so long, and then I give it back to you, which sometimes creates artificial time pressures and things like that. A holding company is more permanent capital. So the idea was behind Tolco was to buy almost always whole companies or majority stakes with great management teams in spaces that did not traditionally have a lot of innovation. And to have our labs group, who were data scientists, AI practitioners, engineers, machine learning, et cetera, and to be able to bring that wherewithal to that company. So to provide them with the right capital and to provide them with access to technology that would be hard to individually recruit for that company. So I would say that the thesis was to look for industries that were large enough that hadn't traditionally had access to that type of technology or innovation, and to try to look for companies that not only looked that part, but had management teams that embraced this and wanted to take that kind of journey.
So, yeah, there is quite a few industries like that, but that finding the industries and the management pair, because like those industries often have a lot of old school folks who don't. It takes quite a bit of work for them to leap into technology. I work quite a bit with the autonomous vehicles and just the automotive industry. Depending on the company, there's old school folks. It's like Detroit thinking versus like what do you call it? I don't know, California thinking.
Well, you have to. I think you have to look at the nexus of two things there. One is just plain old human behavior. If I am uncomfortable and this isn't a comfort zone for me, and it's not something I have as a field of expertise, I'm going to shy away from it. Especially if I'm successful and I feel good about myself and it's a big successful company or person or whatever it might be. And the second thing is that especially if you're a public company and you're being weighed and measured every quarter, you are rewarding the managers of that company to hit metrics and to be reliable and to say, hey, I'm counting quarter to quarter that you're going to deliver what you say. It's difficult to say, you know what, everybody, the next 2 years, I wouldn't count on our financial projections at all, because we're going to reinvent what we're doing. It's going to work in the long run, and you're going to see that this was a really smart investment 5 to 7 years from now. That's not the way capitalism is currently wired, generally, right? And a lot of, so again, if you reward managers with yearly bonuses and stock options based and tied to stock price and all these other things, and then ask them to go break stuff, that's hard.
So you're saying, so the Talco approach to this, the private investment, is the best way, or perhaps the only way, to enable this kind of long-term innovation, investment, taking big risks, investing in innovation.
Well, we certainly are not by any means the only one doing it. I'm just saying that when you think about big companies, more successful, that are in old line businesses, and I hear people sort of talk about, well, why can't they just pivot? They recognize they need to be in the technology business. Well, because it's hard. It's hard to steer a ship and turn it that big, and especially if it's not part of your DNA of that company. So, I just think that what we try to do is to enable management teams that know where they want to go, and to be patient with capital, and to also, again, bring innovation to bear that they have access to. There's plenty of capital structures doing interesting things. That's one of the things I love about our country. This country innovates, and this country invents things, and I'm constantly in awe of just the human ability to innovate and to iterate. I get to hang around some universities, including your old shop, MIT, and it's like
Still there.
yeah,
Still
they're
there.
still there,
Still teaching there.
still teaching. But that place is like Hogwarts. I mean, it's just it's inspiring.
Yeah.
Right. And certainly the energy in Silicon Valley, which now Austin, Texas, where we're sitting, has its own incredible ecosystem. So that's one of the things I love about America is the ability, and that really is, I think, in the American DNA to create things and invent things. And I think that's invigorating.
And I think that's even bigger than capitalism, sort of the machine of how capitalism works. That's just human nature. Capitalism is just one of the ways to sort of make that human nature shine, I suppose. But it's like you mentioned MIT. There's a drive there to invent, to innovate. That's so purely human. That human spirit to sort of build something new. It's like that hopeful, optimistic spirit, especially in the engineering space. Like if you pay attention to the internet, like Twitter and all that kind of stuff, intellectuals and so on, there's a cynicism to when we talk about stuff, but there's an optimism to when we do stuff. And the doing part, when you actually build things, especially, like you care a lot about manufacturing too. Like you actually build physical products, that's where we truly shine.
Yeah, no question about it. And I I'm passionate about our country making stuff again, right? Doing our own manufacturing, and making sure that we don't lose the ability not just to create things intellectually and do the world's greatest blueprints, but actually make things here.
Actual factories.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
How do we do that? How do we bring more manufacturing to the United States?
Well, there's a company that I have a big personal investment in called Rebuild, with some folks that all went through the MIT school years ago. There's a good friend of mine named Jeff Wilkie who used to be at Amazon, and we all felt the same way that America needed to make sure that it didn't lose its edge in that way. So it's a company that invests in American high-tech manufacturing, and I think the way we do that is to provide capital, provide training. To me, this is also fertile ground for good, sustainable, high-paying jobs. And we have to make it economically feasible to do that again here in this country, and not to say to companies that again are being weighed and measured quarter by quarter, hey, this is 3 times as expensive to do it here, but you should do it here. We need to innovate, and we need to create processes and companies and opportunity that balance that equation. And I think as we saw during the pandemic, I don't think in this day and age you can be an isolationist. That doesn't make any sense to me. But being self-reliant and self-determinant and making sure that you are never in a position as a nation that we can't do basic things because we're relying on supply chain in other countries. And whether it's, we're not friends anymore, or a natural disaster or a virus or something pops up, I think those are costs of doing business that we have to put into the calculus of being able to make things.
There's an extremely high cost to making supply chain resilient that we really have to consider. And so if you really consider that cost, it makes a lot of sense to invest, especially long term, in building up manufacturing in a way where like you're making most of the stuff in one place. Sort of bringing it all, not all, but as much in as possible. And building it almost like from scratch, here in the United States. What I guess your thought is with innovation, it's possible to sort of revolutionize the way we do manufacturing, so reduce the amount of supply chain stuff and like build stuff from scratch, like do high tech manufacturing. So like optimize all aspects of manufacturing, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I think where technology is the most efficient is the human-machine interface, right? It's not let's automate everything and have nobody work it. I for a long time, that's neither feasible nor desirable. But where we can enhance jobs and make that interface immensely productive with the right training and so forth, I think that's a worthwhile endeavor and something that's going to be important to our country.
Yeah, I mean, you know who you're talking to. I love human-robot interaction, human-machine interaction, human-AI interaction. So what do you think is the role of robotics in this high-tech manufacturing? Sort of like industrial robots, robotic arms, all that kind of stuff, or even more complicated kind of robots. What do you think is the role of robotics? What do you think is the role of AI in this manufacturing future you're thinking about?
Well, robotics to me is an extremely exciting field. I don't have the same expertise that you do. I have an adjacency, but not the depth of knowledge. Have never really delved deeply into it or made investments in it. But I think what's exciting about it is everything from doing jobs that are very dangerous for humans, enhancing the human experience. When you look at really repetitive labor, things that, you know, it might take away a job, but is it a good job for that person who's, you know, spending 30 years doing something highly repetitious? Is that a good experience in life? So I think, and then when you think about everything from military applications, rescue, we're already seeing a bunch of those things. And then just lastly, when you talk about that human interaction with robots, when you start to have the combination, so you have some level of intelligence and interaction. I mean, that's why we always love the droids in Star Wars, right? I mean, it's exciting. It captures the imagination. And I think, look, many hours have been spent on debating artificial intelligence and the ramifications if things go sideways and so forth. And I think those are all, you know, those are appropriate conversations to be having. AI is happening. I think it's actually happening slower than most people realize, because there are tasks that humans do every minute of every day, standing up without losing your sense of balance. I mean, these are really hard things, but I think there's enough investment, both in private industry as well as nation states now, on artificial intelligence that it is coming.
So both in the software space, in the digital space, and in the physical space. So we're talking about manufacturing, so industrial robotics is very true that even in the factory, even the tasks we think are pretty basic, you know, the amount of small intuitive decisions that humans make is quite incredible. So we have to be kind of explicit about saying which tasks are actually really hard and humans are just really good at them. And so on the flip side, in the digital space, with social networks, with recommender systems, with all kinds of like personal assistants in terms of voice or voice-based AI systems, all of that, there's opportunities there to find niches where AI can really have a transformative effect. I think one of the places that really haven't, this is where like you worry to say stupid things, but I believe this very much, that when we have AI systems in the home currently, you have something like Alexa and Google Home and so on, they're kind of very basic servants. They tell you about the weather, they can play some music, they can turn the lights on and off, all the kind of like smart home stuff. I think there's a lot of value in systems that form relationships with us in the way that pets do, dogs and cats. I don't know, cats, just for people who have cats, cats don't care about you. They really don't. They don't form any kind of relationship. I don't know why you have a relationship with them. It's one way. Anyway, sorry, don't throw shade. I'm just kidding, by the way. That's a basic kind of connection you have with another living being. Then there's also just friends. You have different levels of friends, acquaintances. You have lifelong friends. All that friendship you have. I really believe that there's some aspect of the human experience that deeply enriched by interacting with other beings. And for systems, computing systems, artificial intelligence systems in our world, to have the capability to engage in some of that, I think, is not just an opportunity to help people grow, become better people, but it's also just a good business opportunity too. And that hasn't really been explored enough. So that to me is really, that's a whole exciting space that I think will enable better industrial robotics. It will empower a better Facebook or a better social network, a competitor to Facebook that overthrows Facebook. So it'll create better technologies that currently don't have that human robot interaction touch. So I don't know. That's super exciting to me. But that has to deal with the mess of human nature. The reason that most robotics people and AI people stay away from humans, they stay away from the human robot interaction problem, is because humans are complicated. They're messy. They're hard to control. They're hard to predict stuff about. They're hard to make sense of or like test repeatedly because one human can be drastically different from another human. So to deal with that as a robotics problem is super hard. And so one of the questions is which problems can you remove the human from consideration when you're trying to solve the problem? So like Elon Musk is an example of somebody who believes autonomous driving, who can remove the human from consideration, can solve autonomous driving as a robotics problem. It's stay in the lane, and there's a red light, you stop at a red light. You know, if there is humans in the picture like pedestrians, that's a ballistics problem. It's just treat them as a moving object that has with like 90% probability keeps moving in the way they were in the past few seconds, with some smaller probability that might stop or turn. Like just do some basic models about them and you'll be able to do just fine. So I tend to believe that even driving has to consider the full message of humans. The dance, the game theoretic dance of chicken that we all do when we jaywalk. We look at the car. That driver doesn't have the guts to murder me, so I'm going to walk in front of it and not look at the car. We do that kind of dance, and AI systems need to be able to play do that kind of dance. In Telco, there's the labs. So there's a data science component, the AI component. So how do they go into a company and help revolutionize that industry?
Well, there's different examples. So one of our companies, Figs, makes healthcare workwear, started by these two brilliant women, and early days helping to build the platform and recruit and make sure that everything that we did at the company embraced technology, and at the same time they were obsessive about their customer, which is doctors, nurses, healthcare workers who are putting it on the line every day, and obsessive about their product. And when you have those two things come together, you get the result that we did at Figs. We have a company called Acashur, which its AI lab and base is down here in Austin, Texas. It was insurance, one of the largest insurance brokers in the world, and we did a deal with them and sold some of our our insurance holdings was completely AI driven. And in that case, you basically put the team inside the company, right? Because it's a massive company with and we've gone into all kinds of things. So it just depends on the different situations. But the biggest thing was just to make sure whatever the company needed, they had access to the talent. Sometimes we build it, sometimes we help recruit for it. You know how in technology, it's whatever works, right? There's no one way to do things.
Well, Akasher is really different. It's really interesting as an example. So insurance is a fascinating space. It seems like very ripe still for disruption across the board. So how do you? It seems like a lot of the disruption has to do with like almost the first dumb step of we've been using mostly paper. Like it's not digitized. You have to basically create a infrastructure and a framework where like everybody is using the same digital system, like databases, and just organize the data. But it seems like that's a huge leap that basically can revolutionize major industries that still hasn't been done. Insurance is obviously a great example of that.
And one of the things that struck me, the founder CEO of Akasher is a guy named Greg Williams. They're out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And as we were looking at expanding our footprint in insurance, I met with a lot of insurance executives. And they would talk about technology, but Greg truly understood the power of what would happen across actuarial sciences, predictive analytics, and using machine learning to really run every aspect of your business, and then automating a lot of the back office tedious steps. And as you said, one of the things that was great for us, they already had a data collection system and departments, so it was much easier to pivot. And I'm very excited about the future of that company. It's they're doing some pretty innovative, groundbreaking things, and those are the things that I like doing. Right, is that yes, I want to make money, that's what that is. But at the same time, what did you do with your time on Earth? Right? Did you do anything to leave any kind of mark that you did anything interesting? I can only speak for myself. There are many more ways to measure one's life, and I can only speak about how I think about things. I grew up poor in upstate New York. With a single mom, and watched her work a couple jobs, and had to, from a young age, shovel snow and mow lawns and do all kinds of things to help her make sure the lights weren't turned off in our little place. And so that's just something that I've always been driven towards, and I have a really eclectic tastes and interests, and it's just been an interesting journey.
So help enable some cool new creations across the board, like film, music, AI, manufacturing, just insurance, all the specific industries that you disrupted. Yeah. Small tangent. Back to your childhood with your mom. Any memories kind of stick with you as something that helped define who you are as a man?
Yeah, even though the university and college experience was not part of the family tree, and we had no connections. I didn't understand. I didn't know what a trust fund was or prep school. I didn't know what any of that was. But my mom, from a young age, would always say, you're going to go to college. There's no, if you choose to. And I think from a young age, that was just an expectation that I had and that she instilled. And the work ethic. I watched her. And then my grandmother was a janitor, a cleaning lady in a hospital for 50 years. And then I remember there were times of, I'm probably 10 years old. It's freezing cold out. And if I don't go out and shovel 6 driveways, You don't have enough money to pay the bill. So I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know how that manifests itself in my life today. But I think the grit to say, I'm not in the mood to do this. I don't want to do this, but that's the work that needs to be done. And no excuses. Not I'm a victim and I'm going to sit around and talk about. No, it is what it is, and you have to get done what you need to get done. And again, I think it's you can never fully put yourself in someone else's shoes or experience. So I don't know what that is or feels like, but for me, those were two, I think, formative things that were important.
So that's pretty. The reality of life like that is pretty humbling. You've been so exceptionally successful that it's easy to get soft now. How do you get humbled these days?
But getting up, I think for me personally, trying to push the envelope and being weighed and measured, right? That's why I always love sports too. There's a scoreboard. And, I'm a huge believer in opportunity, meritocracy, all those things that I think are ideals that we want to aspire to. And I think that there's a lot of things I'm involved with right now that I just want to see if I can do it. I want to see if my own little mantra is cause the outcome, right? As much as you can. And at the same time, have the humility and not to have the hubris or arrogance to say, I'm always going to cause the outcome. Because you'll get your ass kicked pretty quickly and humbled. The world and the universe is a big place with forces, beyond. But I think, I also think a lot about being intellectually honest, which when I do university talks and so forth, I think that's a superpower. Because if you find yourself making decisions based on other people's expectations, based on places you don't want to go, but you're either you feel like momentum is taking you there. I think that's a big problem. There are people that go to our top universities and can't wait to get out and start their own company, and they want that pressure. They want to grind. And there are other people that are smart and talented that just say, look, I don't want to lay awake staring at the ceiling wondering how I'm going to make payroll. I don't want that in my life. And I think if you can square that up and be okay with it and say, what makes me tick, what makes me happy, what puts me in a bad headspace? Because there's a difference between challenging yourself and going against your nature. So that's why I think that being intellectually honest and being able to really sit down and go inside your own head and say, what am I good at? What am I not good at? How am I going to put myself in a position to be successful? Because, I'm working on my weaknesses, but I'm not going to put myself career-wise in a position where I'm just fundamentally going to have a hard time being successful.
Yeah, intellectually honest is a tricky one, and it gets there's like levels to it too.
Sure.
Because like some of the things I think about when you dream of doing certain kinds of big things. A part of intellectual honesty is to say several things. One is like, hey, the thing you're dreaming about, like, one, the fact that nobody's done it probably shows that you're just a dreamer. This is not going to, like, think clearly. The fact that it hasn't been done probably shows that it may not be the right path. And two is like, if you're dreaming about stuff, there's a certain point where it's like, hey, you haven't done it. Like, why haven't you done it already then? Like, you have to be honest with yourself. Like, you have to be ambitious. Like, a lot of people work hard, long time for a dream, but you have to wake up and be like, all right, I've been at this for 10 years. like with a startup, you launch a startup and you think, okay, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, pretty successful, but it hasn't exploded like you dreamed, and you have to shut it down. You have to be intellectually honest there. At the same time, you might want to be like step it up, lean into it. Say almost like the flip side of like intellectual honesty is like maddening ambition. I'm just saying, fuck it, I'm gonna go all in. But that is a kind of intellectual honesty, saying like, the big problem here is I've been kind of doing too many things. Maybe with this dream, you have to go all in on it. All those kinds of things. I mean, this is human experience. It's complicated.
Well, yes, without all human things are complicated. And I think there's a difference between being reckless and making well thought out, informed decisions. If you're going to go all in, make sure you've measure twice, cut once, as they say. And one of my other favorite, I forget, many years ago, I heard this saying and it stayed with me. It was, never mistake clear line of sight in distance. And, so I think that the key, whether you're starting a business or you're thinking about leaving the company you're at and starting a business or just leaving for another job, any of these things is as much as you can, right? And psychologists, I think, would tell us it's hard to be self-aware completely, right? That's the rub. That if we were all completely self-aware of everything that we did and strengths and weaknesses, it'd be a different world. But I do think you can work on that and at least challenge yourself to think about it and not be in a position where I'm going to medical school because that's what you do in my family. And even though I'm miserable doing it, things like that.
So definitely you don't want to be sort of, because you don't think, fall victim to conformity. It's just go on doing the same thing over and over.
That's right.
But at the same time, is measure twice and cut once. It does feel like some of the biggest leaps taken are where you cut once and measure later. Is you leap in first.
Sure.
It's almost like a gut. I suppose that is a measurement, but you build up a good gut instinct of like what to do, and then you just do it, and then you figure out as the building the airplane as you're flying it.
Right. Well, and I think each one of those instances that you could probably cite has its own unique circumstances, right? I don't have a deep biotech background, so if I suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to put everything I have into this idea, well, that's, those are, right, it's game theory, right? What are the odds of success? If, on the other hand, you're brilliant in your field, or you've seen some opportunity that you think is wide open, and you're going to go for it and break stuff, that's great. You just want to wait. To me, always say, like, how crazy is this on the spectrum of, do I have any expertise? What is the downside if I fail? Right? If you're at a certain point in life with young children and you got a mortgage and whatever else, that is one circumstance versus I just got out of Stanford or I just got out of whatever and I'm going to go for it. It's just the whole thing, right? It is complex, as you point out. And sometimes you just want to have the right matrix in your head of decision-making process to try to arrive at the right place. And even if you get close, that's where I think you say, you know what, the hell with it. I'm doing this.
Yeah. I do want to ask you about one specific idea that sounds super fascinating that you're involved with recently. You led the $50 million seed round for a company called Colossal that is focused on de-extinction. This is funny relative to our connection and conversation about Jurassic World. They're seeking to restore lost ecosystems and use gene editing to restore the woolly mammoth, the Arctic tundra. How are they going to do that?
Well, I met this fascinating guy at Harvard named George Church 5-6 years ago, and found him to be incredibly smart, have an imagination, and he partnered up with a guy named Ben Lamb, who's an entrepreneur. And basically, the press and to me the imaginative, like you're capturing my imagination by telling me you're going to bring back the woolly mammoth and other extinct animals, and we'll see where that road leads. I was more interested in an investor in the things that they're working through around understanding genes in proteins and CRISPR and all these other things, because being adjacent to George Church and his team as these things unfold over the next decade, I thought was the right thing to do.
People are important here, just like investing in people and seeing what the hell they come up with.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look through history, and great things are done by great people, right? And companies, they end up over time becoming a logo and immediately what you think of them. But they started out with a person, with an idea, and a team that cultivated that and made that happen. And I think there are certain folks that are just immensely talented that if you can be around them, and I also know his and his team's ethics in terms of spending time talking about where the lines are. People in other countries that may not have the same process, may not have the same checks and balances, are doing this and pursuing this regardless. So at least I felt like with George and Ben and their teams, they're also very responsible.
This is where the human side of things comes into play. I've interacted with a lot of really brilliant people in the technology space where you kind of, there's a lot of ways to feel this out. You can ask them whether they kind of read literature. You can feel out how much they really understand about like human nature here. Like whatever the technology is, when it actually starts to interact with society at scale, like do they have an understanding or an intuition about how that happens? Some of that requires studying history. Some of that requires like just looking at the worst and best parts and events in human history to understand, like, hey, it doesn't always turn out like everybody hoped. The technology turns out. If a person has a depth of understanding about history, about human nature, then I think that's the right person to mess with some of this cutting edge stuff.
Yeah, you want Marcus Aurelius with a PhD from MIT.
Exactly. You just small tangent, but you mentioned having a conversation with Warren Buffett. You spoke really highly of him as an investor, as a human being. What about him do you admire? What from him? What insights have you drawn from him as a great investor yourself?
Well, the afternoon that I got to spend with him, which is something I'll treasure forever. But sometimes when you meet people, even that are immensely successful, you may decide that after 20 minutes or a half hour, you were in the right place at the right time, and that's fine. There are other people that are clearly different, special, and I don't care if you made them start from zero, would end up in a good place. And so it was an absolute privilege to spend the time with him. A couple of things that stood out in the conversation. He is incredibly intellectually curious and well-read. And I like how simplistic he likes to keep his thought matrix. And then also, instead of trying to outsmart the market, it seems like a simple axiom, but just look, good companies that are led by talented managers that are good businesses over time are going to get there. So I'm not going to day trade. I'm looking for for value. And then just on life stuff, he just, and also his ability to take in and then use information, it was incredibly impressive. So I only spent I met him before, but I only spent one afternoon with him, but it's, pretty incredible. And one of the things that stuck out to me is we were in the middle of talking about telco investing or how we thought about it. And I said, I'm trying to be smart about it. And he stopped me and he said, Charlie Munger, his partner of many years, Charlie and I don't try to think of the smart thing to do. We try to think, what's the dumb thing we could do here? And I kind of laughed and he said, no, I'm dead serious. We think about it from the standpoint of, what could we do in this situation that later we'd be like, that was a really dumb thing to do? And I actually thought that was, it got in my head. I still think a lot about that as I'm dissecting problems.
There is that's a kind of long-term thinking. If you just avoid the dumb things, or if you simplify it, just focus on those simple steps. All it takes is just do that for a long period of time, and you'll be successful.
Well, it certainly worked for him. That's all I can say.
What about you? You've been a great investor yourself. How do you know when you judge people? So whenever I go to San Francisco, I was thinking of moving to San Francisco. That's why I decided to, after really giving it some thought, talking to people, decided to move to Austin. Everybody's dreaming big and they have big plans. And it's actually, I don't envy the job of an investor of any kind, because everybody has big dreams, and it's hard to know who exactly, what idea is going to materialize, what team is going to materialize into something great. How do you make those decisions about people, about ideas?
Well, if I had any kind of a lattice work on this, it absolutely starts with the people. And I think the reason for that is your business plan is going to change. Right? There's very few businesses I know of that say, we're going to make a widget in this location, and 30 years later, we're successful and we just make a widget. That's what it is. Things happen, right? And today they happen with such velocity that you have to be able to make hard decisions based on imperfect information. And how are you going to calculate those answers? How self-interested are you going to be? What kind of ethics will you apply? What's your short-term versus long-term thinking? Are you able to give an honest assessment of the situation? Because the thing that you can count on is problems are going to happen. Things you didn't anticipate are going to happen. How pliable are you? Right? How much elasticity is there in your ability to be successful? And I think it's important when you invest in something that you both see, you understand the roadmap ahead and agree to it. Right? Doesn't mean there won't be twists and turns, but you're not like, well, wait a minute, what did we do here? This isn't what was in the thing I signed up for. And then I think honesty and communication is a huge thing to me. I always tell people, if bi-directionally, if there's something going on, start the conversation with, Lex, we have a problem. Okay, now I'm sitting up, you have my full attention, we're going to talk about whatever it is. Bad news should travel faster than good news. And because it's going to happen, being in business with someone that is going to shoot you straight and sometimes say, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I got to go figure it out. That I can process a lot better than, look, I don't want you mad at me or disappointed, or I can't handle not having success, so we're just going to kick the can. And I think, especially in today's business environment, that's very, very dangerous.
So that's a bad sign, not just because it's good to communicate and be honest, But if they're not willing to do that, then it goes back to the intellectual honesty. They're probably not also able to be brutally honest with themselves when they look in the mirror about the direction of the company.
Well, look, I wasn't there, so I don't know, but I think if you unpack many situations that turned out negatively, most of the people, whether you're faking lab results, right? You have a biotech company. Everybody's staring at Theranos these days. Do I think in a lot of cases you're either the villain, like you started out saying, I'm going to screw my shareholders over and I'm going to be a liar. That isn't my experience. Most things are little incremental moves that you say, we're going to get this right next week, but today we got to make a presentation, so we're going to just tweak things a little bit. That's a slippery slope, right? And so that's why I think from a standpoint of people, you want to go into the foxhole with folks that, understand things are going to happen, and I'm going to let you know about them, and we're going to try to solve them together. And then just in terms of the idea, I always ask, like, okay, if this company executed the way, that's the other thing that always cracks me up about financials. Whenever somebody pitches you, inevitably they'll say, our projections are really, really conservative. I'm still waiting for somebody to come in and say, look, my projections are wildly optimistic. We'll never hit these numbers, but anyway, it's, if this company did what it says and executes, and does it matter, right? Does it move the needle enough? And what are the things that uniquely position this company to be successful? And you just have to be able to answer, I think, a number of those questions pretty crisply.
But at the end of the day, it's still a big risk. So you just try to minimize the risk. Let me jump to another topic. You're an incredible human being that you're involved with this. Your band, Go Sounds, is touring with the Rolling Stones. So before we talk about your band, let me ask about that. What's that like, playing with the Rolling Stones?
Surreal, just because they're my favorite band of all time. To me, the greatest rock and roll band. It's not even close of all time. And to share the same stage, to be on tour, and to go out and get that energy from the crowd. And every night I'm off stage, and later when they go on, and you hear that iconic, ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones, and then it's incredible. And what's amazing to me about the band, next year will be their 60th anniversary. 60 years. And it's hard to be around anything for that long, but making music and packing stadiums. And what's amazing to me, they can play a 2-hour set, and it's not just that, oh, that's a hit or you recognize it. It's like every song is an anthem, right?
Yeah.
So it's been amazing. We got to play with them in 2019, and when they asked us to do this again, it's just an absolute privilege.
I asked you this offline, so I know you are a kind of rock star.
Yeah.
But just me, maybe I'm projecting, but do you get nervous? Such a large audience with the Rolling Stones. It feels like there'll be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to screw it up. I think our band, is tight-knit and all that stuff. And I think that the individual nervousness dissipates when you go out as a group and you're making music together. And you sort of, okay, we're all in this, and we're doing a thing, which is why even in sports, I always look at individual events like ice skating or anything where it's just you out there alone, and that's different than being with a team, nerve-wracking. So I'm sure if it was me with an acoustic guitar just going out, it would feel different. But absolutely, you get the right kind of butterflies, I would call it, and just the energy of playing music and having it be this relationship. And look, I get it. I've been to a ton of concerts where I'm like, look, can we just get to the band, please? But what's been great is just an amazing reception. And we have this guy named Trey Nation, who's the lead singer. It's just incredibly talented. I mean, he's just not only an amazing voice, but just has that charismatic thing.
Yeah.
So it's great. It's fun.
What's it feel like to play in front of a huge audience? What's it as a guitarist? Like, what's the feel? Are you lost in the music? Like, you almost don't feel the audience? Does it add extra energy? Does it add extra anxiety? What's it feel like?
You know, stadiums are interesting just because it's so big and cavernous, and because you want to protect your ears. So we use an in-ear system so that you are a little disconnected from the crowd, because if you're playing that loud and you're standing in front of your amps without ear protection, that's bad.
How are you monitoring the sound? The in-ear stuff, is that producing sound, or is it strictly earplugs?
No, it's producing the sound. So it's like putting ear pods in and listening to a song and you're playing to it, right? It's just us playing, but it protects your ears. But the energy from the crowd when they get going and get into it, which, knock on wood, so far has been amazing. There's nothing like it. I mean, it's just this bi-directional thing that happens, and music was music and sports were kind of my first loves, and it's very difficult to describe, I think, accurately, because it's like no other feeling.
Musically, how is it different than playing in a garage with a band by yourself practicing? Like, is it? Do you feel like you're creating something different when you got the guitar and the amp and just the sound dissipating out and everybody's listening? Is that?
Yeah, it's listen. The first time we did it, there's nobody in the stadium. First time I ever played in the stadium, and I'm just like, I'm out there in front and just hitting different chords and playing different licks, and I'm like, it's like I won a contest and I get to do this.
Yeah.
But what's different about it, and each venue is different. So if you we went on the road with ZZ Top a few years ago, which was incredible. Love Billy Gibbons. He's a Texan. Incredible person and guitar player. But, when you're playing in like 5,000 to 7,000 seats, it's really, it's, you're right there with them, with the crowd. And then when you play in an arena, so we toured with Bob Seger on his last tour, which was cool. Played some shows with him. And again, the arena, like, they're all kind of packed on top of you, and it's super loud, which was cool. Being the crowd is. Stadiums is a completely different animal, and it's just a completely different experience.
Do you enjoy it versus like a smaller room? What's as a guitarist, as a musician, what's your favorite room to play? The size?
Any room that'll have me. No, look, I think arenas are the perfect blend. If I had to say, because it's loud and 20, 30,000 people, but like right up on you. The stadium, look, playing the stadiums with the Rolling Stones is going to go on the head marker somewhere. Is one of the more, I say this and I really mean it. My life is like a punk episode. It just hasn't. No one's burst in yet.
Yeah.
But it's as cool as you think it.
So 60 years. How do you think Mick Jagger still got it? How do you how do you explain it?
I got to tell you something. I mean, the funny thing is, wherever there is excellence, people want to know, how'd you do it, right? What's the secret? Not only is Mick Jagger, and I think the songs that Keith Richards and Mick Jagger wrote together, if you go back and listen to the lyrics, it's just incredibly poignant, and I'm just a huge Stones fan. So, but he works out like a maniac, right? And it's that 10,000 hours thing, and it's that, hey, maybe I don't feel my best today, but I'm going to get up and do my routine and work out so that, at his age, which, I mean, you can look at people at different ages chronologically that are, maybe we're both at this age, but I'm a lot older than you are, and vice versa. And he just, I think it's the combination of raw talent and the ability. He's very smart, right? Like he's understands how to have interaction with the crowd and hold them in the palm of his hand and be an entertainer. But then on top of that, the reason he can at this age run around stadiums and be just as energetic is he puts the work in. And that's one step that I think a lot of people miss sometimes, where they want that magic trick. They want to know what's the shortcut. Most of the time, the answer is there's no shortcut.
Yeah. You have to work hard on the way there and work hard to stay on top.
That's it.
And sometimes not even like work hard, it's just like, it's like be a professional, which that involves like, in his case, at his age, with the amount of stuff you have to do on stage, and the way he does it, this is a professional athlete. A professional athlete that has to do things that are probably designed for 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds has to do at an older age, which means like, what do you have to do? Well, he probably has like a whole physical routine he has to do.
Diet, the whole thing. And it's hard. Look, if you want to do great things, you probably have to do hard things to get there.
I'm not going to make you pick. Just stick on the stones for one more minute. But what are some great Rolling Stones songs that were impactful to you? Lyrically, musically, maybe something you like playing, like air guitar, or
sure.
I don't know.
Well, probably my favorites. I love Sympathy for the Devil. It's a very, sort of Faustian. I love the lyrics. I love how almost a voodoo beat just kind of builds throughout the song. That's always been one of my favorites.
So that song, he never mentions devil, does he? No, wait, sorry. He's like, my name.
Yeah.
There's like a flirtation going
Correct.
on in the lyrics. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's here's all the trouble I've caused along the way with you humans. And I just think it's really, really great.
And musically builds really nicely.
Yeah.
It's like both fun and dark. It's cool. There's a playful nature to it. That's very Stones. Only they can pull it off. It's like playful, but it's also like dark and
dangerous.
Dangerous.
Yeah, and Gimme Shelter is just, and to this day, when I listen to the studio version, and Mary Clayton just comes on and sings that epic, iconic part. And there's a documentary that was done about backup singers. Phenomenal. And it tells the story of that moment in that song with Mary Clayton. It's just her voice and the way it unfolded. They got her out of bed at like 10 o'clock at night in LA. And she's like, the Rolling Stones? And went in and just killed it. And I can't sing at all. I'm by ordinance not allowed around a microphone. So I'm always in awe when someone can sing like that. Those are some of my favorite Rolling Stone songs. And Painted Black's awesome. I mean,
Yeah, Painted Black is great. Again, a song that builds badass. I mean, it defines a whole generation. What made you pick up a guitar? What made you fall in love with guitar?
It's just the coolest instrument, right? I mean, when you watched back then, and I was kind of an old soul. I was listening at a fairly young age to Muddy Waters, Robert Johnson, Lightning Hopkins, B.B. King, and just the soulfulness.
Thrill's Gone.
Oh, I mean, B.B. plays 5 notes and just kills it in the emotion that it evokes. So I just was just in awe of the instrument. And I also there's always somebody around who's a musician who just picks the instrument up and can play, right? And they're just so talented at it, and they can just listen to a record and play it. That was never me. I never took formal lessons. I had to grind, to just make it sound like I wanted it to sound.
So both technically and ear, everything was hard work.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear it, and what they call, you play. So my right hand, the rhythm side of it is that's probably, if I have anything, my strength. But there's something pretty amazing that happens when you get together with other people and play a song. In that moment where it hits the pocket and you all kind of know it, and it's just such a cool feeling. And it was interesting growing up because I always had eclectic interests. So I loved math and physics and science. So I had those friends, and I was an athlete and played football and baseball and basketball. So I had my jock friends. And then I had my music friends. And so it was just kind of that. And so when I was still living in Los Angeles and had Legendary, I just missed playing. And so I put this band together and called it the Ghost Hounds because, again, huge Robert Johnson fan, and that legend of Robert Johnson selling his soul at the crossroads in exchange for his musical talent.
You guys have that in one of the videos.
Yeah.
Such a cool video.
Exactly. So I just thought, like, that's such cool lore. And I just love the blues. So Robert Johnson would talk about hellhounds on his trail. And so I always just thought, what about Ghost Hounds? So I wish it were a more clever, deeper story, but that's about it for the name.
That's pretty deep. Robert Johnson's incredible. But you also talk about this, that you connect to the storytelling of blues. So what makes a good story in a song? Like what aspect of storytelling connects with you in songs? I'm a big lyrics guy too. I love like deep lyric people like Tom Waits and like people that are like Leonard Cohen, like they're even Bob Dylan. They're like obviously poetry. And then there's some people like the Rolling Stones. It's like seemingly simpler, but it's still so much more to it. It's like less is often more. It still tells a strong story.
Yeah, and there's certain people, Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are in this boat. Billy Gibbons is in this boat.
Yeah.
They just say things in a certain way that are just cool, right?
Yeah.
It's just, and so I write our music and lyrics. I have to tell a story. I have to know the characters in the song. I'm not good at just writing some rhymes and having it match up to the right key and the right music. I have to understand, like, that's just me. So I think that, like, if you have 3 or 4 minutes to tell a story, you have to be more efficient with your use of language, and you have to understand what you're building to, if anything, and evoke emotion, and hopefully for those 3 minutes get the listener to understand not only the point of the song but where you're coming from, and to make you feel a certain way. There's a song that the audience seemed to like a lot on the new album called Good Old Days, and I wrote that because, especially during COVID and reflecting on what normalcy looks like and what happens when you're cut off, I just was kind of taken with this idea of that when you sit around and reminisce with friends, oftentimes it's not just like some big event happening. It's, remember that summer we'd go up to the lake all the time, and it's who you were with. And at the time, it probably seemed pretty pedestrian, right? It just seemed like kind of a normal day, but it was the company you were keeping. It was the time in your life. It was whatever it was. And I just kind of struck me that right now we're doing stuff that you're going to reminisce about later that seems kind of ordinary. Man, that was such a great time. So the idea is be in the moment and all that stuff. But these are the good old days, and enjoy it and soak it in, and kind of be present for it.
Yeah, it's a great perspective to take on the present, because we are anything that we'll remember. We're living through the thing we'll remember. And sometimes the things we'll remember is the simple stuff, little stuff.
Yeah.
Outside of Keith Richards, who is the greatest, ridiculous question, but just indulge me. Who is the greatest blues guitarist of all time, rock guitarist of all time?
Well, you got a little bit of a hybrid with Jimi Hendrix, right? Because he played the blues and he played rock and roll. So I think most guitarists would say Jimi Hendrix is pretty ridiculous.
That probably is me. I'm a huge Hendrix fan.
Because you can't, I mean, even to this day, I don't care, technology, pedals, whatever. He just somehow fused with the instrument. I can't be sitting here in Austin, Texas, without mentioning one of the great guitar players of all time, and Stevie Ray Vaughan.
That's how I know you're like a rock star. You're sucking up to the audience.
Well, no, listeners
true.
all over the place.
Yeah.
Stevie Ray Vaughan is another one of those. Just blows me away. And then with the older guys, B.B. King, Hubert Sumlin, Clapton. Clapton. I saw him on his last tour. He just walked out on just like unbelievable how he still sounds.
And both electric and acoustic.
Yeah,
it's a master range.
Absolute master.
And the greatest storyteller, Mr. Bob Seger. That's an interesting one. He almost doesn't get enough credit, I feel like, for how great he is. Obviously super famous, but
no, he's in his voice. I had the privilege of getting friendly with John Fogerty, John Fogerty and CCR fame. And he's another one that's just the way he phrases things, and you just look at the catalog of stuff he wrote. Amazing talent. I read Bruce Springsteen's book, and I'm a fan, but after reading the book, it was really, you go back and listen to his lyrics, and the way he pours himself out is pretty incredible. And then again with the old blues guys, I just think the emotion they could get out of playing, like staying on the one, right? Just playing the same rhythm. John Lee Hooker. You listen to Manish Boy by Muddy Waters, and it's just, there's something so, it just draws me in every time, and the emotion they're able to get out of things. I'm also a huge Chuck Berry fan. I just think that sound is, I love it.
Do you know how to play Johnny Be Good?
I do. Yeah.
That's good.
Maybe, one of the great moments, at least of my childhood, was Back to the Future.
Yeah.
And watching Michael J. Fox plug in and then at the end play at the dance to save his parents with Johnny Be Good. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, the guitar is so much more than a musical instrument. It feels like it's like in the 20th century, it's like the car. Like it defines so much of Hollywood, so much of a generation of what it means to be. I don't know, what it means to be a man, what it means to be a human in America. It's fascinating.
It's emblematic to me of a certain type of music.
Yeah.
And that's I made a documentary years ago called It Might Get Loud.
Yeah.
With Jimmy Page.
I highly recommend that everybody watch that documentary. It's an incredible celebration of the guitar. Yes, it's Jimmy Page, Jack White from the White Stripes.
The Edge.
And The Edge from U2. Okay, all right. Well, now you have to tell the story of that one. Because how the heck did that all come together? Because it's so fascinating. It's such different musicians all coming together, talking about their story, talking about how they approach the music, and also playing together a little bit in this casual kind of setting.
Well, look, one day I came downstairs and Rolling Stone magazine was sitting there, and it was the 50 top guitarists of all time, their list. And then I had some other financial report with video games, and the top video game at the time was Guitar Hero, right? And then there was a third thing, I can't recall it, but I said to myself, what is it about the guitar that is so central to the rock and roll, whatever you want to call it? Like, why is that the symbol? And I said to myself, I want to ask Jimmy Page why he picked up the guitar. This is Jimmy Page, right? And so I called a friend of mine, Davis Guggenheim, who had directed Inconvenient Truth. I think still is, but at the time was the biggest documentary ever. And I called Davis and I said, look, I have this idea. I want to make this movie about the guitar, about different eras and styles and whatever. But I've never made a documentary. I don't know how to do that. So I was just looking for advice. And thankfully, because he's one of the best documentarians ever, Davis is like, you know what? I can't get this out of my head. I'll direct it, which was amazing. And we wrote 3 names down that represented different eras, different styles. Rarely do you get, you go 3 for 3, but it was those 3 guys, and it was just such an incredible experience to sit there and get to know Jimmy Page. It was like, and he was like Gandalf, man. He was like always Jimmy Page.
Yeah.
And
that was so cool to see him. Gandalf was there's like a wisdom, there's a calmness to him compared to like the restlessness of Jack White. Like that combination is fascinating.
It was one of the coolest experiences ever. And one of the things, there was a moment where Jimmy was going through his guitar case, and he had the double back from Stairway to Heaven, and he handed it to me, and I was like, it's like somebody handing you Excalibur.
Yeah.
Amazing experience. And The Edge, one of the kindest human beings you'll ever meet in your life. Just an amazing person. And I think you hit it right on the head with Jack. He's got that energy, and constantly pushing himself. But it's hard to believe it's been, I think, 10 or 11 or maybe even 12 years since it came out. But
after watching it, I realized like how much it was needed, and I was almost surprised it didn't already exist. It was like, the guitar wasn't quite celebrated like explicitly. We almost didn't acknowledge it. How important it was culturally. It was kind of amazing, and the way it closed from the song, the Wait. So it's called The Wait, by the band. Yeah.
That's because they didn't want to go home.
Yeah.
We were shooting on a Warner Brothers soundstage for 3 days. And we called it the Summit, where the 3 of them came together.
Yeah.
And the 2 things I'll never forget is when Jimmy starts to play the riff from Whole Lotta Love.
Yeah.
Edge and Jack ceased to be rock gods or whatever, and had the same 15-year-old kid feeling that I did. You could see in their face. And then at the end, they're like, "Hey, can we play? We want to go. Can we just play something acoustically?"
Yeah.
So we printed out the lyrics. That's what they wanted to play, and they just sat there and sat on those couches and just
Such a good way.
Yeah, incredible.
What's your guitar rig setup like? You have a few guitars. First, let's just put on the line. So, what's better, Les Paul or Strat?
Well, I'm not going to get into what's better because I'm sure that'll start a flood of whatever. For me,
I'm going to say it's Strat.
All right,
I'm just going to put out that.
My main instrument is a Les Paul.
But okay. Let me just put it on the table. I'm speaking as somebody who literally, I don't think I've ever actually strummed a chord on the Les Paul. So I've been
maybe I'm uninitiated.
Exactly. So I don't speak from experience, but it's probably because of Hendrix. I'm so deeply influenced by Hendrix that I just kind of follow in his footsteps and clap them and so on.
The amazing thing to me is if you look back at Leo Fender and what the Gibson Guitar Company and Les Paul did in the 50s, those are still the shapes and the perfect thing today, right? The Strat, the Telecaster, the Les Paul, and they got it right way back then. So I have my main guitar. You got to name your guitar. So my main guitar is named Hazel, and it's a '59 Les Paul. And there's something magical in that year, like a Stradivarius, and there's something different about it. So I play that, and then I play it through sort of my main rig is either a 59 Fender Twin or a 65 Marshall. And then when we're on the road now, because when you use older vintage stuff, you just got to be super careful with tubes and everything. It has to be reliable. So very nicely, the guys from 2 Rock sent me some of their amps, and they're really, because I don't use any new stuff, but the 2 Rock stuff is pretty great. So that's actually what I'm.
It gets close to the sound that you like with the
Marshall. Yeah, it's new and reliable. So that's what I'm using on the road.
Do people use like emulation? Do they use software? Or is it still?
They do. I personally don't. I go. I don't have many pedals. I use a Klon, an old, vintage Klon, straight into the amp.
That's cool. That's as old school as possible.
Yeah.
Is there other cool guitars you have that kind of stand out?
I have a bunch of what they call Blackguard Telecasters from the 50s, which are pretty great.
What are those Blackguard Telecasters?
Yeah, so they just, it's in the 50s,
they actually legit have a Blackguard.
Got it. But they're incredible. So
what's the color of the Telecaster itself?
Most of them are yellow with black, and then they got into different configurations. But there's something. I have a 51 Telecaster that I play in open G, and then songs with open G. That just, again, there's something, and I'll take all the help I can get in terms of, making it sound great. So I'll try to find the magic ones.
What's your writing process like for the music and the lyrics? Do you have to go to the mountains? Is there whiskey involved? What do you have to do? Or do you just write a little bit whenever you have a moment of free time?
I'm a boring guy because I don't drink. I figure I can screw things up plenty on my own without adding anything.
Good call.
But for me, it either starts with a riff, just something that I think is an interesting, riff or tone that I can kind of sink my teeth into a little bit. And then a lot of times I'll write a title and love a title and then start to
cool.
backfill.
So the title is almost like an idea.
Yeah, like this is where I want to be, and then start kind of writing it out. And again, I just have to know, am I writing from a character's point of view? Am I writing about someone or something? As like the narrator, and what is this person? Are they happy? Are they sad? Where are they in life? I don't know if all that, like great writers, I'm sure would say, why don't you just write? You don't need all that. But that's, for me, that's my process.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. I bet you quite a lot of writers have created a world in their mind before they even put the simplest of words down. So yeah, there's quite a lot to that. What's your favorite song to play? Is there some favorite ones you go to? Both play and kind of. I'm sure you love singing.
No.
No, you know.
I'm not. I'm neither talented nor do I have the desire. And I think, if you come see the show, you won't see a microphone anywhere near me.
But do you hear, like, when you're thinking about lyrics, do you hear the idea of the words?
100%. And especially, what's great, with Trey is I write for his voice, and then we have these amazing backup singers that are just, and I can hear all of it. I just can't do it. And so I'd say of our stuff, there's a song called Half My Fault that I play in open G that just, I love playing the song. I love that energy. And then we have a new blues album coming out, and there's a song called Baby We're Through, and it just stays on the one. And for non-musicians, that means, like in a lot of rock and roll and blues, it's what's called a 1-4-5 progression from your kind of root note. You would hear, if you're a non-musician, if you heard it, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's a lot of songs. And this song just stays on the same groove, like LaGrange or Shake Your Hips or any of those songs. And it's just got this unbelievable energy and it's fun to play, but I have to keep the same rhythmic thing going for the whole song.
Well, that simplicity. I mean, the personality of the song can really shine. Trey's, that guy, really cool. It just comes through. I mean, I guess you need that from the lead singer. He's just
You got to have that. And my other guitar player, Johnny Bob, is he's a phenomenal. I mean, like a legitimate guitar slinger. We probably split the leads 70-30, and he is just. There's sometimes I look over at him and I'm like, I'm being a fan right now because what you just laid down is pretty good.
From a lead perspective, what's the most fun thing to play? What kind of stuff do you do? You like slow? Do you like? I mean, if you feel like Thrill Is Gone, there's so if you look at B.B. King, sometimes one note just bending the shit out of that. What do you call that? Vibrato.
Yeah. If I'm gonna play the lead, it's a certain kind of feel. Slow blues is probably my favorite to play, or something that's got a little more of that Chuck Berry drive, where you can be rhythmic in the lead. I can't. The shredding thing that those guys do is that's not.
Yeah. I was actually always able to do that really well. Like you mentioned, people that pick up that, like maybe it's the classical piano training. I can play super fast on guitar, super technical. But to me, the hardest thing and my favorite thing is just it's probably less to do with the guitar and more living a life that's worth playing a guitar for. It's like a certain kind of emotion that you can put into the notes. And it has to do with bending notes. Well, bending notes is a whole other art form. I worked surprisingly a long time on Comfortably Numb. And so Tim Gilmore does a lot of bending. I mean, they're simple. They sound simple, but the dynamics of them to express it, to build up in the way it's held, and there's often a vibrato at the top for a bit. Just that it's almost like a sigh and a sigh of relief and the build up. I mean, it's just that's an art form for him that's hard to get right. It's not just playing a note. It's in that like dynamic movement of a note that so much can happen. That's where the blues happens to.
Look, I'm a huge Freddie King fan too, right? And you listen to these guys, and you sit there and they're like, man, you're playing in a small range on the neck, but it's like I know the notes you're playing, and I'm playing them too, but not like that. Right? I mean, Gilmore is certainly one of those guys. It's incredible guitar player.
And yet another chapter of an amazing life. You love football. Like you play football?
Yes.
What position do you play?
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Awesome. So maybe we could talk a little bit about your love of football and the fact that you are part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where do we start? We start at the beginning. Well, let's start at the end. Why the Steelers? What attracts you to the? First of all, I think, not to be controversial, but one of the best uniforms in football. It's just called like black and gold. Just
decal only on one side.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, the helmet. Look, I bled black and gold since I was a little boy. I grew up in upstate New York, and the first football game I ever saw was the Steelers in the Super Bowl as a really little kid. And it just, I mean, Jack Lambert, Joe Green, Franco Harris, and those guys were like, came down from Mount Olympus or something. And I just was enamored with the team. And because we only had 3 channels, the only time I'd get to see them is occasionally when they were the game of the week or something. And I just loved, to me, what they stood for, the toughness, and they played football, the way that I thought was great. I was a huge Jack Lambert fan, our Hall of Fame linebacker who just intimidated everybody.
So that was the decade of the steel curtain, I mean, arguably one of the greatest defensive in football history, and also one of the greatest football teams, period, in football history.
I've been a lifelong fan, and was very fortunate to meet Mr. Rooney. The Rooney family started the team in 1933. Got to know him, and just was asked to be part of the ownership group. I think it was the end of 2007. First year as part of the group in 2008, we won the Super Bowl, and it was like beyond surreal. I mean, just beyond surreal. And it's amazing to be able to do. I mean, the Rooney family is one of those most revered in sports for the way they conduct themselves. Mr. Rooney passed away, I think, 5 years ago now, and we lost him, but was a champion, helped build the league. I mean, put the league as we know it together. More importantly, was a civil rights champion who created what we now call the Rooney Rule to make sure that we're being fair about giving minority coaches a chance to get hired. And just is one of the most kind and amazing human beings I ever met.
It's incredible what sports does, like to bring out the best in people, to give people hope, to inspire people. There is something about football that has all the elements of a great sport. It's the teamwork, it's the sort of the combat aspect of it. It's the purity of it. It's like strength and power and speed, and all the elements of like last minute close calls required to win the game, and where referee decisions, of course, that's essential for a sport, can screw up the whole thing. Just got all of it together. I think I don't know, because the drama and the triumphs are just beautiful. And some of my favorite memories, I don't know if it's an accident or this is common with people, is just with friends watching football and connecting over that.
Yeah, well, it's an incredible game because there's nowhere to hide, right? You're out there on the field. It's a great game that requires not only all those attributes that you said, but it's an incredibly complex game. So if you don't know what you're looking at, you don't understand how complex defenses are trying to disguise what they're doing, offenses are trying to overcome that, and you can set up one play the entire game. But a team that plays well together, right, knows their plays inside and out, knows their assignments inside and out, can overcome and beat a more physically gifted team because of that, work, that aspect of working together. One of the things that I always loved about sports is just you're out there, there's a set of rules, and there's a scoreboard. So at the end of that game, it says, and you can make excuses about the refs or this happened or that happened, but at the end of the day, did you go out and compete? And when you went out and were a competitor, how did it work out? Right? And the simplicity of that and the purity of that is something that I always have been drawn to.
What about the business of sort of owning a team or putting together a team or trying to build up a team that's going to be a great team? What are some interesting aspects that people might not realize that you can carry over from all the other experience you have in business?
I think the hardest thing about professional sports right now, it's individuals getting paid money to play a sport, which is certainly different than amateur. And, the decisions that are hard is when you get to know somebody who's a player on the team, and either they're at the end of their career or you need to go in a different direction, and that person who's done everything that you've asked, whatever the coaches have asked of that person, and you get close to them. And then when they have to be traded, released, or whatever happens, it's, that's sad. And being able to stand back and in some ways be dispassionate and not be a fan, right? I'm on the Baseball Hall of Fame board, and one of the guys that's on the board of me is Jerry Reinsdorf, and I think it was Jerry who said, if you act like a fan, you'll be sitting with them, which I thought was kind of funny.
Well, I got to put it back on that a little bit. Well, as a by way of a fan asking a dumb question. Okay, let me just give some examples. It's very common in sports. It's funny you said this example of like certain great players going to another team right at the end of their career. And it almost makes you sad. It almost makes you want to wish that he kind of retired right there. From a perspective of just like, do you ever, as an owner, but just in that space, like
Welcome.
in the full arc of human history. So not like as a business.
The good news is I don't have to think about it as a business. I'm a minority owner, so I can think about it almost as a fan. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I suppose this is a dumb question to think of, like of a business in that way, not just investment, but like legacy of like what footprint would you leave on this world, on this history?
That is one thing that I can say unequivocally, and I only have the experience that I have. But one of the things that I'm so proud of about the way the Steelers conduct themselves is, and that's the Rooney family. That's the legacy of the Rooney family, is asking constantly about what's right for the league, what's right for the players. What's the right thing to do here? And that's something I would hear Mr. Rooney say all the time. So I think that legacy is important because ultimately the team belongs to that city, right? Belongs to those fans. And, the owners are the custodians of that. So I think, and when you realize what sports teams mean to the fans, the memories it creates, the bonds it creates, it's a responsibility. And I think that you do have to think beyond, certainly not just dollars and cents, but just sports is a very big deal in our society, and it has to be, I think, held to a standard that's not just, well, were we profitable this year? Or what? There are other businesses for that. It is certainly a business. I don't mean to romanticize to the point that it's not, but to me, it's more than that. Or at least my experience has been that it's more than that.
It's a source of meaning for millions of people. Like, and you see that most, like during COVID, for example, when there's so much desperation, so many people losing their jobs, so many people having to deal with the uncertainty of what the future holds.
Right.
There's something about those sports that just unites us. That, again, the tragedy and the triumphs of sport, of uniting, of gathering together with your friends, with family, shared experience of over like this, over just team, over rooting for your team, for your city.
And the access, again, as I alluded to, we didn't have anything when I was growing up, but I would pour through the box scores. I was a huge Yankee fan and Steeler fan, and feeling some ownership of that, right? That I could read the box score and relive what they did and occasionally see them on TV and feel like I was part of that celebration when they won and everything. It's a very powerful thing.
You've been exceptionally successful in a bunch of avenues and a bunch of efforts. What advice would you give to a young person today, a high school student, college undergraduate that's thinking about career, maybe advice not about just career, but about how to live a life they can be proud of?
We talked earlier about intellectual honesty, and to me, that's the first step of just saying, to the best of your ability, who am I, and what's important to me, and what do I want to do and accomplish? If you can start with that and develop some sort of rules-based, philosophical, here's what I'll do, but I won't do, and that way you can be flexible and pliable, and you're going to need to be. But if you still have a compass that tells you, hey, at least I know this is the path I'm going to take, I think that's very important.
The rules you're referring to, the principles, that's kind of like underlying integrity. So knowing what lines you don't cross on this path.
Exactly right. Because if you have those absolutes, there are many decisions that come into focus very quickly, right? Because, hey, that's not for me. Or, hey, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to do X, Y, and Z.
And it has to do with the thing you were talking about. It's kind of interesting. You mentioned it earlier in the conversation about slippery slope, and that's how often it happens. Like how the slipping into unethical behavior happens. It's a slippery slope of little adjustments. You put stuff off, and that I found that to be. I've been fortunate to not have to encounter these moments very much in my life, but I still encounter them. That's what integrity, I think, looks like. As the slippery slope is happening, those little things is without drama, without making a show of it, making a decision that stands behind your principles and just walking away.
Yeah, and besides the big ideas, I'm going to change the world, I'm going to innovate, I'm going to do all those other things. I also start, if I'm giving any advice, which we can debate whether or not I should be giving advice, but just in terms of, well, let me start with this. Are you a good friend? Can you be counted on? Do you do what you say you're going to do?
Yeah.
Right? Are you accountable to what you sign up for, and do you hold others accountable? Right? What does all that look like? And then I think it's being as intellectually curious and well-read as you can be. We live in a world that is designed to distract you, right? And being able to sit with your thoughts or go on a walk and think deeply about something and not just surface area. You text me, I text you back, and we decide the fate of the world based on a couple of text messages or something. You don't want to lose touch, I think, with being well-read and understanding and standing on great thinkers' shoulders and learning from those works. And then I also think that there's resiliency, and then there's grit. And I heard someone say one time that those are slightly different. And I know that there are all kinds of challenges in life, right? That are tragic, that are unfair. There's no question that's the world we live in. But for me personally, to try as much as possible not to be in the victim mindset, because unfair things are going to happen. And, we all want to live in an idealistic, just world. That should be what we aspire to. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't experienced that yet. But yet you still have to function in that world. So, I think that resiliency thing is very important. And then putting yourself out there, right? Because if you play scared and you're always afraid to fail, this is probably a dumb way to get to the end of the podcast, but there are times, especially when I'm out west, I love the big sky out in, Montana, Idaho, places like that.
Yeah.
When you look up at night, it's almost like I've never seen anything like this before, because there's no light pollution, so to speak. And sometimes when I look up, the most daunting problems that I'm experiencing, I'm like, those things have been there for 1 billion years or whatever, and I'll be gone, and it doesn't, the most famous person on earth 200 years ago, so it's pretty fleeting, and so make sure you have a good journey, and especially coming out of COVID, I think telling people that you care about them, and maintaining and cultivating your friendships and relationships, and they're not just transactional, right? And make sure that
Welcome. Hey, it's Rachel. How are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Welcome. Can you hear me? Oh, Rachel left.
I was a good friend. I was someone that could be counted on. I think all those things go into the mix of, however you want to take the journey.
So when you look up to the stars, do you think about that quickly approaching end of yours? Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of your death?
I'm a huge fan of Stoicism. Right? I read a lot of Stoicism. I think Ryan Holiday's done a great job of bringing some of that back into the forefront. It's just really thought-provoking to me, and rings, a lot of it rings just hits me and says, I think that's right. And that memento mori thing, which is, hey, we're all going to die, so you should contemplate it. There's a finality to this thing. And so I think if you can rightly frame that between fretting about it every day and being afraid, and being so laissez-faire that you think, you're gonna live forever, it'll influence some of the decisions you make. It'll influence the way you attack things, and hopefully the way that you live your life. So yes, I wouldn't say I obsess over it, and I wouldn't say it's omnipresent, but because I read a lot of Stoicism, and just I think it's right to pause and say, who knows, right? There's going to be an expiration date, and if it happens tomorrow, have I done the things I wanted to do, and am I the person I wanted to be? And I think it's important along the way to check those things.
Yeah, I try to make sure that I actually visualize this, that I'm okay dying at the end of the day, at the end of each day. Like, if this is the last thing I do in my life is talking to you,
oh, good Lord.
I'm happy. I know you're joking, but I'm happy I get to live the life I do, and I think memento mori, I think the Stoics have it right. So you have it right in saying, meditate on death enough to remember that this ride ends pretty quickly, to help you appreciate every day and the people you love, the people close to you, and the cool shit that you're doing in your life, the cool shit you're creating, and the fact that you, as a Thomas Tull, are playing with the motherfucking Rolling Stones. You are the man in so many disciplines, so respected, so successful. It's truly an honor to sit down and talk with you today. Thomas, thank you so much for showing up in Texas and for talking on this silly little podcast.
Oh, it's great, man. I'm a huge fan of the show and have had a great time hanging with you, and really appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Thomas Tull. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you might find you'll get what you need. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
She says the two took part in the coffee and tea ceremony to start the visit. Trump will also visit Qatar and the United Arab Emirates.
The following is a conversation with Jan LeCun, his second time on the podcast. He is the chief AI scientist at Meta, formerly Facebook, professor at NYU, Turing Award winner, one of the seminal figures in the history of machine learning and artificial intelligence, and someone who is brilliant and opinionated in the best kind of way, and so it's always fun to talk to. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Jan LeCun. You co-wrote the article, Self-Supervised Learning, the Dark Matter of Intelligence. Great title, by the way, with Ishan Mizra. So let me ask, what is self-supervised learning, and why is it the dark matter of intelligence?
I'll start by the dark matter part. There is obviously a kind of learning that humans and animals are doing that we currently are not reproducing properly with machines, with AI, right? So the most popular approaches to machine learning today or paradigms, I should say, are supervised learning and reinforcement learning. And they are extremely inefficient. supervised learning requires many samples for learning anything. And reinforcement learning requires a ridiculously large number of trial and errors for a system to run anything. And that's why we don't have self-driving cars.
That was a big leap from one to the other. Okay, so that to solve difficult problems, you have to have a lot of human annotation for supervised learning to work. And to solve those difficult problems with reinforcement learning, you have to have some way to maybe simulate that problem such that you can do that large scale kind of learning that reinforcement learning requires.
Right. So how is it that, most teenagers can learn to drive a car in about 20 hours of practice, whereas even with millions of hours of simulated practice, a self-driving car can't actually learn to drive itself properly. And so obviously we're missing something, right? And it's quite obvious for a lot of people that, the immediate response you get from many people is, well, humans use their background knowledge to learn faster. And they're right. Now, how was that background knowledge acquired? And that's the big question. So now you have to ask, how do babies in the first few months of life learn how the world works? Mostly by observation, because they can hardly act in the world. And they learn an enormous amount of background knowledge about the world. That may be the basis of what we call common sense. This type of learning is not learning a task. It's not being reinforced for anything. It's just observing the world and figuring out how it works. Building world models, learning world models. How do we do this? And how do we reproduce this in machines? So self-supervised learning is, one instance or one attempt at trying to reproduce this kind of learning.
Okay, so you're looking at just observation, so not even the interacting part of a child. It's just sitting there watching mom and dad walk around, pick up stuff, all of that. That's what we mean by background knowledge.
Perhaps not even watching mom and dad, just watching the world go by.
Just having eyes open or having eyes closed, or the very act of opening and closing eyes, that the world appears and disappears, all of that basic information. And you're saying in order to learn to drive, like the reason humans are able to learn to drive quickly, some faster than others, is because of the background knowledge. They were able to watch cars operate in the world in the many years leading up to it, the physics of basic objects, all that kind of stuff.
That's right. I mean, the basic physics of objects, you don't even need to know, how a car works, right? Because that you can learn pretty quickly. I mean, the example I use very often is you're driving next to a cliff, and you know in advance, because of your, understanding of intuitive physics, that if you turn the wheel to the right, the car will veer to the right, will run off the cliff, fall off the cliff, nothing good will come out of this, right? But if you are a sort of, tabula rasa reinforcement learning system that doesn't have a model of the world, you have to keep falling off this cliff thousands of times before you figure out it's a bad idea, and then a few more thousand times before you figure out how to not do it, and then a few more million times before you figure out how to not do it in every situation you ever encounter.
So self-supervised learning still has to have some source of truth being told to it by somebody. So you have to figure out a way without human assistance or without significant amount of human assistance to get that truth from the world. So the mystery there is how much signal is there, how much truth is there that the world gives you, whether it's the human world, like you watch YouTube or something like that, or it's the more natural world. So how much signal is there?
So here's the trick. There is way more signal in sort of a self-supervised setting than there is in either a supervised or reinforcement setting. And this is going to my, analogy of the cake.
Yes.
The cake, as someone has called it, where when you try to figure out how much information you ask the machine to predict and how much feedback you give the machine at every trial, in reinforcement learning, you give the machine a single scalar. You tell the machine you did good, you did bad, and you only tell this to the machine once in a while. When I say you, it could be the universe telling the machine, right? But it's just one scalar. So as a consequence of this, you cannot possibly learn something very complicated without many, many, many trials. We get many, many feedbacks of this type. Supervised learning, you give a few bits to the machine at every sample. Let's say, your training image system on recognizing images on ImageNet, there's 1,000 categories. That's a little less than 10 bits of information per sample. The self-supervised learning, there is a setting. Ideally, you don't have to do this yet, but ideally you would show a machine a segment of the video, and then stop the video and ask the machine to predict what's going to happen next. And so you let the machine predict, and then you let time go by and show the machine what actually happened, and hope the machine will, learn to do a better job at predicting next time around. There's a huge amount of information you give the machine because it's an entire video clip of the future after the video clip you fed it in the first place.
So both for language and for vision, there's a subtle, seemingly trivial construction, but maybe that's representative of what is required to create intelligence, which is filling the gap. So it sounds dumb, but it is possible you can solve all of intelligence in this way. Just for both language, just give a sentence and continue it. But give a sentence and there's a gap in it, some words blanked out, and you fill in what words go there. For vision, you get a sequence of images and predict what's going to happen next, or you fill in what happened in between. Do you think it's possible that formulation alone as a signal for self-supervised learning can solve intelligence for vision and language?
I think that's our best shot at the moment. So whether this will take us all the way to human-level intelligence or something, or just cat-level intelligence, is not clear. But among all the possible approaches that people have proposed, I think it's our best shot. So I think this idea of an intelligence system filling in the blanks, either predicting the future, inferring the past, filling in missing information. I'm currently filling the blank of what is behind your head and what your head looks like, and from the back, because I have a basic knowledge about arguments I made. And I don't know if you're gonna, what you're gonna say, at which point you're gonna speak, whether you're gonna move your head this way or that way, which way you're gonna look. But I know you're not gonna just dematerialize and reappear 3 years down the hole. Because I know what's possible and what's impossible according to the physics. So
you have a model of what's possible. It's possible, and then you'd be very surprised if it happens, and then you'll have to reconstruct the model.
Right. So that's the model of the world. It's what tells you, what fills in the blanks. So given the partial information about the state of the world, given by your perception, your model of the world fills in the missing information, and that includes predicting the future, predicting the past, filling in things you don't immediately perceive.
And that doesn't have to be purely generic vision or visual information or generic language. You can go to specifics like predicting what control decision you make when you're driving in a lane. You have a sequence of images from a vehicle, and then you have information, if you record it on video, where the car ended up going, so you can go back in time and predict where the car went based on the visual information. That's very specific, domain specific.
Right, but the question is whether we can come up with sort of a generic method for training machines to do this kind of prediction of filling in the blanks. So right now, this type of approach has been unbelievably successful in the context of natural language processing. Every modern natural language processing is pre-trained in self-supervised manner to fill in the blanks. You show it a sequence of words, you remove 10% of them, and then you train some gigantic neural net to predict the words that are missing. And once you've pre-trained that network, you can use the internal representation learned by it as input to something that you train, supervised, or whatever. That's been incredibly successful. Not so successful in images, although it's making progress. And it's based on sort of manual data augmentation. We can go into this later. But what has not been successful yet is training from video. So getting a machine to learn to represent the visual world, for example, by just watching video. It's really succeeded in doing this.
Okay, well, let's kind of give a high-level overview. What's the difference in kind and in difficulty between vision and language? So you said people haven't been able to really kind of crack the problem of vision open in terms of self-supervised learning, but that may not be necessarily because it's fundamentally more difficult. Maybe like when we're talking about achieving, like passing the Turing test in the full spirit of the Turing test in language might be harder than vision. That's not obvious. So, in your view, which is harder, or perhaps are they just the same problem? When the farther we get to solving each, the more we realize it's all the same thing. It's all the same cake.
I think what I'm looking for are methods that make them look essentially like the same cake, but currently they're not. And the main issue with learning world models or learning predictive models is that the prediction is never a single thing, because the world is not entirely predictable.
Yeah.
It may be deterministic or stochastic. We can get into the philosophical discussion about it, but even if it's deterministic, it's not entirely predictable. And so, if I play a short video clip and then I ask you to predict what's going to happen next, there's many plausible continuations for that video clip, and the number of continuation grows with the interval of time that you're asking the system to make a prediction for. And so, one big question with self-supervised learning is how you represent this uncertainty, how you represent multiple discrete outcomes, how you represent this sort of continuum of possible outcomes, etc. And if you are a classical machine learning person, you say, oh, you just represent a distribution, right? And that we know how to do when we're predicting words, missing words in a text, because you can have a neural net give a score for every word in a dictionary. It's big, it's a big list of numbers, 100,000 or so. You can turn them into a probability distribution that tells you when I say a sentence, the cat is chasing the blank in the kitchen. There are only a few words that make sense there. It could be a mouse, or it could be a laser spot, or something like that, right? And if I say the blank is chasing the blank in the savannah, you also have a bunch of plausible options for those two words, right? That because you have kind of a underlying reality that you can refer to sort of fill in those blanks. So you cannot say for sure in the savannah if it's a lion or a cheetah or whatever. You cannot know if it's a zebra or a dew or whatever wildebeest. But you can represent the uncertainty by just a long list of numbers. Now, if I do the same thing with video, when I ask you to predict a video clip, it's not a discrete set of potential frames. You have to have.
Added to that voice channel without any arguing. Just literally you enter Discord and you start putting it. But there are also a shit ton of channels. Like, this is the list of channels of what makes the Joe Rogan experience. You've got Lo-Fi Rocks and Yacht Rock. You've got every channel there's and social media platform. You've got music artists. You've got whatever those are. You really don't want to know what they are. You've got these. You've got sports. You've got interest. Every interest that you can pick up, including seduction. You've got just random fucking any concept you can pick up in your life. I don't want to know what any of these are. Musical artists, musical genres. You've got casinos, you've got study lounges, you've got gaming leagues, you've got postmodern orthodoxy. I don't understand why people are so confused. There's literally everything you can possibly want in the Rabbi business. Except it feels like I've joined into the cult, and I am entirely fine. $58 billion in 2024. That's a 25% increase in just 5 years. American shoe companies are encouraged by U.S.-China trade negotiations, but say the industry still needs relief. Secretary Neal explains.
The CEO of Footwear Distributors and Retailers of America, which represents Nike, Under Armour, and related shoe companies, said in a statement, quote, "We're not across the finish line yet." Operates come after the Trump administration's progress in recent negotiations. The shoes are highly exposed to tariffs because 99% of all footwear sold in the U.S. is made overseas. The industry is worried that tariffs will wipe out hundreds of businesses, kill tens of thousands of jobs, and raise prices for consumers. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Microsoft is cutting 3% of its workforce. Maker of Windows and Word said today the layoffs will affect employees across all levels of the company. Microsoft spokesman told CNBC the organizational changes are necessary for success in a dynamic marketplace. Microsoft had about 248,000 employees as of last year. McDonald's is planning to hire up to 375,000 workers nationwide this summer. The fast food chain announced the move at a news conference which celebrated the 10-year anniversary of the Arts Waste Opportunity Program, which offers tuition assistance to employees. To consumer business news, I'm Chris Fresh.
Kim Kardashian in a Paris courtroom testifying in her multi-million-dollar jewelry heist trial. The robbers charged with stealing more than $10 billion in jewels from the reality TV star and businesswoman at a hotel in the city in 2016. She told the court she absolutely thought she was going to die that day. She was bound with zip ties and duct tape as the robbers took her jewelry, including a $4 million engagement ring given to her by Kanye West. Testimony back underway in Sean Diddy Combs' sex crime trial in New York. His former girlfriend Cassie Ventura on the stand telling the jury she suffered physical abuse from Combs during their 10-year relationship.
Usually I get knocked to my forehead, black eyes, red eyes, bruises all over my body.
That's NBC reporter Ricky Ellis, who was in the courtroom transcribing her testimony. Yesterday, the prosecution played a video of Ventura being beaten up by Combs in a hotel hallway in 2016. The Office spin-off series, The Paper, premieres in September. Original Office cast member Oscar Munoz will return for the series. The show will follow the staff and publisher of a Midwestern newspaper as they try to revive it. The exact premiere date for the Peacock series will be announced later. And the Jonas Brothers are leading the new Music from Disneyland Resort's 70th celebration album. Their track Celebrate Happy, the theme song for the resort's 70th anniversary. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Mulsoni.
There are now more than 1,000 confirmed cases of measles in the U.S. since an outbreak started in Texas in January. It's only the second time there have been that many cases in 3 decades. Texas is still ground zero of the outbreak, with more than 700 cases reported, according to the CDC. 3 people have died, including 2 children. The San Fernando, California-based food company is voluntarily recalling several of its products due to the listeria outbreak spreading across the U.S. and has sickened at least 10 people personally.
Recalling several of its pre-made sandwiches and protein snacks. The items were sold under the brand names Fresh Bread, City Point Market Fresh Food Development, and Fresh Take. It was distributed between April 18th and 28th in California, Arizona, Nevada, and Washington State.
A new AI tool developed at Mass General Brigham can tell you how old you look biologically. It's called Face Age, and it analyzes your face using a headshot to estimate your biological age and your risk for cancer. Health update on Kristen Morris.
AM 640, your stimulating talk. Coming up today after 1 o'clock on the John Cobell Show, maybe the Trump administration can clean up LA. Christine Nolan, the Homeland Security Secretary, is sending subpoenas to LA County to see how much money they're shoveling to illegal aliens. That's coming up today at 1 o'clock on the John Cobell Show. Here in Shannon, KMI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Dodgers back in action tonight. Mookie Betts bobblehead night there in LA to take on the A's. First pitch is at 7. Snow Dodger games on AM 570 LA Sports live from the Calvin Motors broadcast booth and stream all of our Dodgers games in HD on the iHeartRadio app. Use that keyword AM 570 LA Sports.
The first ticket to the NBA Conference Finals could be pushed tonight. Pacers can earn a spot when they take on the Cavs in Cleveland at 7 p.m. Eastern. Pacers lead that one 3-1 in the West. The Oklahoma
City Thunder hosts the Nuggets. Pivotal Game 5. That series all tied up 2 games apiece. Tip-off at 6:30 our time.
Stocks rallied today after this encouraging report that showed inflation unexpectedly slowed across the country last month. Before we see much of a bump from tariffs, if any, the Dow started the day in very positive territory, but it's down about 190 right now. S&P 500 and the Nasdaq are both in positive territory.
Some way of representing a sort of infinite number of plausible continuations of multiple frames in a high-dimensional continuous space, and we just have no idea how to do this properly.
Finite, high-dimensional. So like because
It's finite high-dimensional, yes.
Just like the words, they try to get it to down to a small finite set of like under a million, something like that.
Something like that.
I mean, it's kind of ridiculous that we're doing a distribution over every single possible word for language, and it works. It feels like that's a really dumb way to do it. Like there seems to be like there should be some more compressed representation of the distribution over the words.
You're right about that.
And so,
I agree.
do you have any interesting ideas about how to represent all of the reality in a compressed way such that you can form a distribution over it?
That's one of the big questions. How do you do that? Right? I mean, what's kind of another thing that really is stupid about I shouldn't say stupid, but like simplistic about current approaches to self-supervised learning in NLP in text is that not only do you represent a giant distribution over words, but for multiple words that are missing, those distributions are essentially independent of each other. And you don't pay too much of a price for this, so you can't. So the system, in the sentence that I gave earlier, if it gives a certain probability for a lion and cheetah, and then a certain probability for gazelle, wildebeest, and zebra, those two probabilities are independent of each other. And it's not the case that those things are independent. Lions actually attack like bigger animals than cheetahs. So, there's a huge independence hypothesis in this process, which is not actually true. The reason for this is that we don't know how to represent properly distributions over combinatorial sequences of symbols, essentially, because the number grows exponentially with the length of the symbols. And so we have to use tricks for this, but those techniques can, get around, like don't even deal with it. So the big question is, would there be some sort of abstract latent representation of text that would say that, when I switch lion for gazelle, lion for cheetah, I also have to switch zebra for gazelle?
Yeah, so this independence assumption, let me throw some criticism at you that I often hear and see how you respond. So this kind of filling in the blanks is just statistics. You're not learning anything like the deep underlying concepts. You're just mimicking stuff from the past. You're not learning anything new such that you can use it to generalize about the world. Let me just say the crude version, which is just statistics. It's not intelligence. What do you have to say to that? What do you usually say to that if you kind of hear this kind of thing?
I don't get into those discussions because they're kind of pointless. So first of all, it's quite possible that intelligence is just statistics. It's just statistics of a particular kind.
Yes.
Where
this is the philosophical question. Is it possible that intelligence is just statistics?
Yeah. But what kind of statistics? So if you are asking the question, are the models of the world that we learn, do they have some notion of causality? Yes. So if the criticism comes from people who say, current machine learning systems don't care about causality, which by the way is wrong, I agree with them. Yeah, you should, your model of the world should have your actions as one of the inputs, and that will drive you to learn other models of the world where what intervention in the world will cause what result. But you can do this by observation of other agents acting in the world and observing the effect, other humans, for example. So I think, at some level of description, intelligence is just statistics. But that doesn't mean you won't have models that have, deep mechanistic explanation for what goes on. The question is, how do you run them? That's the question I'm interested in, because a lot of people who actually voice their criticism say that those mechanistic models have to come from someplace else. They have to come from human designers. They have to come from I don't know what. And obviously, we don't know. Or if we don't run them as an individual, nature run them for us using evolution. So regardless of what you think, those processes have been run somehow.
So if you look at the human brain, just like when we humans introspect about how the brain works, it seems like when we think about what is intelligence, we think about the high level stuff, like the models we've constructed, concepts like cognitive science, like concepts of memory and reasoning module, almost like these high level modules. Is this serve as a good analogy? Like, are we ignoring the dark matter, the basic low level mechanisms, just like we ignore the way the operating system works? We're just using the high level software. We're ignoring that at the low level, the neural network might be doing something like statistics, like meaning, sorry to use this word probably incorrectly and crudely, but doing is kind of filling the gap, kind of learning, and just kind of updating the model constantly in order to be able to support the raw sensory information to predict it and then adjust to the prediction when it's wrong. But like high level, when we look at our brain at the high level, it feels like we're doing, like we're playing chess, like we're like playing with high level concepts and we're stitching them together and we're putting them into long-term memory. But really what's going underneath is something we're not able to introspect, which is this kind of simple large neural network that's just filling in the gaps.
Right. Well, okay. So there's a lot of questions that are answers there. Okay. So first of all, there's a whole school of thought in neuroscience, computational neuroscience in particular, that likes the idea of predictive coding, which is really related to the idea I was talking about in self-supervised learning. So everything is about prediction. The essence of intelligence is the ability to predict, and everything the brain does is trying to predict everything from everything else. Okay, and that's really sort of the underlying principle that self-supervised learning is trying to kind of reproduce this idea of prediction as kind of an essential mechanism of task-independent learning. The next step is, what kind of intelligence are you interested in reproducing? And of course, we all think about, trying to reproduce sort of, high-level cognitive processes in humans. But like in machines, we're not even at the level of even reproducing the learning processes in a cat brain. The most intelligent or intelligent systems don't have as much common sense as a house cat. So how is it that cats learn? And cats don't do a whole lot of reasoning. They certainly have causal models. They certainly have, because many cats can figure out like how they can act on the world to get what they want. They certainly have a fantastic model of intuitive physics. Certainly of the dynamics of their own bodies, but also of praise and things like that, right? So they're pretty smart. They only do this with about 800 million neurons. We are not anywhere close to reproducing this kind of thing. So to some extent, I could say, let's not even worry about like the high-level cognition and kind of long-term planning and reasoning that humans can do until we figure out like can we even reproduce what cats do. Now that said, this ability to learn world models, I think, is the key to the possibility of learning machines that can also reason. So whenever I give a talk, I say there are three main challenges in machine learning. The first one is getting machines to learn to represent the world and proposing self-supervised learning. The second is getting machines to reason in ways that are compatible with essentially gradient-based learning, because this is what deep learning is all about, really. And the third one is something we have no idea how to solve, or at least I have no idea how to solve, is can we get machines to learn hierarchical representations of action plans? We know how to train them to learn hierarchical representations of perception, with convolutional nets and things like that, and transformers. But what about action plans? Can we get them to spontaneously learn good hierarchical representations of actions?
Also gradient-based.
Yeah, all of that needs to be somewhat differentiable so that you can apply sort of gradient-based learning, which is really what deep learning is about.
So it's background knowledge, ability to reason in a way that's differentiable, that is somehow connected, deeply integrated with that background knowledge, or builds on top of that background knowledge, and then given that background knowledge, be able to make hierarchical plans
Right.
in the world.
So if you take classical optimal control, there's something in classical optimal control called model predictive control, and it's been around since the early 60s. NASA uses that to compute trajectories of rockets. And the basic idea is that you have a predicted model of the rocket, let's say, or whatever system you intend to control, which, given the state of the system at time t and given an action that you're taking in the system, so for a rocket, it would be thrust and all controls you can have. It gives you the state of the system at time t plus delta t, right? So basically a differential equation, something like that. And if you have this model, and you have this model in the form of some sort of neural net or some sort of set of formula that you can backpropagate gradient through, you can do what's called model predictive control, or gradient-based model predictive control. So you have you can unroll that model in time. You feed it a hypothesized sequence of actions, and then you have some objective function that measures how well, at the end of the trajectory, the system has succeeded or matched what you wanted to do. Is the robot harm? As you grasp the object you want to grasp? If it's a rocket, are you in the right place near the space station? Things like that. And by backpropagation through time, and again, this was invented in the 1960s by optimal control theorists, you can figure out what is the optimal sequence of actions that will get my system to the best final state. So that's a form of reasoning. It's basically planning, and a lot of planning systems in robotics are actually based on this. And you can think of this as a form of reasoning. So, to take the example of the teenager driving a car again, you have a pretty good dynamical model of the car. It doesn't
Insist on help listeners to rise above their struggles and face the mountain in front of them. So during Mental Health Awareness Month, focus on your emotional well-being. Tune into the podcast and climb
to be very accurate, but again, that if you turn the wheel to the right and there is a cliff, you're going to run off the cliff, right? You don't need to have a very accurate model to predict that. And you can run this in your mind and decide not to do it for that reason, because you can predict in advance that the result is going to be bad. So you can sort of imagine different scenarios and then employ or take the first step in the scenario that is most favorable, and then repeat the process of planning. That's called receding horizon model predictive control. So even all those things have names, going back decades. And so if you're not in classical optimal control, the model of the world is not generally learned. There's sometimes a few parameters you have to identify. That's called systems identification. But generally, the model is mostly deterministic and mostly built by hand. So the big question of AI, I think the big challenge of AI for the next decade is how do we get machines to run predictive models of the world that deal with uncertainty and deal with the real world in all this complexity. So it's not just the trajectory of a rocket, which you can reduce to first principles. It's not even just trajectory of a robot arm, which again you can model by careful mathematics, but it's everything else, everything we observe in the world. People behavior, physical systems that involve collective phenomena like water or trees and branches in a tree or something, or like complex things that humans have no trouble developing abstract representations and predictive model for, but we still don't know how to do.
Where do you put in these three, maybe in the planning stages, the game theoretic nature of this world, where your actions not only respond to the dynamic nature of the world, the environment, but also affect it? So if there's other humans involved, is this point number 4, or is it somehow integrated into the hierarchical representation of action in your view?
I think it's integrated. It's just that now your model of the world has to deal with, it just makes it more complicated, right? The fact that humans are complicated and not easily predictable, that makes your model of the world much more complicated, that much more complicated.
But there's a chess. I mean, I suppose chess is an analogy to multi-colored research. I mean,
Right.
there's a I go, you go, I go, you go. Like Aja Kapate recently gave a talk at MIT about car doors. I think there's some learning too, but mostly car doors. And there's a dynamic nature to the car, like the person opening the door, checking. I mean, he wasn't talking about that. He was talking about the perception problem of what the ontology, what defines a car door, this big philosophical question. But to me, it was interesting because, like, it's obvious that the person opening the car door, if they're trying to get out, like here in New York, trying to get out of the car, you slowing down is going to signal something. You speeding up is going to signal something. That's a dance. It's a asynchronous chess game. I don't know. So it feels like it's not just. I mean, I guess you could integrate all of that into one giant model, like the entirety of these little interactions. Because it's not as complicated as chess. It's just like a little dance. We do like a little dance together, and then we figure it out.
Well, in some ways, it's way more complicated than chess because it's continuous, it's uncertain in a continuous manner.
It doesn't feel more complicated.
But it doesn't feel more complicated because that's what we've evolved to solve. It's the kind of problem we've evolved to solve, and so we're good at it because nature has made us good at it. Nature has not made us good at chess. We completely suck at chess.
Yeah.
In fact, that's why we designed it as a game, is to be challenging. And if there is something that recent progress in chess and Go has made us realize, is that humans are.
Without any suggestions, literally you enter the Discord and if you documented it, but there are also a shit ton of channels, right? This is the list of channels. You've got Yacht Walk links to Joe Rogan's experience, you've got Lo-Fi Rocks and Yacht Rocks, you've got every channel known to man and social media platform, you've got music artists, you've got whatever those are, you really don't want to know what they're up to, you've got sports, you've got interest, every interest known that you can think of, including seduction, you've got just random fucking any concept you can think of in life. I don't want to know what any of these are. Musical artists, or musical genres. You've got casinos, you've got study lounges, you've got gaming leagues, you've got postmodern orthodoxy. I don't understand why people are so confused. There's literally everything you can possibly want in the rabbi discipline. Except it feels like I've joined in one cult. And I am entirely frightened.
Thank you again, John. Again, I never thought that John would really want such a series on your show because it's really not a John Cobell type of series. I guess that's the best way of putting it. But John was amazing, and he played both parts in 2 days, and then the whole segment. Yeah, back and forth. It was great.
It was terrific. He won 3 awards now for Greg. This Edward R. Regional Award is a really big deal. We have a shirt match. If you go to KFIN640.com/suicide, you go right to the links to Deborah's part 1 and part 2. And our discussion afterwards, KFIN640.com/suicide. Now, Deborah celebrated this earlier in the day by really impressive. And we'll tell that story in okay, so
It's a crazy story.
this is one of those only in Neverland would it happen.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. You're always so great acknowledging me and I really appreciate it.
Well, you do tremendous work. It's right from me. All right, and now back to
Because I'm really terrible at those things, like really bad. There was a story right before. I'll talk about that. The best Go players thought there were maybe 2 or 3 stones behind, an ideal player that they would call God. In fact, no, they're like 9 or 10 stones behind. I mean, which is bad.
Yeah.
So we're not good at, and it's because we have limited working memory. We're not very good at doing this tree exploration. That computers are much better at doing than we are. But we are much better at learning differentiable models of the world. I mean, I say differentiable in a kind of, I should say, not differentiable in the sense that, we run backprop through it, but in the sense that our brain has some mechanism for estimating gradients of some kind.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it efficient. So if you have an agent that consists of a model of the world, which, in the human brain is basically the entire front half of your brain, an objective function, which in humans is a combination of 2 things. There is your sort of intrinsic motivation module, which is in the basal ganglia, the base of your brain. That's the thing that measures pain and hunger and things like that, like immediate feelings and emotions. And then there is, the equivalent of what people in reinforcement learning call a critic, which is a sort of module that predicts ahead what the outcome of a situation will be. And so it's not a cost function, but it's sort of not an objective function, but it's sort of a trained predictor of the ultimate objective function. And that also is differentiable. And so if all of this is differentiable, your cost function, your critic, your world model, then you can use gradient-based type methods to do planning, to do reasoning, to do learning, to do all the things that we like an intelligent agent to do.
And the gradient-based learning, like what's your intuition? That's probably at the core of what can solve intelligence. So you don't need like logic-based reasoning in your view.
I don't know how to make logic-based reasoning compatible with efficient learning.
Yeah.
And okay, I mean, there is a big question, perhaps a philosophical question. I mean, it's not that philosophical, but that we can ask is that all the learning algorithms we know from engineering and computer science proceed by optimizing some objective function.
Yeah.
Right. So one question we may ask is does learning in the brain minimize an objective function? It could be a composite of multiple objective functions, but it's still an objective function. Second, if it does optimize an objective function, does it do it by some sort of gradient estimation? It doesn't need to be backprop, but some way of estimating the gradient in an efficient manner, whose complexity is of the same order of magnitude as actually running the inference. Because you can't afford to do things like perturbing a weight in the brain to figure out what the effect is, and then sort of you can do sort of estimating gradient by perturbation. To me it seems very implausible that the brain uses some sort of zeroth order black box gradient-free optimization, because it's so much less efficient than gradient optimization. So it has to have a way of estimating gradients.
Is it possible that some kind of logic-based reasoning emerges in pockets as a useful, like you said, if the brain is an objective function, maybe it's a mechanism for creating objective functions. It's a mechanism for creating knowledge bases, for example, that can then be queried. Like maybe it's like an efficient representation of knowledge that's learned in a gradient-based way or something like that.
Well, so I think there is a lot of different types of intelligence. So first of all, I think the type of logical reasoning that we think about, that we are, maybe stemming from, sort of classical AI of the 1970s and 80s. I think humans use that relatively rarely and are not particularly good at it.
So we judge each other based on our ability to solve those rare problems. It's called an IQ test.
I think so. Like, I'm not very good at chess.
Yes, I'm judging this whole time because of it. Well, we actually
with your heritage, I'm sure you're good at chess.
No stereotypes. Not all stereotypes are true.
Well, I'm terrible at chess. So, but I think perhaps another type of intelligence that I have is this, ability of sort of building models of the world from, reasoning, obviously, but also data. And those models generally are more kind of analogical, right? So it's reasoning by simulation and by analogy, where you use one model to apply to a new situation, even though you've never seen that situation, you can sort of connect it to a situation you've encountered before, and your reasoning is more, akin to some sort of internal simulation. So you are kind of simulating what's happening when you're building, I don't know, a box out of wood or something, right? You kind of imagine in advance, like what would be the result of cutting the wood in this particular way. Are you going to use screws or nails or whatever? When you are interacting with someone, you also have the model of that person and sort of interact with that person. Having this model in mind to kind of tell the person what you think is useful to them. So I think this ability to construct models of the world is basically the essence of intelligence, and the ability to use it then to plan actions that will fulfill a particular criterion, of course, is necessary as well.
So I'm going to ask you a series of possible questions to keep asking, as I've been doing. So if that's the fundamental sort of dark matter of intelligence, this ability to form a background model, what's your intuition about how much knowledge is required? I think dark matter, you can put a percentage on it of the composition of the universe, and how much of it is dark matter, how much of it is dark energy, how much information do you think is required to be a house cat? So you have to be able to, when you see a box, go in it. When you see a human, compute the most evil action. If there's a thing that's near an edge, you knock it off. All of that, plus the extra stuff you mentioned, which is a great self-awareness of the physics of your own body and the world. How much knowledge is required to solve it? I don't even know how to measure an answer to that question.
I'm not sure how to measure it, but whatever it is, it fits in about 800,000 neurons, 800 million neurons. Sorry.
The representation does.
Everything, all knowledge, everything, right? It's less than a billion. The dog is 2 billion, but a cat is less than 1 billion. And so multiply that by 1,000 and you get the number of synapses. And I think almost all of it is learned through this, a sort of self-supervised learning. Although, I think a tiny sliver is learned through reinforcement learning, and certainly very little through classical supervised learning. Although it's not even clear how supervised learning actually works in the biological world. So I think almost all of it is self-supervised learning, but it's driven by the sort of ingrained objective functions that a cat or a human have at the base of their brain, which kind of drives their behavior. So, nature tells us you're hungry. It doesn't tell us how to feed ourselves. That's something that the rest of our brain has to figure out, right?
Well, it's interesting because there might be more deeper objective functions that are underlying the whole thing. So hunger may be some kind of, now you go to neurobiology, it might be just the brain trying to maintain homeostasis. So hunger is just one of the human perceivable symptoms of the brain being unhappy with the way things are currently. Right. It could be just one really dumb objective function at the core.
But that's how behavior is driven. The fact that the basal ganglia drive us to do things that are different from, say, an orangutan or certainly a cat is what makes human nature versus orangutan nature versus cat nature. So, for example, our basal ganglia drives us to seek the company of other humans. And that's because nature has figured out that we need to be social animals for our species to survive, and it's true of many primates. It's not true of orangutans. Orangutans are solitary animals. They don't seek the company of others. In fact, they avoid them. In fact, they scream at them when they come too close because they're territorial. Because for their survival, evolution has figured out that's the best thing. I mean, they're occasionally social, of course, for reproduction and stuff like that. But they're mostly solitary. So So all of those behaviors are not part of intelligence. People say, "Oh, you're never going to have intelligent machines because human intelligence is social." But then you look at orangutans, you look at octopus. Octopus never know their parents. They barely interact with any other, and they get to be really smart in less than a year, like half a year. In a year they're adults, in 2 years they're dead. So there are things that we think as humans are intimately linked with intelligence, like social interaction, like language. I think we give way too much importance to language as the substrate of intelligence as humans, because we think our reasoning is so linked with language.
So to solve the house cat intelligence problem, you think you could do it on a desert island? You could have
pretty much.
You could just have a cat sitting there, looking at the waves that the ocean weighs, and figure a lot of it out.
It needs to have sort of the right set of drives to kind of get it to do the thing and learn the appropriate things, right? But like for example, baby humans are driven to learn to stand up and walk. That's kind of this desire is hardwired. How to do it precisely is not that's learned.
Sure.
But the desire to
walk,
move around, and stand up, that's sort of. It's very simple to hardwire this kind of stuff.
Oh, like the desire to. Well, that's interesting. You're hardwired to want to walk. That's not there's got to be a deeper need for walking. I think it was probably socially imposed by society that you need to walk, while the other bipedal.
No, like a lot of simple animals that will probably walk without ever watching any other members of the species.
It seems like a scary thing to have to do because you suck at bipedal walking at first. It seems crawling is much safer, much more like, why are you in a hurry?
Well, because you have this thing that drives you to do it, which is sort of part of the sort of human development.
Is that understood actually?
Not entirely. No.
What's the reason to get on 2 feet? It's really hard. Like most animals don't get on 2 feet. Why
well, they get on 4 feet. Many mammals get on 4 feet.
Yeah, they
very quickly. Some of them extremely quickly.
But I don't, like from the last time I've interacted with a table, that's much more stable than the thing on 2 legs. It's just a really hard problem.
Yeah, I mean, birds have figured it out with 2 feet.
Well, technically, you can go into ontology. They have 4. I guess they have 2 feet.
They have 2 feet.
Chickens.
Dinosaurs have 2 feet. Many of them.
Allegedly. I'm just now learning that T-Rex was eating grass, not other animals. T-Rex might have been a friendly pet. What do you think about, I don't know if you looked at the test for general intelligence that Francois Chalet put together. I don't know if you got a chance to look at that kind of thing. Like, what's your intuition about how to solve like an IQ type of test?
I don't know. I think it's so outside of my radar screen that it's not really relevant, I think, in the short term.
Well, I guess one way to ask, another way, perhaps more closer to your work, is like, how do you solve MNIST with very little example data?
That's right, and that's the answer to this probably is self-supervised learning. Just learn to represent images, and then learning, to recognize handwritten digits on top of this will only require a few samples. But we observe this in humans, right? You show a young child a picture book with a couple of pictures of an elephant, and that's it. The child knows what an elephant is. And we see this today with practical systems that we train image recognition systems with enormous amounts of images, either completely self-supervised or very weakly supervised. For example, you can train a neural net to predict whatever hashtag people type on Instagram, right? And you can do this with billions of images because there's billions per day that are showing up. So the amount of training data there is essentially unlimited. And then you take the output representation, a couple layers down from the output of what the system learned, and feed this as input to a classifier for any object in the world that you want, and it works pretty well. So that's transfer learning, okay, or weakly supervised transfer learning. People are making very, very fast progress using self-supervised learning for this kind of scenario as well. And my guess is that's going to be the future.
For self-supervised learning, how much cleaning do you think is needed for filtering malicious signal, or what's a better term? But like a lot of people use hashtags on Instagram to get like good SEO that doesn't fully represent the context of the image. Like they'll put a picture of a cat and hashtag it with like science, awesome, fun. I don't know, all. Why would you put science?
Well, so
That's not very good SEO.
The way my colleagues who worked on this project at Facebook, now Meta AI, a few years ago dealt with this is that they only selected something like 17,000 tags that correspond to kind of physical things or situations, like, you know, that has some visual content. So, you know, you wouldn't have like #TBT or anything like that.
Also, they keep a very select set of hashtags. Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's still on the order of 10 to 20,000. So it's fairly large.
Okay. Can you tell me about data augmentation? What the heck is data augmentation, and how is it used? Maybe contrasted learning for video. What are some cool ideas here?
Right, so data augmentation, I mean, first, data augmentation, you know, is the idea of artificially increasing the size of your training set by distorting the images that you have in ways that don't change the nature of the image, right? So you run this, you get the data augmentation on NList, and people have done this since the 1990s, right? You take a NList digit and you shift it a little bit, or you change the size, or rotate it, skew it, you know, etc.
Add noise,
etc. And it works better. If you train a supervised classifier with augmented data, you're going to get better results. Now, it's become really interesting over the last couple of years because a lot of self-supervised learning techniques to pre-train vision systems are based on data augmentation. And the basic techniques is originally inspired by techniques that I worked on in the early 90s and Jeff Hinton worked on also in the early 90s. There was sort of parallel work. I used to call this Siamese network. So basically you take two identical copies of the same network, they share the same weights, and you show two different views of the same object. Either those two different views may have been obtained by data augmentation, or maybe it's two different views of the same scene from a camera that you moved, or at different times or something like that, right? Or two pictures of the same person, things like that. And then you train this neural net, those two identical copies of this neural net, to produce an output representation, a vector, in such a way that the representation for those two images are as close to each other as possible, as identical to each other as possible, right? Because you want the system to basically learn a function that will be invariant, that will not change, whose output will not change when you transform those inputs in those particular ways, right? So that's easy to do. What's complicated is how do you make sure that when you show two images that are different, the system will produce different things? Because if you don't have a specific provision for this, the system will just ignore the inputs. When you train it, it will end up ignoring the input and just produce a constant vector that is the same for every input. Right? Yeah. That's called a collapse. Now, how do you avoid collapse? So there's two ideas. One idea that I proposed in the early 90s, my colleagues at Bell Labs, Jim Barnley and a couple other people, which we now call contrastive learning, which is to have negative examples, right? So you have pairs of images that you know are different, and you show them to the network, and those two copies, and then you push the two output vectors away from each other. And they will eventually guarantee that things that are semantically similar produce similar representations, and things that are different produce different representations. We actually came up with this idea for a project of doing the signature verification. So we would collect signatures from, like, multiple signatures on the same person, and then train a neural net to produce the same representation, and then force the system to produce different representation from different signatures. This was actually the problem was proposed by people from what was a subsidiary of AT&T at the time called NCR, and they were interested in storing representation of the signature on the 80 bytes of the magnetic strip of a credit card. So we came up with this idea of having a neural net with 80 outputs, that we would quantize them bytes so that we could encode the
and that encoding was then used to compare whether the signature matches or not.
That's right. So then you would, sign would run through the neural net, and then you would compare the output vector to whatever is stored on the card.
Did it actually work?
It worked, but they ended up not using it. Because nobody cares, actually. I mean, the American financial payment system is incredibly lax in that respect compared to Europe.
Oh, with the signatures? What's the purpose of signatures anyway? This is very...
Nobody looks at them, nobody cares.
It's, yeah.
Yeah, no. So that's contrastive learning, right? So you need positive and negative pairs. And the problem with that is that, even though I had the original paper on this, I'm actually not very positive about it because it doesn't work in high dimension. If your representation is high dimensional, there's just too many ways for two things to be different. And so you would need lots and lots and lots of negative pairs. So there is a particular implementation of this, which is relatively recent, from actually the Google Toronto group. Jeff Hinton is the senior member there. It's called SimClear, SIMCLR. And it, basically a particular way of implementing this idea of contrastive learning with a particular objective function. Now, what I'm much more enthusiastic about these days is non-contrastive methods. So other ways to guarantee that the representations will be different for different inputs. And it's actually based on an idea that Jeff Hinton proposed in the early 90s with a student at the time, Sue Becker. And it's based on the idea of maximizing the mutual information between the outputs of the two systems. You only show positive pairs, you only show pairs of images that are somewhat similar. And you train the two networks to be informative, but also to be as informative of each other as possible. So basically one representation has to be predictable from the other, essentially. And he proposed that idea, had a couple of papers in the early 90s, and then nothing was done about it for decades. And I kind of revived this idea together with my postdocs at FAIR, particularly a postdoc called Stefan Denis, who's now a junior professor in Finland at the University of Aalto. We came up with something called that we call Baru twins. And it's a particular way of maximizing the information content of a vector using some hypotheses, and we have kind of another version of it that's more recent now called VICREG, VICREG. That means variance, invariance, covariance, regularization. And it's the thing I'm the most excited about in machine learning in the last 15 years. I mean, I'm really, really excited about this.
What kind of data augmentation is useful for that non-contrastive learning method? Are we talking about, does that not matter that much? Or it seems like a very important part of the step.
Yeah.
How you generate the images that are similar but sufficiently different.
Yeah, that's right. It's an important step, and it's also an annoying step because you need to have that knowledge of what data augmentation you can do that do not change the nature of the object.
Yeah.
And so the standard scenario, which a lot of people working in this area are using, is you use the type of distortion. So basically you do geometric distortion. So one basically just shifts the image a little bit. It's called cropping. Another one kind of changes the scale a little bit. Another one kind of rotates it. Another one changes the colors. You can do a shift in color balance or something like that. Saturation. Another one sort of blurs it. Another one adds noise. So you have like a catalog of kind of standard things, and people try to use the same ones for different algorithms so that they can compare. But some algorithms, some self-supervised algorithms actually can deal with much bigger, like more aggressive data augmentation, and some don't. So that kind of makes the whole thing difficult. But that's the kind of distortions we're talking about. And so you train with those distortions, and then you chop off the last layer, a couple layers of the network, and you use the representation as input to a classifier. You train the classifier on ImageNet, let's say, or whatever, and measure the performance. And interestingly enough, the methods that are really good at eliminating the information that is irrelevant, which is the distortions between those images, do a good job at eliminating it. And as a consequence, you cannot use the representations in those systems for things like object detection and localization, because that information is gone. So the type of data augmentation you need to do depends on the task you want eventually the system to solve, the type of data notation, standard data notation we use today, are only appropriate for object recognition or image classification. They're not appropriate for things like.
Can you help me out understand what why localization is? So you're saying it's just not good at the negative, like at classifying the negative, so that's why it can't be used for the localization?
No, it's just that you train the system. You give it an image, you give it the same image shifted and scaled.
Yeah.
You tell it that's the same image. So the system basically is trained to eliminate the information about position and size. So now you want to use that to like figure out where an object is or what size it is.
It's like a bounding box that they'd be able to actually it can still find the object in the image. It's just not very good at finding the exact boundaries of that object. Interesting. Which, that's an interesting sort of philosophical question. How important is object localization anyway? We're like obsessed by measuring like image segmentation, obsessed by measuring perfectly knowing the boundaries of objects when arguably that's not that essential to understanding what are the contents of the seed.
On the other hand, I think evolutionarily, the first vision systems in animals were basically all about localization, very little about recognition. And in the human brain, you have two separate pathways for recognizing the nature of a scene or an object and localizing objects. So you use the first pathway, called the ventral pathway, for telling what you're looking at. The other pathway, the dorsal pathway, is used for navigation, for grasping, for everything else. And basically, a lot of the things you need for survival are localization and protection.
Is similarity learning or contrastive learning, are these non-contrastive methods the same as understanding something? Just because you know a distorted cat is the same as a non-distorted cat, does that mean you understand what it means to be a cat?
To some extent, I mean, it's a superficial understanding, obviously.
So, like, what is the ceiling of this method, do you think? Is this just one trick on the path to doing self-organized learning, or we go really, really far?
I think we can go really far. So if we figure out how to use techniques of that type, perhaps very different, but the same nature, to train systems from video system, essentially. I think we'll have a path, towards, I wouldn't say unlimited, but a path towards some level of, physical common sense in machines. And I also think that that ability to learn how the world works from a sort of high throughput channel like vision is a necessary step towards sort of real artificial intelligence. So in other words, I believe in grounded intelligence. I don't think you can train a machine with intelligence every context. Because I think the amount of information about the world that's contained in text is tiny compared to what we need to know. So, for example, let's people have attempted to do this for 3 years, right? The side project and things like that, right? Of basically kind of writing down all the facts that are known, hoping that some sort of common sense will emerge. I think it's basically hopeless. But let me take an example. You take an object. I describe the situation to you. I take an object, I put it on the table, and I push the table. It's completely obvious to you that the object will be pushed with the table, right? Because it's sitting on it. There's no text in the world, I believe, that explains this. And so, if you train a machine as powerful as it could be, your GPT 5000, or whatever it is, it's never going to learn about this. That information is just is not present in any text.
Well, the question, like with the psych project, the dream I think is to have like 10 million say facts like that give you a head start, like a parent guiding you. Now we humans don't need a parent to tell us that the table will move. The smartphone will move with the table, but we'll get a lot of guidance in other ways. So it's possible that we can give a quick shortcut.
Whatever I can. We got no time.
No, but they evolve. So
no, they're not like that.
Besides the physics and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so you're saying it's so you're putting a lot of intelligence onto the nurture side, not the nature.
Yeah.
You seem to have, there's a very inefficient, arguably, process of evolution that got us from bacteria to who we are today. Started at the bottom, now we're here. So the question is how. Okay, so the question is how fundamental is that the nature of the whole hardware, and then is there any way to shortcut it if it's fundamental? If it's not, if it's most of intelligence, most of the cool stuff we've been talking about is mostly nurture, mostly trained to figure it out by observing the world, to form that big, beautiful, sexy background model that you're talking about just by sitting there. Then, okay, then you like maybe it is all supervised learning all the way down. It's self-supervised learning.
Whatever it is that makes human intelligence different from other animals, which a lot of people think is language, algorithm, and this kind of stuff. It cannot be that complicated because it only popped up in the last million years.
Yeah.
And it only involves less than 1% of the genome, right? Which is a difference between human genome, genes or whatever. So it can't be that complicated. It can't be that fundamental. I mean, most of the complicated stuff already exists in cats and dogs and certainly primates, non-human primates.
Yeah, that little thing with humans might be just something about social interaction and ability to maintain ideas across like a collective of people. It sounds very dramatic and very impressive, but it probably isn't, mechanistically speaking.
It is, but we're not there yet. Like we have. I mean, this is number 634. In the list of problems we have to solve.
So basic physics of the world is number one. What do you just a quick tangent on data augmentation. So a lot of it is hard coded versus learned. Do you have any intuition that maybe there could be some weird data augmentation, like generative type of data augmentation, like doing something weird to images, which then improves the similarity learning process? So not just kind of dumb, simple distortions, but by you shaking your head, just saying that even simple distortions are enough.
I think data augmentation is a temporary necessary evil. So what people are working on now is two things. One is the type of self-supervised learning, like trying to translate the type of self-supervised learning people use in language, translating this to images, which is basically the Dino-Zing autoencoder method, right? So you take an image, you block, you mask some parts of it, and then you train some giant neural net to reconstruct the parts that are missing. And until very recently, there was no working methods for that. All the autoencoder type methods for images weren't producing very good representation. But there's a paper now coming out of the FAIR group at Menlo Park that actually works very well. So that doesn't require data augmentation. That requires only masking.
Only masking for images. Okay.
Right. So you mask part of the image and you train a system, which in this case is a transformer because you can the transformer represents these images as non-overlapping patches, so it's easy to mask patches and things like that.
Okay, then my question transfers to that problem, the masking. Like, why should the mask be a square or a rectangle?
Yeah, so it doesn't matter. Like, I think we're gonna come up probably in the future with ways to mask that are kind of random, essentially. Well, I mean, they are random already, but
but like something that's challenging, like optimally challenging. So, like, I mean, maybe it's a metaphor that doesn't apply, but it seems like there's a data augmentation or masking. There's an interactive element with it. Like, you're almost like playing with an image.
Yeah.
And like, it's like, what do we play with an image in our mind?
No, it's like dropout. It's like person machine training. Every time you see a person, you also you can perturb it in some way, and then the principle of the training procedure is to minimize the difference of the output of a representation between the clean version and the corrupted version. essentially, right? And you can do this in real time, right? So most of the machines work like this, right? You show a preset, you tell the machine that's a good combination of activities of your input neurons, and then you either let them go their merry way without clamping them to the values, or you only do this with a subset. And what you're doing is you're training the system so that the stable state of the entire network is the same regardless of whether it's using the entire input or whether it's using only part of it. Deno's emotion encoder method is the same thing, right? You're training the system to reproduce the input, the complete input, and filling the blanks, regardless of which parts are missing, and that's really the underlying principle. And you could imagine sort of even in the brain sort of a neural principle where neurons can oscillate, right? So they take their activity and then temporarily they can shut off to force the rest of the system to basically reconstruct the input without their help, and you can imagine possibly more or less biological process.
Something like that. And I guess with this denoising autoencoder and masking and data augmentation, you don't have to worry about being super efficient. You can just do as much as you want and get better over time. Because I was thinking, like, you might want to be clever about the way you do all these procedures, but that's only if somehow costs if you do every iteration, but it's not really.
And then there is data augmentation without explicit data augmentation. Is data augmentation by weighting, which is the video prediction. You're observing a video clip, observing the continuation of the video clip, and try to run a representation using the advanced embedding architecture in such a way that the representation of the picture clip is easily predictable from the representation of the observed clip.
Do you think YouTube has enough raw data from which to learn how to be a cat?
I think so.
So the amount of data is not the constraint.
No, it would require some selection, I think.
Some
selection of, maybe the right type of data.
You don't go down the rabbit hole of just cat videos. You might need to watch some lectures or something.
No,
how meta would that be? If it watches lectures about intelligence and then watches the lectures and learns from that how to be intelligent.
I don't think it would be enough.
What's your, do you find multimodal learning interesting? We've been talking about visual and language, combining them together, maybe audio, all this kind of thing.
There's a lot of things that I find interesting in the short term, but are not addressing the important problem that I think are really kind of the big challenges. So I think, things like multi-task learning, continual learning, adversarial issues, and we also have, great practical interests in the relatively short term possibilities. But I don't think they're fundamental. Active learning, able to understand reinforcement. I think those things will become either obsolete or useless or easy once we figure out how to do self-supervised representation learning or running predictive word models. And so I think that's what, the entire community should be focusing on. At least people who are interested in sort of fundamental questions or, really kind of pushing the envelope of AI towards the next stage. But of course, there's a huge amount of, very interesting work to do in sort of practical questions that have, short-term impact.
Well, it's difficult to talk about the temporal scale because all of human civilization will eventually be destroyed because the sun will die out, and even if Elon Musk is successful multiplanetary colonization across the galaxy, eventually the entirety of it will just become a giant black holes, and
it's going to take a while.
So, but what I'm saying is then that logic can be used to save all means. I'm saying all of that to say that multitask learning might be, you're calling it practical or pragmatic or whatever, that might be the thing that achieves something very akin to intelligence while we're trying to solve the more general problem of self-supervised learning and background knowledge. So the reason I bring that up, maybe one way to ask that question, I've been very impressed by what Tesla Autopilot team is doing. I don't think we have a chance to glance at this particular one example of multitask learning. So they're literally taking the problem, like, I don't know, Charles Darwin starts studying animals. They're studying the problem of driving and asking, okay, what are all the things you have to perceive? And the way they're solving it is, one, there's an ontology where you're bringing that to the table. So you're formulating a bunch of different tasks. It's like over 100 tasks or something like that they're involved in driving. And then they're deploying it and then getting data back from people that run into trouble. And they're trying to figure out, do we add tasks? Do we focus on each individual task separately? In fact, I would say I'll classify Andre Karpathy's talking to it. So one was about doors, and the other one about how much ImageNet sucks. You can go back and forth on those two topics, which ImageNet sucks, meaning you can't just use a single benchmark. There's you have to have like a giant suite of benchmarks to understand how well your system actually
I use him. I mean, he's a very sensible guy. Now, okay, it's very clear that if you're faced with an engineering problem that you need to solve in a relatively short time, particularly if you have Elon Musk breathing down your neck, you're going to have to take shortcuts. Right? You might think about the fact that the right thing to do and the long-term solution involves, some fancy self-supervised learning, but you have, Elon Musk breathing down your neck, and this involves, human lives, and so you have to basically just do the systematic engineering and fine-tuning and refinements and trial and error and all that stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. That's called engineering. That's called putting technology out in the world, and you have to kind of ironclad it before you do this. So much for grand ideas and principles. But I'm facing myself with some upstream of this, quite a bit upstream of this.
You're Plato thinking about platonic forms. You're
not platonic, because eventually I want us stuff to get used. But it's okay if it takes 5 or 10 years for the community to realize this is the right thing to do. I've done this before. It's been the case before that I've made that case. I mean, if you look back in the mid-2000s, for example, and you ask yourself the question, okay, I want to recognize cars or faces or whatever. I can use computer net, so I can use more conventional kind of computer vision techniques, using interest point detectors or dense features, seeing as on top. At that time, the data sets were so small that those methods that use more engineering work better than ConvNets. There was just not enough data for ConvNets. And ConvNets were a little slow with the kind of hardware that was available at the time. And there was this change when, basically when, data sets became bigger and GPUs became available. That's what, two of the main factors that basically made people change their mind. And you can look at the history of all sub-branches of AI or pattern recognition. And there's a similar trajectory followed by techniques where people start by engineering the hell out of it. Be it particle character recognition, speech recognition, computer vision, image recognition in general, natural language understanding, translation, things like that, right? You start to engineer the hell out of it. You start to acquire all knowledge, the prior knowledge about image formation, about the shape of characters, about morphological operations, about feature extraction, Fourier transforms, geometry moments, whatever, right? People come up with thousands of ways of representing images so that they could be easily classified afterwards. Same for speech recognition, right? There's 2 decades for people to figure out the content to pre-process speech signals so that all the information about what is being said is preserved, but most of the information about the identity of the speaker is gone. Test coefficients or whatever, right? And same for text, right? you do name entity recognition, and you parse, and you do tagging of the parts of speech, and you do this sort of tree representation of clauses and all that stuff right before you can do it. So that's how it starts, right? Just engineer the hell out of it, and then you start having data. And maybe you have more powerful computers, maybe you know something about statistical learning. You start using machine learning, and it's usually a small sliver on top of your kind of handcrafted system where you extract features by hand. Okay, and now, nowadays, the standard way of doing this is that we train the entire thing end-to-end with a deep learning system, with learn different features, and speech recognition systems nowadays, or OCR systems, are completely end-to-end. It's some giant neural net that takes raw waveforms and produces a sequence of characters from that. And it's just a huge neural net, right? There's no markup model, there's no language model that is explicit other than something that's ingrained in the neural language model. Same for translation, same for all kinds of stuff. So you see this continuous evolution from less and less handcrafting and more learning. I think it's true biology as well.
So, I mean, we might disagree about this, maybe not. There's one little piece at the end. You mentioned active learning. It feels like active learning, which is the selection of data and also the interactivity, needs to be part of the giant neural network. You cannot just be an observer to do self-supervised learning. You have to, self-supervised learning is just a word, but whatever this giant stack of the neural network that's automatically learning, it feels, my intuition is that you have to have a system, whether it's a physical robot or a digital robot, that's interacting with the world and doing so in a broad way and improving over time. In order to form this self-supervised learning, well, you can't just give it a giant sea of data.
Okay, I agree and I disagree. I agree in the sense that I think I agree in two ways. The first way I agree is that if you want, and you certainly need a causal model of the world that allows you to predict the consequences of your actions, to train that model, you need to take action. You need to be able to act in the world and see the effect for you to learn causal models of the world.
Well, so it's not that obvious because you can observe others.
You can observe others.
And you can observe that they're similar to you, and then you can learn from that.
Yeah, but then you have to kind of hardwire that part. So it's not clear to me how you do this. So I think the action part would be necessary for having causal models of the world. The second reason it may be necessary, or at least more efficient, is that active learning basically goes for the jugular of what you don't know, right? This obvious areas of uncertainty about your world and about how the world behaves, and you can resolve this uncertainty by systematic exploration of that part that you don't know. And if you know that you don't know, then it makes you curious. You kind of look into situations that, and across the animal world, different species have different levels of curiosity, right? Depending on how they build. And so, cats and rats are incredibly curious. Dogs not so much. Yes.
So it could be useful to have that kind of curiosity.
So it is useful, but curiosity just makes the process faster. It doesn't make the process exist. So what learning process is it that active learning makes more efficient? And I'm asking that first question. We haven't answered that question yet. So, I worry about
it's a more fundamental question to ask. And if active learning or interaction increases the efficiency of learning, sometimes it becomes very different if the increase is several orders of magnitude, right? Like,
that's true.
But fundamentally, it's still the same thing. Building up the intuition about how to, in a self-supervised way, construct background models, efficient or inefficient, is the core problem. What do you think about Yosha Benjo's talking about consciousness and to all of these kinds of concepts?
Okay. I don't know what consciousness is, but
It's a good opener.
and to some extent, a lot of the things that are said about consciousness remind me of the questions people were asking themselves in the 18th century or 17th century when they discovered that, how the eye works and the fact that the image at the back of the eye was upside down, right? Because you have a lens. So on your retina, the image that forms is an image of the world, but it's upside down. How is it that you see right side up? And with what we know today in science, we realize this question doesn't make any sense, or is kind of ridiculous in some way, right? So I think a lot of what is said about consciousness is of that nature. Now that said, there is a lot of really smart people that, for whom I have a lot of respect, who are talking about this topic. People like David Chalmers, who is a colleague of mine at NYU. I have kind of an orthodox folk speculative hypothesis about consciousness. So we're talking about the study of world models, and I think our entire prefrontal cortex basically is the engine for a world model. But when we are attending at a particular situation, we're focused on that situation. We basically cannot attend to anything else, and that seems to suggest that we basically have only one world model engine in our prefrontal cortex. That engine is configurable to the situation at hand. So we are building a box out of wood, or we are, driving down the highway playing chess. We basically have a single model of the world that we configure into the situation at hand, which is why we can only attend to one task at a time. Now, if there is a task that we do repeatedly, it goes from the sort of deliberate reasoning using model of the world and prediction, and perhaps something like model predictive control, which I was talking about earlier, to something that is more subconscious, that becomes automatic. So I don't know if you've ever played against a chess grandmaster. I get wiped out in 10 tries, right? And I have to think about my move for like 15 minutes. And the person in front of me, the grandmaster, which like reacted in seconds, right? He doesn't need to think about it. That's you can call it subconscious because it's kind of like at this point. Same, the first few hours you drive a car, you're really attentive, you can't do anything else. And then after 20, 30 hours of practice, 50 hours, it's subconscious, you can talk to the person next to you, things like that. Right? And that's the situation becomes predictable, and then you have to stop talking. So that suggests you only have one model in your head. And it might suggest the idea that consciousness basically is the module that configures this world model of yours. You need to have some sort of executive kind of overseer that configures your world model for the situation at hand. And that leads to kind of the really curious concept that consciousness is not a consequence of the power of our mind, but of the limitation of the brain. But because we have only one world model, we have to be conscious. If we had as many world models as situations we encounter, then we could do all of them simultaneously, and we wouldn't just control the ego consciousness.
Yeah, interesting. And somehow maybe that executive controller, maybe the hard problem of consciousness, there's some kind of chemicals in biology that's creating a feeling, experience some of these things. That's kind of like the hard question is, what the heck is that, and why is that useful? Maybe the more pragmatic question, why is it useful to feel like this is really you experiencing this versus just like information being processed? It could be just a very nice side effect of the way we evolved. That's just very useful to feel a sense of ownership to the decisions you make, to the perceptions you make, to the model you're trying to maintain. If you own this thing, and it's the only one you got, and if you lose it, it's going to really suck. And so you should really send the brain some signals about it. What ideas do you believe, like, true, that most, or at least many people disagree with you with? Let's say in this case of machine learning.
Well, it depends who you talk about, but I think, so certainly there is for both the people who are making it, right? He thinks that a lot of the things about the world are kind of hardwired in our minds. Things like the world is three-dimensional, for example, is that hardwired? Things like object permanence is something that we learn before the age of 3 months or so, or are we born with? And there are very wide disagreements among the cognitive scientists for this. I think those things are actually very difficult to learn. Is it the case that the oriented edge vectors in V1 are learned, or are they hardwired? I think they're learned. They might be learned before birth, because it's really easy to generate signals from the retina that actually will train edge vectors. So, and again, those are things that can be learned within minutes of opening your eyes, right? Since the 1990s, we have algorithms that can learn oriented edge vectors completely unsupervised with the equivalent of just using the real time. So those things have to be done. There's also those, MIT experiments that we kind of put the optical nerve on the auditory cortex of the ferret, right? So that auditory cortex becomes a real cortex essentially. So, clearly, there's running techniques there. I think a lot of what people think are so basic that it needs to be hardwired, I think a lot of those are learned because they're easy to.
Yes. So you put a lot of value in the power of learning. What kind of things do you think that might not be learned? Is there something that could not be learned?
So your intrinsic drives are not learned. There are the things that make humans or make cats different from dogs. Like it's the basic drives that are kind of hardwired in our video ganglia. There are people who are working on this kind of stuff. It's called implicit motivation. So these are objective functions where the reward doesn't come from the external world. It's computed by your own brain. Your own brain computes whether you're happy or not, right? It measures the degree of comfort or discomfort. And because it's your brain computing this, presumably it knows also how to estimate gradients of this, right? So it's easier to learn when your objective is intrinsic. So that has to be hardwired. The critic that makes long-term prediction of the outcome, which is the eventual result of it, that's learned. And perception is learned, and the model of the world is learned. But let me take an example of why the critic, an example of how the critic may be learned. If I come to you, I reach across the table and I take your arm, right? Complete surprise for you. You might have expected this. I was expecting that the whole time, but yeah, right. Let's say for the sake of the story. Okay, your visual ganglia is going to light up because it's going to hurt, right? And now your model of the world includes the fact that I may think you if I approach my hand to your arm. So if I try again, you're going to recoil, and that's your critic, your predictor of your ultimate pain system that predicts that something bad is going to happen. That is learning, definitely. This is what allows you also to, define some goals, right? So the fact that you're a school child, you wake up in the morning and you go to school, and it's not because you necessarily like waking up early and going to school, but you know that there is a long-term objective. Nice.
So, Ernest Becker, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the philosopher who wrote the book Denial of Death, and his idea is that one of the core motivations of human beings are terror of death, or fear of death. That's what makes us different from cats. Cats are just survive. They do not have a deep cognizance, introspection that over the horizon, it's the end. And he says that there's a terror management theory, that all these psychological experiments that show basically this idea that all of human civilization, everything we create, is trying to forget, even for a brief moment, that we're going to die. When do you think humans understand that they're going to die? Is it learned early on also?
I don't know if I mean, it's a question mark. At what point do you realize that what death really is? And I think most people don't actually realize what death is, right? I mean, most people believe that we go to heaven or something.
Well, so the pushback on that, what Ernest Becker says, and Sheldon Stone and all of those folks, and I find those ideas really compelling, is that there is moments in life, early in life, a lot of this fun happens early in life, when when you do deeply experience the terror of this realization, and all the things you think about religion, all those kinds of things that we kind of think about more like teenage years and later. We're talking about way earlier.
No, it's like 7 or 8 years, something like that. Yeah.
You realize, holy crap, this is like the mystery, the terror. Like it's almost like you're a little prey, a little baby deer sitting in the darkness of the jungle of the woods, looking all around you. There's darkness full of terror. I mean, that realization is okay. I'm going to go back in the comfort of my mind where there's a deep meaning, or there's maybe like pretend I'm immortal, however kind of idea I can construct to help me understand that I'm immortal. Religion helps with that. You can believe yourself in all kinds of ways. Like ease yourself in the busyness of each day, have little goals in mind, all those kinds of things to think this thing go on forever. And you kind of know you're going to die, yeah, it's going to be sad, but you don't really understand that you're going to die. And so that's the idea. And I find that compelling because it does seem to be a core unique aspect of human nature that we're able to think that we're able to really understand that this life is finite. That seems important.
So first of all, I don't think there is a quite a difference between us and cats. I think the difference is that we just have a better long-term ability to predict, in the long term, and so we have better understanding of how the world works. So we have better understanding of, finiteness of life and things like that.
So we have a better planning engine than cats.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the motivation for planning?
Well, it's just a side effect of the fact that we have just a better planning engine because it makes us, as I said, the essence of intelligence is the ability to predict. And so because we're smarter, as a side effect, we also have this ability to kind of make predictions about our own future existence or lack thereof. You say religion helps with that. I think religion hurts, actually. It makes people worry about what's going to happen after their death, etc. If you believe that we just don't exist after that, we're solving the problem.
You're saying if you don't believe in God, you don't worry about what happens after death?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You only worry about this life because that's the only one you have.
I think it's I know if I were to say that I would say I agree with him more than not, is you do truly worry. If you believe there's no God, there's still a huge worry, like, of the mysteries at all. Like, how does that make any sense? That it just ends. I don't think you can truly understand this why that. I mean, so much of our life, the consciousness, the ego, is invested in this being, and then
science is bringing humanity down from its pedestal.
Yeah, but
that's just another example of it.
That's wonderful, but for us individual humans, we don't like to be brought down from the pedestal. You're saying like, but see, you're fine with it because, well, so what Ernest Becker would say is you're fine with it because that's just a more peaceful existence for you, but you're not really fine. You're hiding. In fact, some of the people that experience the deepest trauma earlier in life, they often, before they seek extensive therapy, will say that I'm fine. It's like when you talk to people who are truly angry, how are you doing? I'm fine. The question is, what's going on?
Now, I had a near-death experience. I had a very bad motorbike accident. I was 17, so, but that didn't have any impact on my reflection on that topic. So,
without any just literally you then the disco and you not printed it. But there are also a shit ton of channels, right? This is the list of channels got lo-fi rocks and yacht rock. You've got every channel known to man and social media platform. You've got music artists. You've got whatever those are. You really don't want to know whatever. Hobbies. You've got sports. You've got interest. Every interest known that you can think of, including seduction. You've got just random fucking any concept you can think of in life. I don't want to know what any of these are. Musical artists, musical genres, you've got casinos, you've got study lounges, you've got gaming leagues, postmodern orthodoxy. I don't understand why people are so confused. There's literally everything you could possibly want in the rabbi system. Except it feels like I've joined into a cult, and I am entirely frightened.
So I'm basically just playing a bit of devil's advocate, pushing back on wondering, is it truly possible to accept that? And the flip side that's more interesting, I think, for AI and robotics is how important is it to have this as one of the suite of motivations, is to not just avoid falling off the roof or something like that, but ponder the end of the ride. Well, if you listen to the Stoics, it's a great motivator. It adds a sense of urgency. So maybe to truly fear death or be cognizant of it might give a deeper meaning and urgency to the moment to live fully.
Well, maybe I don't disagree with that. I mean, I think what motivates me here is knowing more about human nature. I mean, I think human nature and human intelligence is a big mystery. It's a scientific mystery, in addition to philosophical, etc. But I'm a true believer in science. So, and I do have kind of a belief that for complex systems like the brain and the mind, the way to understand it is to try to reproduce it with artifacts that you build, because you know what's essential to it when you try to build it. The same way I've used this analogy before with you, I believe. The same way we only started to understand aerodynamics when we started building airplanes, and that helped us understand how birds fly. So I think there's kind of a similar process here where we don't have a full theory of intelligence. The building, intelligent artifacts will help us perhaps develop some, underlying theory that encompasses not just artificial implements, but also human biological intelligence in general.
So you're an interesting person to ask this question about sort of all kinds of different other intelligent entities or intelligences. What are your thoughts about kind of like the Turing or the Chinese room question? If we create an AI system that exhibits a lot of properties of intelligence and consciousness, how comfortable are you thinking of that entity as intelligent or conscious? So you're trying to build now systems that have intelligence, and there's metrics about their performance, but that metric is external. Okay, so how are you okay calling a thing intelligent, or are you going to be like most humans and be once again unhappy to be brought down from the pedestal of consciousness / intelligence?
No, I'll be very happy to understand more about human nature, human mind, and human intelligence through the construction of machines that have similar abilities. And if a consequence of this is to bring down humanity one notch down from its already low pedestal, I'm just fine with it. That's just the reality of life. So I'm fine with that. Now, you were asking me about things that, opinions I have that a lot of people may disagree with. I think if we think about the design of the autonomous intelligence system, so assuming that we are somewhat successful at some level of getting machines to learn models of the world, predicting models of the world, We build intrinsic motivation objective functions to drive the behavior of that system. The system also has perception modules that allows it to estimate the state of the world, and then have some way of figuring out a sequence of actions that to optimize a particular objective. If it has a critic of the type that I was describing before, the thing that makes you recoil your arm the second time I try to pinch you, intelligent autonomous machine will have emotions. I think emotions are an integral part of autonomous intelligence. If you have an intelligence system that is driven by intrinsic motivation, by objectives, if it has a critic that allows it to predict in advance whether the outcome of a situation is going to be good or bad, it's going to have emotions. It's going to have fear. When it predicts that the outcome is going to be bad and something to avoid, it's going to have elation when it predicts it's going to be good. If it has drives to relate with humans, in some ways, the way humans have, it's going to be sociable, right? And so it's going to have emotions about attachment and things of that type. So I think, the sort of sci-fi thing where,
Welcome.
Commander Data, like having
What up, Retro Raid?
I think
Living the dream, pimp. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Did you spend all that money yet? Don't. Okay, so what did you end up finishing at? All right, well, that's because I wasn't there. I understand, dog. So you got absolutely. So are you gonna play again? Fuck yeah, it's cool with me. It's even better. I'm back on kick, baby. Yeah, let's see. Sure thing. Does he know that you are up $200? There you go.
So many people didn't realize the extent of the decline beginning in 2023. So it's like 2 years. Since at least 2022, Biden was increasingly prone to lose his train of thought and struggle to remember the names of his top aides. His speech.
Excellent. I'm going to use the restroom, so I'm all ready for you. How's that sound, big dog?
So, I think there will be a time like a civil rights movement for robots where, okay, forget the movement, but a discussion like the Supreme Court that particular kinds of robots, particular kinds of systems deserve the same rights as humans because they suffer just as humans can. All those kinds of things.
Well, perhaps not. Like imagine that humans were that you could die and be restored. Like you could be sort of be 3D reprinted, and your brain could be reconstructed in its finest details.
Our ideas of rights will change in that case. If you can always just, there's always a backup you can always restore. Maybe like the importance of murder will go down one notch.
That's right. But also your desire to do dangerous things like skydiving or race car riding, car racing, all that kind of stuff, would probably increase. Or airplane aerobatics or that kind of stuff, right? It would be fine to do a lot of those things or explore, dangerous areas, things like that. It would kind of change your relationship. So now it's very likely that robots will be like that because, they'll be.
All right, Pimp, I'm ready for you. You said we should have a gambling VC. I have 10 of them below. I have a huge Discord. So, but I mean, let's stay in here just in case when I blow up. I've got 10 below. They're like way at the bottom.